This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monique Michener. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 37. The subject continued. In the first place, and as a matter of the greatest necessity, we are bound to describe how a house may be got for nothing a year. These mansions are to be had either unfurnished, where, if you have credit with Messrs. Gillows or Bantings, you can get them splendidly Montes and decorated entirely according to your own fancy, or they are to be let furnished, a less troublesome and complicated arrangement to most parties. It was so that Crawley and his wife preferred to hire their house. Before Mr. Bowles came to preside over Miss Crawley's house and cellar in Park Lane, that lady had had for a butler a Mr. Raggles, who was born on the family estate of Queen's Crawley, and indeed was a younger son of a gardener there. By good conduct, a handsome person in calves, and a grave demeanor, Raggles rose from the knife-board to the footboard of the carriage, from the footboard to the butler's pantry. When he had been a certain number of years at the head of Miss Crawley's establishment, where he had had good wages, fat perquisites, and plenty of opportunities of saving, he announced that he was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a late cook of Miss Crawley's, who had subsisted in an honorable manner by the exercise of a mangle, and the keeping of a small greengrocer's shop in the neighborhood. The truth is, that the ceremony had been clandestinely performed some years back, although the news of Mr. Raggles's marriage was first brought to Miss Crawley by a little boy and girl of 7 and 8 years of age, whose continual presence in the kitchen had attracted the attention of Miss Briggs. Mr. Raggles then retired and personally undertook the superintendence of a small shop and the greens. He added milk and cream, eggs and country-fed pork to his stores, contenting himself whilst other retired butlers were vending spirits in public houses by dealing in the simplest country produce, and having a good connection amongst the butlers in the neighborhood, and a snug back parlor where he and Mrs. Raggles received them, his milk, cream, and eggs got to be adopted by many of the fraternity, and his profits increased every year. Year after year he quietly and modestly amassed money, and when at length that snug and complete bachelor's residence at number 201 Curzon Street, Mayfair, lately the residence of the Honorable Frederick de Seuss, gone abroad, with its rich and appropriate furniture by the first makers, was brought to the hammer. Who should go in and purchase the lease and furniture of the house but Charles Raggles? A part of the money he borrowed, it is true, and at rather a high interest from a brother butler, but the chief part he paid down, and it was with no small pride that Mrs. Raggles found herself sleeping in a bed of carved mahogany, with silk curtains, with a prodigious cheval-glass opposite to her, and a wardrobe which would contain her and Mr. Raggles and all the family. Of course they did not intend to occupy permanently an apartment so splendid. It was in order to let the house again that Raggles purchased it. As soon as a tenant was found, he subsided into the greengrocer's shop once more. But a happy thing it was for him to walk out of that tenement and into Curzon Street, and there survey his house, his own house, with geraniums in the window and a carved bronze knocker, The footmen, occasionally lounging at the area railing, treated him with respect. The cook took her green stuff at his house and called him Mr. Landlord, and there was not one thing the tenants did, or one dish which they had for dinner, that Raggles might not know of if he liked. He was a good man, good and happy. The house brought him in so handsome a yearly income that he was determined to send his children to good schools, and accordingly, regardless of expense, Charles was sent to boarding at Dr. Swishdale's sugar-cane lodge, and little Matilda to Miss Peckover's Laurentianum house, Clapham. Raggles loved and adored the Crawley family as the author of all his prosperity in life. He had a silhouette of his mistress in his back shop, and a drawing of the porter's lodge at Queen's Crawley done by that spinster herself in India ink, and the only addition he made to the decorations of the Curzon Street house was a print of Queen's Crawley in Hampshire, the seat of Sir Walpole Crawley, Baronet, who was represented in a gilded car drawn by 6 white horses, and passing by a lake covered with swans, and barges containing ladies in hoops, and musicians with flags and pinwigs. Indeed, Raggles thought there was no such palace in all the world, and no such august family. As luck would have it, Raggles's house in Curzon Street was to let when Rawdon and his wife returned to London. The Colonel knew it, and its owner quite well. The latter's connection with the Crawley family had been kept up constantly, for Raggles's helped Mr. Bowles whenever Miss Crawley received friends, and the old man not only let his house to the Colonel, but officiated as his butler whenever he had company, Mrs. Raggles operating in the kitchen below, and sending up dinners of which old Miss Crawley herself might have approved. This was the way, then, Crawley got his house for nothing, for though Raggles had to pay taxes and rates, and the interest of the mortgage to the brother butler, and the insurance of his life, and the charges for his children at school, and the value of the meat and drink which his own family, and for a time that of Colonel Crawley too, consumed, and though the poor wretch was utterly ruined by the transaction, his children being flung on the streets, and himself driven into the Fleet prison, yet somebody must pay even for gentlemen who live for nothing a year, and so it was this unlucky Raggles was made the representative of Colonel Crawley's defective capital. I wonder how many families are driven to roguery and to ruin by great practitioners in Crawley's way. How many great noblemen rob their petty tradesmen, condescend to swindle their poor retainers out of wretched little sums, and cheat for a few shillings. When we read that a noble nobleman has left for the Continent, or that another noble nobleman has an execution in his house, and that one or other owes 6 or 7 millions, the defeat seems glorious even, and we respect the victim in the vastness of his ruin. But who pities a poor barber who can't get his money for powdering the footmen's heads, or a poor carpenter who has ruined himself by fixing up ornaments and pavilions for my lady's déjeuner, or the poor devil of a tailor whom the steward patronizes, and who has pledged all he is worth and more, to get the liveries ready, which my lord has done him the honor to bespeak? When the great house tumbles down, these miserable wretches fall under it unnoticed. As they say in the old legends, before a man goes to the devil himself, he sends plenty of other souls thither. Rawdon and his wife generously gave their patronage to all such of Miss Crawley's tradesmen and purveyors as chose to serve them. Some were willing enough, especially the poor ones. It was wonderful to see the pertinacity with which the washerwoman from Tooting brought the cart every Saturday, and her bills week after week. Mr. Raggles himself had to supply the green groceries. The bill for servants' porter at the Fortune of War public house is a curiosity in the Chronicles of Beer. Every servant also was owed the greater part of his wages, and thus kept up perforce an interest in the house. Nobody, in fact, was paid, not the blacksmith who opened the lock, nor the glazier who mended the pane, nor the jobber who led the carriage, nor the groom who drove it, nor the butcher who provided the leg of mutton, nor the coals which roasted it, nor the cook who basted it, nor the servants who ate it. And this, I am given to understand, is not unfrequently the way in which people live, elegantly, on nothing a year. In a little town such things cannot be done without remark. We know there the quantity of milk our neighbor takes in a spy the joint or the fowls which are going in for his dinner. So probably 200 and 202 in Curzon Street might know what was going on in the house between them, the servants communicating through the area railings. But Crawley and his wife and his friends did not know 200 and 202. When you came to 201, there was a hearty welcome, a kind smile, a good dinner, and a jolly shake of the hand from the host and hostess there, just for all the world as if they had been undisputed masters of 3,000 or 4,000 a year, and so they were, not in money, but in produce and labor. If they did not pay for the mutton, they had it. If they did not give bullion in exchange for their wine, how should we know? Never was better claret at any man's table than at honest Rawdon's. Dinners more gay and neatly served. His drawing-rooms were the prettiest, little modest salons conceivable. They were decorated with the greatest taste, and 1,000 knick-knacks from Paris by Rebecca. And when she sat at her piano trilling songs with a lightsome heart, the stranger voted himself in a little paradise of domestic comfort, and agreed that, if the husband was rather stupid, the wife was charming, and the dinners the pleasantest in the world. Rebecca's wit, cleverness, and flippancy made her speedily the vogue in London among a certain class. You saw demure chariots at her door, out of which stepped very great people. You beheld her carriage in the park, surrounded by dandies of note. The little box in the third tier of the opera was crowded with heads constantly changing, but it must be confessed that the ladies held aloof from her, and that their doors were shut to our little adventurer. With regard to the world of female fashion and its customs, the present writer of course can only speak at second hand. A man can no more penetrate or understand those mysteries than he can know what the ladies talk about when they go upstairs after dinner. It is only by inquiry and perseverance that one sometimes gets hints of those secrets, and by a similar diligence every person who treads the Pall Mall pavement and frequents the clubs of this metropolis knows, either through his own experience or through some acquaintance with whom he plays at billiards or shares the joint, something about the genteel world of London, and how, as there are men, such as Rawdon Crawley, whose position we mentioned before, who cut a good figure to the eyes of the ignorant world and to the apprentices in the park, who behold them consorting with the most notorious dandies there. So there are ladies, who may be called men's women, being welcomed entirely by all the gentlemen, and cut or slighted by all their wives. Mrs. Firebrace is of this sort, the lady with the beautiful fair ringlets whom you see every day in Hyde Park, surrounded by the greatest and most famous dandies of this empire. Mrs. Rockwood is another, whose parties are announced laboriously in the fashionable newspapers, and with whom you see that all sorts of ambassadors and great noblemen dine. And many more might be mentioned had they to do with the history at present in hand. But while simple folks who are out of the world, or country people with a taste for the genteel, behold these ladies in their seeming glory in public places, or envy them from afar off, persons who are better instructed could inform them that these envied ladies have no more chance of establishing themselves in society than the benighted squire's wife in Somersetshire, who reads of their doings in the Morning Post. Men living about London are aware of these awful truths. You hear how pitilessly many ladies of seeming rank and wealth are excluded from this society. The frantic efforts which they make to enter this circle, the meanness to which they submit, the insults which they undergo, are matters of wonder to those who take human or womankind for a study, and the pursuit of fashion under difficulties would be a fine theme for any very great person who had the wit, the leisure, and the knowledge of the English language necessary for the compiling of such a history. Now the few female acquaintances whom Mrs. Crawley had known abroad not only declined to visit her when she came to this side of the Channel, but cut her severely when they met in public places. It was curious to see how the great ladies forgot her, and no doubt not altogether a pleasant study to Rebecca. When Lady Bareacres met her in the waiting-room at the opera, she gathered her daughters about her as if they would be contaminated by a touch of Becky, and retreating a step or two, placed herself in front of them and stared at her little enemy. To stare Becky out of countenance required a severe glance that even the frigid old Bareacres could shoot out of her dismal eyes. When Lady de la Mole, who had ridden a score of times by Becky's side at Brussels, met Mrs. Crawley's open carriage in Hyde Park, her ladyship was quite blind, and could not in the least recognize her former friend. Even Mrs. Blenkinsop, the banker's wife, cut her at church. Becky went regularly to church now. It was edifying to see her enter there, with Rawdon by her side, carrying a couple of large gilt prayer books, and afterwards going through the ceremony with the gravest resignation. Rawdon at first felt very acutely the slights which were passed upon his wife, and was inclined to be gloomy and savage. He talked of calling out the husbands or brothers of every one of the insolent women who did not pay a proper respect to his wife, and it was only by the strongest commands and entreaties on her part that he was brought into keeping a decent behavior. "You can't shoot me into society," she said good-naturedly. "Remember, my dear, that I was but a governess, and you poor silly old man, have the worst reputation for debt, and dice, and all sorts of wickedness. We shall get quite as many friends as we want by and by, and in the meanwhile you must be a good boy and obey your schoolmistress in everything she tells you to do. When we heard that your aunt had left almost everything to Pitt and his wife, do you remember what a rage you were in? You would have told all Paris. If I had not made you keep your temper, where would you have been now? In prison at St. Pelagie for debt, and not established in London in a handsome house, with every comfort about you. You were in such a fury you were ready to murder your brother, you wicked Cain, you. And what good would have come of remaining angry? All the rage in the world won't get us your aunt's money, and it is much better that we should be friends with your brother's family than enemies, as those foolish Buttes are. When your father dies, Queen's Crawley will be a pleasant house for you and me to pass the winter in. If we are ruined, you can carve and take charge of the stable, and I can be a governess to Lady Jane's children. Ruined? Fiddle-dee! I will get you a good place before that, or Pitt and his little boy will die, and we will be Sir Rawdon and my lady. While there is life, there is hope, my dear, and I intend to make a man of you yet. Who sold your horses for you? Who paid your debts for you? Rawdon was obliged to confess that he owed all these benefits to his wife, and to trust himself to her guidance for the future. Indeed, when Miss Crawley quitted the world, and that money for which all her relatives had been fighting so eagerly was finally left to Pitt, Bute Crawley, who found that only £5,000 had been left to him instead of the 20 upon which he calculated, was in such a fury at his disappointment that he vented it in savage abuse upon his nephew, and the quarrel always rankling between them ended in an utter breach of intercourse. Rawdon Crawley's conduct, on the other hand, who got but £100, was such as to astonish his brother and delight his sister-in-law, who was disposed to look kindly upon all the members of her husband's family. He wrote to his brother a very frank, manly, good-humoured letter from Paris. He was aware, he said, that by his own marriage he had forfeited his aunt's favour, and though he did not disguise his disappointment that she should have been so entirely relentless towards him, he was glad that the money was still kept in their branch of the family, and heartily congratulated his brother on his good fortune. He sent his affectionate remembrances to his sister, and hoped to have her good will for Mrs. Rawdon, and the letter concluded with a postscript to Pitt in the latter lady's own handwriting. She, too, begged to join in her husband's congratulations. She should ever remember Mr. Crawley's kindness to her in early days when she was a friendless orphan, the instructress of his little sisters, in whose welfare she still took the tenderest interest. She wished him every happiness in his married life, and asking his permission to offer her remembrances to Lady Jane, of whose goodness all the world informed her. She hoped that one day she might be allowed to present her little boy to his uncle and aunt, and begged to bespeak for him their good will and protection. Pitt Crawley received this communication very graciously, more graciously than Miss Crawley had received some of Rebecca's previous compositions in Rawdon's handwriting. And as for Lady Jane, she was so charmed with the letter that she expected her husband would instantly divide his aunt's legacy into 2 equal portions and send off 1/2 to his brother at Paris. To her ladyship's surprise, however, Pitt declined to accommodate his brother with a cheque for £30,000, but he made Rawdon a handsome offer of his hand whenever the latter should come to England and choose to take it, and, thanking Mrs. Crawley for her good opinion of himself and Lady Jane, he graciously pronounced his willingness to take any opportunity to serve her little boy. Thus an almost reconciliation was brought about between the brothers. When Rebecca came to town, Pitt and his wife were not in London. Many a time she drove by the old door in Park Lane to see whether they had taken possession of Miss Crawley's house there. But the new family did not make any appearance. It was only through Raggles that she heard of their movements, how Miss Crawley's domestics had been dismissed with decent gratuities, and how Mr. Pitt had only once made his appearance in London, when he stopped for a few days at the house, did business with his lawyers there, and sold off all Miss Crawley's French novels to a bookseller out of Bond Street. Becky had reasons of her own which caused her to long for the arrival of her new relation. When Lady Jane comes, thought she shall be my sponsor in London society. And as for the women, bah! The women will ask me when they find the men want to see me. An article as necessary to a lady in this position as her brougham or her bouquet is her companion. I have always admired the way in which the tender creatures, who cannot exist without sympathy, hire an exceedingly plain friend of their own sex from whom they are almost inseparable. The sight of that inevitable woman in her faded gown seated behind her dear friend in the opera box, or occupying the back seat of the barouche, is always a wholesome and moral one to me, as jolly a reminder as that of the death's head which figured in the repasts of Egyptian bon vivants, a strange sardonic memorial of Vanity Fair. What? Even battered, brazen, beautiful, heartless Mrs. Firebrace, whose father died of her shame, even lovely, daring Mrs. Montrup, who will ride at any fence which any man in England will take, and who drives her greys in the park, while her mother keeps a huckster's stall in Bastille. Even those who are so bold, one might fancy they could face anything, dare not face the world without a female friend. They must have somebody to cling to, the affectionate creatures, and you will hardly see them in any public place without a shabby companion in a dyed silk, sitting somewhere in the shade close behind them. "Rawdon," said Becky, very late one night, as a party of gentlemen were seated round her crackling drawing-room fire, for the men came to her house to finish the night, and she had ice and coffee for them, the best in London. "I must have a sheep-dog." "A what?" said Rawdon, looking up from a card table. "A sheep-dog," said young Lord Southdown. "My dear Mrs. Crawley, what a fancy! Why not have a Danish dog? I know of one as big as a camel leopard. By Jove, it would almost pull your brougham. Or a Persian greyhound, eh? I propose, if you please. Or a little pug that will go into one of Lord Steyne's snuff-boxes. There's a man at Bayswater got one with such a nose that you might, I marked the king in play, that you might hang your hat on it." "I marked the trick," Rawdon gravely said. He attended to his game commonly and didn't much meddle with the conversation, except when it was about horses and betting. "What can you want with a shepherd's dog?" the lively little Southdown continued. "I mean a moral shepherd's dog," said Becky, laughing and looking at Lord Steyne. "What the devil's that?" said his lordship. "A dog to keep the wolves off me," Rebecca continued, "a companion." "Dear little innocent lamb, you want one?" said the Marquis, and his jaw thrust out, and he began to grin hideously, his little eyes leering towards Rebecca. The great Lord of Steyne was standing by the fire sipping coffee. The fire crackled and blazed pleasantly. There was a score of candles sparkling round the mantelpiece, in all sorts of quaint sconces of gilt and bronze and porcelain. They lighted up Rebecca's figure to admiration, as she sat on a sofa covered with a pattern of gaudy flowers. She was in a pink dress that looked as fresh as rose. Her dazzling white arms and shoulders were half covered with a thin, hazy scarf through which they sparkled. Her hair hung in curls round her neck. One of her little feet peeped out from the fresh, crisp folds of the silk. The prettiest little foot in the prettiest little sandal in the finest silk stocking in the world. The candles lighted up Lord Steyne's shining bald head, which was fringed with red hair. He had thick bushy eyebrows, with little twinkling bloodshot eyes, surrounded by 1,000 wrinkles. His jaw was underhung, and when he laughed, 2 white buck teeth protruded themselves and glistened savagely in the midst of the grin. He had been dining with royal personages and wore his garter and ribbon. A short man was his lordship, broad-chested and bow-legged, but proud of the fineness of his foot and ankle, and always caressing his garter knee. "And so the shepherd is not enough," said he, to defend his lambkin. "The shepherd is too fond of playing at cards and going to his clubs," answered Becky, laughing. "Gad, what a debauched Corydon," said my lord. "What a mouth for a pipe!" "I take your 3 to 2 here," said Rawdon at the card table. "Hark at Melibus!" snarled the noble Marquis. "He's pastorally occupied too. He's shearing a Southdown. What an innocent mutton, hey? Damme, what a snowy fleece!" Rebecca's eyes shot out gleams of scornful humor. "My lord," she said, "you are a knight of the order." He had the collar round his neck, indeed a gift of the restored princes of Spain. Lord Steyne in early life had been notorious for his daring and his success at play. He had sat up 2 days and 2 nights with Mr. Fox at hazard. He had won money of the most august personages of the realm. He had won his marquisate, it was said, at the gaming table, but he did not like an allusion to those bygone days. Rebecca saw the scowl gathering over his heavy brow. She rose up from her sofa and went and took his coffee-cup out of his hand with a little curtsy. "Yes," she said, "I must get a watchdog, but he won't bark at you." And going into the other drawing-room, she sat down to the piano and began to sing little French songs in such a charming, thrilling voice that the mollified nobleman speedily followed her into that chamber, and might be seen nodding his head and bowing time over her. Rawdon and his friend meanwhile played a cart until they had enough. The colonel won, but, say that he won ever so much and often, nights like these, which occurred many times in the week, his wife having all the talk and all the admiration, and he sitting silent without the circle, not comprehending a word of the jokes, the allusions, the mystical language within, must have been rather wearisome to the ex-dragoon. "How is Mrs. Crawley's husband?" Lord Steyne used to say to him by way of a good day when they met, and indeed that was now his avocation in life. He was Colonel Crawley no more, he was Mrs. Crawley's husband. about the little Rawdon. If nothing has been said all this while, it is because he is hidden upstairs in a garret somewhere, or has crawled below into the kitchen for companionship. His mother scarcely ever took notice of him. He passed the days with his French bonne as long as that domestic remained in Mr. Crawley's family, and when the Frenchwoman went away, the little fellow, howling in the loneliness of the night, had compassion taken on him by a housemaid, who took him out of his solitary nursery into her bed in the garret hard by, and comforted him. Rebecca, my Lord Steyne, and one or two more were in the drawing-room, taking tea after the opera, when the shouting was heard overhead. "It's my cherub crying for his nurse," she said. She did not offer to move to go and see the child. "Don't agitate your feelings by going to look for him," said Lord Steyne sardonically. "Bah!" replied the other, with a sort of blush. "He'll cry himself to sleep." And they fell to talking about the opera. Rawdon had stolen off, though, to look after his son and heir, and came back to the company when he found that honest Dolly was consoling the child. The Colonel's dressing-room was in those upper regions. He used to see the boy there in private. They had interviews together every morning when he shaved, Rawdon minor sitting on a box by his father's side and watching the operation with never-ceasing pleasure. He and the sire were great friends. The father would bring him sweetmeats from the dessert and hide them in a certain old epaulette box where the child went to seek them, and laughed with joy on discovering the treasure. Laughed, but not too loud, for mamma was below asleep, and must not be disturbed. She did not go to rest till very late, and seldom rose till afternoon. Rawdon bought the boy plenty of picture books, and crammed his nursery with toys. Its walls were covered with pictures pasted up by the father's own hand, and purchased by him for ready money. When he was off duty with Mrs. Rawdon in the park, he would sit up there, passing hours with the boy, who rode on his chest, who pulled his great mustachios as if they were driving reins, and spent days with him in indefatigable gambols. The room was a low room, and once, when the child was not 5 years old, his father, who was tossing him wildly up in his arms, hit the poor little chap's skull so violently against the ceiling that he almost dropped the child, so terrified was he at the disaster. Rawdon minor had made up his face for a tremendous howl. The severity of the blow indeed authorized that indulgence, but just as he was going to begin, the father interposed. "For God's sake, Rowdy, don't wake mamma," he cried, and the child, looking in a very hard and piteous way at his father, bit his lips, clenched his hands, and didn't cry a bit. Rawdon told that story at the clubs, at the mess, to everybody in town. "By God, sir," he explained to the public in general, "what a good plucked one that boy of mine is! What a trump he is! I half sent his head through the ceiling, by Gad, and he couldn't cry for fear of disturbing his mother." Sometimes, once or twice in a week, that lady visited the upper regions in which the child lived. She came like a vivified figure out of the Magazine des Modes, blandly smiling in the most beautiful new clothes and little gloves and boots. Wonderful scarfs, laces, and jewels glittered about her. She had always a new bonnet on, and flowers bloomed perpetually in it, or else magnificent curling ostrich feathers, soft and snowy as camellias. She nodded twice or thrice patronizingly to the little boy, who looked up from his dinner or from the pictures of soldiers he was painting. When she left the room, An odor of rose or some other magical fragrance lingered about the nursery. She was an unearthly being in his eyes, superior to his father, to all the world, to be worshipped and admired at a distance. To drive with that lady in the carriage was an awful rite. He sat up in the back seat and did not dare to speak. He gazed with all his eyes at the beautifully dressed princess opposite to him. Gentlemen on splendid prancing horses came up and smiled and talked with her. How her eyes beamed upon all of them! Her hand used to quiver and wave gracefully as they passed. When he went out with her he had his new red dress on. His old brown holland was good enough when he stayed at home. Sometimes when she was away, and Dolly his maid was making his bed, he came into his mother's room. It was as the abode of a fairy to him, a mystique chamber of splendid and delights. There in the wardrobe hung those wonderful robes, pink and blue and many-tinted. There was the jewel case, silver clasp, and the wondrous bronze hand on the dressing table, glistening all over with 100 rings. There was the cheval glass, that miracle of art, in which he could just see his own wondering head, and the reflection of Dolly, queerly distorted, and as if up in the ceiling, plumping and patting the pillows of the bed. Oh, thou poor lonely little benighted boy! Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children, and here was one who was worshipping a stone. Now Rawdon Crawley, rascal as the Colonel was, had certainly manly tendencies of affection in his heart, and could love a child and a woman still. For Rawdon minor he had a great secret tenderness then, which did not escape Rebecca. Though she did not talk about it to her husband, it did not annoy her. She was too good-natured. It only increased her scorn for him. He felt somehow ashamed of this paternal softness and hid it from his wife, only indulging in it when alone with the boy. He used to take him out of mornings when they would go to the stables together and to the park. Little Lord Southdown, the best-natured of men, who would make you a present of the hat from his head, and whose main occupation in life was to buy knick-knacks that he might give them away afterwards, bought the little chap a pony not much bigger than a large rat. The donor said, and on this little black Shetland pygmy young Rawdon's great father was pleased to mount the boy, and to walk by his side in the park. It pleased him to see his old quarters, and his old fellow guardsmen at Knightsbridge. He had begun to think of his bachelorhood with something like regret. The old troopers were glad to recognize their ancient officer and dandle the little colonel. Colonel Crawley found dining at mess and with his brother officers very pleasant. "Hang it, I ain't clever enough for her, I know it. She won't miss me," he used to say, and he was right. His wife did not miss him. Rebecca was fond of her husband. She was always perfectly good-humored and kind to him. She did not even show her scorn much for him. Perhaps she liked him the better for being a fool. He was her upper servant and maitre d'hotel. He went on her errands, obeyed her orders without question, drove in the carriage in the ring with her without repining, took her to the opera box, solaced himself at his club during the performance, and came punctually back to fetch her when done. He would have liked her to be a little fonder of the boy, but even to that he reconciled himself. "Hang it, you know she's so clever," he said, "and I'm not literary and that, you know." For as we have said before, it requires no great wisdom to be able to win at cards and billiards, and Rawdon made no pretensions to any other sort of skill. When the companion came, his domestic duties became very light. His wife encouraged him to dine abroad. She would let him off duty at the opera. "Don't stay and stupefy yourself at home tonight, my dear," she would say. "Some men are coming who will only bore you. I would not ask them, but you know it's for your good. And now I have a sheepdog. I need not be afraid to be alone." A sheepdog, a companion. Becky Sharp with a companion. "Isn't it good fun?" thought Mrs. Crawley to herself. The notion tickled hugely her sense of humor. One Sunday morning, as Rawdon Crawley, his little son, and the pony were taking their accustomed walk in the park, they passed by an old acquaintance of the Colonel's, Corporal Clink, of the regiment, who was in conversation with a friend, an old gentleman who held a boy in his arms about the age of little Rawdon. This other youngster had seized hold of the Waterloo medal which the corporal wore, and was examining it with delight. "Good morning, your honor," said Clink, in reply to the "How do, Clink?" of the colonel. "This 'ere young gentleman is about the little colonel's age, sir," continued the corporal. "His father was a Waterloo man too, and the old gentleman who carried the boy, wasn't he Georgie?" "Yes," said Georgie. He and the little chap on the pony were looking at each other with all their might, solemnly scanning each other as children do. "In a line regiment," Clink said with a patronizing air. "He was a captain in the regiment," said the old gentleman rather pompously. "Captain George Osborne, sir. Perhaps you knew him. He died the death of a hero, sir, fighting against the Corsican tyrant." Colonel Crawley blushed quite red. "I knew him very well, sir," he said, "and his wife, his dear little wife. Sir, how is she?" "She is my daughter, sir," said the old gentleman, putting down the boy and taking out a card with great solemnity, which he handed to the colonel. On it written, "Mr. Sedley, sole agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Association, Bunker's Wharf, Thames Street, and Anna Maria Cottages, Fulham Road, West." Little Georgie went up and looked at the Shetland pony. "Should you like to have a ride?" said Rawdon minor from the saddle. "Yes," said Georgie. The colonel, who had been looking at him with some interest, took up the child and put him on the pony behind Rawdon minor. "Take hold of him, Georgie," he said. "Take my little boy round the waist. His name is Rawdon." And both the children began to laugh. "You won't see a prettier pair, I think, this summer's day, sir," said the good-natured corporal, and the colonel, the corporal, and old Mr. Sedley with his umbrella walked by the side of the children. End of chapter 37.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Chris the Girl. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 38. A Family in a Very Small Way. We must suppose little George Osborne was ridden from Knightsbridge towards Fulham, and will stop and make inquiries at that village regarding some friends whom we have left there. How is Mrs. Amelia after the storm of Waterloo? Is she living and thriving? What has come of Major Dobbin, whose cab was always hankering about her premises? And is there any news of the collector of Bogley Wollah? The facts concerning the latter are briefly these. Our worthy fat friend Joseph Sedley returned to India not long after his escape from Brussels. Either his furlough was up, or he dreaded to meet any witnesses of his Waterloo flight. However it might be, he went back to his duties in Bengal very soon after Napoleon had taken up his residence at St. Helena, where Joss saw the ex-emperor. To hear Mr. Sedley talk on board ship, you would have supposed that it was not the first time he and the Corsican had met, and that the civilian had bearded the French general at Mount St. John. He had 1,000 anecdotes about the famous battles. He knew the position of every regiment and the loss which each had incurred. He did not deny that he had been concerned in those victories, that he had been with the army and carried dispatches for the Duke of Wellington. And he described what the Duke did and said on every conceivable moment of the day of Waterloo with such an accurate knowledge of his Grace's sentiments and proceedings, that it was clear he must have been by the conqueror's side throughout the day, though, as a non-combatant, his name was not mentioned in the public documents relative to the battle. Perhaps he actually worked himself up to believe that he had been engaged with the army. Certain it is that he made a prodigious sensation for some time at Calcutta, and was called Waterloo Sedley during the whole of his subsequent stay in Bengal. The bills which Joss had given for the purchase of those unlucky horses were paid without question by him and his agents. He never was heard to allude to the bargain, and nobody knows for a certainty what became of the horses, or how he got rid of them, or of Isidore, his Belgian servant, who sold a grey horse, very like the one which Joss rode, at Valenciennes sometime during the autumn of 1815. Joss's London agents had orders to pay £120 yearly to his parents at Fulham. It was the chief support of the old couple, for Mr. Sedley's speculations in life subsequent to his bankruptcy did not by any means retrieve the broken old gentleman's fortune. He tried to be a wine merchant, a coal merchant, a commission lottery agent, etc., etc. He sent round prospectuses to his friends whenever he took a new trade, and ordered a new brass plate for the door, and talked pompously about making his fortune still. But fortune never came back to the feeble and stricken old man. One by one his friends dropped off, and were weary of buying dear coals and bad wine from him, and there was only his wife in all the world who fancied, when he tottered off to the city of a morning, that he was still doing any business there. At evening he crawled slowly back, and he used to go of nights to a little club at a tavern, where he disposed of the finances of the nation. It was wonderful to hear him talk about millions, and agios, and discounts, and what Rothschild was doing, and Baring Brothers. He talked of such vast sums that the gentlemen of the club, the apothecary, the undertaker, the great carpenter and builder, the parish clerk, who was allowed to come stealthily, and Mr. Clapp, our old acquaintance, respected the old gentleman. "I was better off once, sir," he did not fail to tell everybody who used the room. "My son, sir, is at this minute chief magistrate of Ramgunge in the presidency of Bengal, and touching his 4,000 rupees per mensem. My daughter might be a colonel's lady if she liked. I might draw upon my son, the first magistrate, sir, for £2,000 tomorrow, and Alexander would cash my bill down, sir, down on the counter, sir. But the Sedleys were always a proud family. You and I, my dear reader, may drop into this condition one day, for have not many of our friends attained it? Our luck may fail, our powers forsake us, our place on the boards be taken by better and younger minds. The chance of life roll away and leave us shattered and stranded. Then men will walk across the road when they meet you, or, worse still, hold you out a couple of fingers and patronize you in a pitying way. Then you will know, as soon as your back is turned, that your friend begins with a "Poor devil, what imprudences he has committed, what chances that chap has thrown away." Well, well, a carriage and 3,000 a year is not the summit of the reward, nor the end of God's judgment of men. If quacks prosper as often as they go to the wall, if zanies succeed and knaves arrive at fortune, and vice versa, sharing ill luck and prosperity for all the world like the ablest and the most honest among us, I say, brother, the gifts and pleasures of Vanity Fair cannot be held of any great account, and that it is probable. But we are wandering out of the domain of the story. Had Mrs. Sedley been a woman of energy, she would have exerted it after her husband's ruin, and, occupying a large house, would have taken in boarders. The broken Sedley would have acted well as the boarding-house landlady's husband, the Munoz of private life, the titular lord and master, the carver, house-steward, and humble husband of the occupier of the dingy throne. I have seen men of good brains and breeding, and of good hopes and vigour once, who feasted squires and kept hunters in their youth, meekly cutting up legs of mutton for rancorous old harridans, and pretending to preside over their dreary tables. But Mrs. Sedley, we say, had not spirit enough to bustle about, for, a few select inmates to join a cheerful musical family, such as one reads of in the Times. She was content to lie on the shore where fortune had stranded her, and you could see that the career of this old couple was over. I don't think they were unhappy. Perhaps they were a little prouder in their downfall than in their prosperity. Mrs. Sedley was always a great person for her landlady, Mrs. Clapp, when she descended and passed many hours with her in the basement or ornamented kitchen. The Irish maid, Betty Flanagan's bonnets and ribbons, her sauciness, her idleness, her reckless prodigality of kitchen candles, her consumption of tea and sugar, and so forth, occupied and amused the old lady almost as much as the doings of her former household, when she had Sambo and the coachman and a groom and a footboy, and a housekeeper with a regiment of female domestics. Her former household, about which the good lady talked 100 times a day. And besides Betty Flanagan, Mrs. Sedley had all the maids of all work in the street to superintend. She knew how each tenant of the cottages paid or owed his little rent. She stepped aside when Mrs. Rougemont, the actress, passed with her dubious family. She flung up her head when Mrs. Pessler, the apothecary's lady, drove by in her husband's professional one-horse chaise. She had colloquies with the greengrocer about the pennorth of turnips which Mr. Sedley loved. She kept an eye upon the milkman and the baker's boy, and made visitations to the butcher, who sold hundreds of oxen, very likely with less ado than was made about Mrs. Sedley's loin of mutton. And she counted the potatoes under the joint on Sundays, on which days, dressed in her best, she went to church twice, and read Blair's sermons in the evening. On that day, for business prevented him on weekdays from taking such a pleasure, it was old Sedley's delight to take out his little grandson Georgie to the neighbouring parks or Kensington Gardens, to see the soldiers or to feed the ducks. Georgie loved the redcoats, and his grandpapa told him how his father had been a famous soldier, and introduced him to many sergeants and others with Waterloo medals on their breasts, to whom the old grandfather pompously presented the child as the son of Captain Osborne, of the who died gloriously on the glorious 18th. He has been known to treat some of these non-commissioned gentlemen to a glass of porter, and indeed, in their first Sunday walks, was disposed to spoil little Georgie, sadly gorging the boy with apples in Parliament, to the detriment of his health, until Amelia declared that George should never go out with his grandpapa unless the latter promised solemnly and on his honour not to give the child any cakes, lollipops, or stall produce whatever. Between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter there was a sort of coolness about this boy, and a secret jealousy. For one evening, in George's very early days, Amelia, who had been seated at work in their little parlour, scarcely remarking that the old lady had quitted the room, ran upstairs instinctively to the nursery at the cries of the child, who had been asleep until that moment, and there found Mrs. Sedley in the act of surreptitiously administering Daffy's elixir to the infant. Amelia, the gentlest and sweetest of everyday mortals, when she found this meddling with her maternal authority, thrilled and trembled all over with anger. Her cheeks, ordinarily pale, now flushed up until they were as red as they used to be when she was a child of 12 years old. She seized the baby out of her mother's arms, and then grasped at the bottle, leaving the old lady gaping at her, furious, and holding the guilty teaspoon. Amelia flung the bottle crashing into the fireplace. "I will not have baby poisoned, mamma," cried Emmy, rocking the infant about violently with both her arms round him, and turning with flashing eyes at her mother. "Poisoned, Amelia," said the old lady. "This language to me! He shall not have any medicine but that which Mr. Pessler sends for him. He told me that Daffy's elixir was poison." "Very good. You think I'm a murderess, then," replied Mrs. Sedley. "This is the language you use to your mother. I have met with misfortunes. I have sunk low in life. I have kept my carriage, and now walk on foot. But I did not know I was a murderess before, and thank you for the news." "Mamma," said the poor girl, who was always ready for tears, "you shouldn't be so hard upon me. I didn't mean I did not wish to say you would do any wrong to this dear child, only—" "Oh, no, my love, only that I was a murderess, in which case I had better go to the Old Bailey. Though I didn't poison you when you were a child, but gave you the best of education and the most expensive masters money could procure. Yes, I've nursed 5 children and buried 3, and the one I loved the best of all, and tended through croup, and teething, and measles, and whooping cough, and brought up with foreign masters, regardless of expense, and with accomplishments at Minerva House, which I never had when I was a girl, when I was too glad to honor my father and mother, that I might live long in the land, and to be useful, and not to mope all day in my room and act the fine lady, says I'm a murderess. Ah, Mrs. Osborne, may you never nourish a viper in your bosom, that's my prayer. Mamma, mamma, cried the bewildered girl, and the child in her arms set up a frantic chorus of shouts. A murderess indeed. Go down on your knees and pray to God to cleanse your wicked, ungrateful heart, Amelia, and may he forgive you as I do. And Mrs. Sedley tossed out of the room, hissing out the word poison once more, and so ending her charitable benediction. Till the termination of her natural life, this breach between Mrs. Sedley and her daughter was never thoroughly mended. The quarrel gave the elder lady numberless advantages which she did not fail to turn to account with female ingenuity and perseverance. For instance, she scarcely spoke to Amelia for many weeks afterwards. She warned the domestics not to touch the child, as Mrs. Osborne might be offended. She asked her daughter to see and satisfy herself that there was no poison prepared in the little daily messes that were concocted for Georgie. When neighbours asked after the boy's health, she referred them pointedly to Mrs. Osborne. She never ventured to ask whether the baby was well or not. She would not touch the child, although he was her grandson, and own precious darling, for she was not used to children, and might kill it. And whenever Mr. Pestler came up upon his healing inquisition, she received the doctor with such a sarcastic and scornful demeanour as made the surgeon declare that not Lady Thistlewood herself, whom he had the great honour of attending professionally, could give herself greater airs than old Mrs. Sedley, from whom he never took a fee. And very likely Emmy was jealous too, upon her own part, as what mother is not, of those who would manage her children for her, or become candidates for the first place in their affections. It is certain that when anybody nursed the child she was uneasy, and that she would no more allow Mrs. Clapp or the domestic to dress or tend him than she would have let them wash her husband's miniature, which hung up over her little bed, the same little bed from which the poor girl had gone to his, and to which she retired now for many long, silent, tearful, but happy years. In this room was all Amelia's heart and treasure. Here it was that she tended her boy, and watched him through the many ills of childhood, with a constant passion of love. The elder George returned in him somehow, only improved, and as if come back from heaven. In 100 little tones, looks, and movements, the child was so like his father that the widow's heart thrilled as she held him to it, and he would often ask the cause of her tears. It was because of his likeness to his father. She did not scruple to tell him. She talked constantly to him about this dead father, and spoke of her love for George to the innocent and wondering child, much more than she ever had done to George himself, or to any confidant of her youth. To her parents she never talked about this matter, shrinking from baring her heart to them. Little George very likely could understand no better than they, but into his ears she poured her sentimental secrets unreservedly, and into his only. The very joy of this woman was a sort of grief, or so tender at least that its expression was tears. Her sensibilities were so weak and tremulous that perhaps they ought not to be talked about in a book. I was told by Dr. Pestler, now a most flourishing lady's physician, with a sumptuous dark green carriage, a prospect of speedy knighthood, and a house in Manchester Square, that her grief at weaning the child was a sight that would have unmanned a Herod. He was very soft-hearted many years ago, and his wife was mortally jealous of Mrs. Amelia, then and long afterwards. Perhaps the doctor's lady had good reason for her jealousy. Most women shared it, of those who formed the small circle of Amelia's acquaintance, and were quite angry at the enthusiasm with which the other sex regarded her. For almost all men who came near her loved her, though no doubt they would be at a loss to tell you why. She was not brilliant, nor witty, nor wise overmuch, nor extraordinarily handsome, but wherever she went, she touched and charmed every one of the male sex as invariably as she awakened the scorn and incredulity of her own sisterhood. I think it was her weakness which was her principal charm, a kind of sweet submission and softness, which seemed to appeal to each man she met for his sympathy and protection. We have seen how in the regiment, though she spoke but to few of George's comrades there, all of the swords of the young fellows at the mess table would have leapt from their scabbards to fight round her. And so it was in the little narrow lodging-house and circle at Fulham. She interested and pleased everybody. If she had been Mrs. Mango herself, of the great house of Mango, Plantain and Co., Crutched Friars, and the magnificent proprietress of the Pineries, Fulham, who gave summer déjeuners frequented by dukes and earls, and drove about the parish with magnificent yellow liveries and bay horses, such as the royal stables at Kensington themselves could not turn out. I say, had she been Mrs. Mango herself, or her son's wife, Lady Mary Mango, daughter of the Earl of Castlemouldy, who condescended to marry the head of the firm, the tradesmen of the neighbourhood could not pay her more honour than they invariably showed to the gentle young widow when she passed by their doors or made her humble purchases at their shops. Thus it was not only Mr. Pestler, the medical man, but Mr. Linton, the young assistant, who doctored the servant maids and small tradesmen, and might be seen any day reading the Times in the surgery, who openly declared himself the slave of Mrs. Osborne. He was a personable young gentleman, more welcome at Mrs. Sedley's lodgings than his principal, and if anything went wrong with Georgie, he would drop in twice or thrice in the day to see the little chap, and without so much as the thought of a fee. He would abstract lozenges, tamarinds, and other produce from the surgery drawers for little Georgie's benefit, and compounded draughts and mixtures for him of miraculous sweetness, so that it was quite a pleasure to the child to be ailing. He and Pestler, his chief, sat up 2 whole nights by the boy in that momentous and awful week when Georgie had the measles, and when you would have thought, from the mother's terror, that there had never been measles in the world before. Would they have done as much for other people? Did they sit up for the folks at the Pineries, when Ralph Plantagenet, and Gwendolen, and Guinevere Mango had the same juvenile complaint? Did they sit up for little Mary Clapp, the landlord's daughter, who actually caught the disease of little Georgie? Truth compels one to say no. They slept quite undisturbed, at least as far as she was concerned, pronounced hers to be a slight case, which would almost cure itself, sent her in a draught or two, and threw in bark when the child rallied, with perfect indifference, and just for form's sake. Again, there was the little French chevalier opposite, who gave lessons in his native tongue at various schools in the neighbourhood, and who might be heard in his apartment of nights playing tremulous old gavottes and minuets on a wheezy old fiddle. Whenever this powdered and courteous old man, who never missed a Sunday at the convent chapel at Hammersmith, and who was in all respects, thoughts, conduct, and bearing utterly unlike the bearded savages of his nation, who cursed perfidious Albion and scowl at you from over their cigars, in the Quadrant arcades at the present day. Whenever the old Chevalier de Talon Rouge spoke of Mistress Osborne, he would first finish his pinch of snuff, flick away the remaining particles of dust with a graceful wave of his hand, gather up his fingers into a bunch, and bringing them up to his mouth, blow them open with a kiss, exclaiming, "Ah, la divine créature!" He vowed and protested that when Amelia walked in the Brompton lanes, flowers grew in profusion under her feet. He called little Georgie Cupid, and asked him news of Venus, his mamma, and told the astonished Betty Flanagan that she was one of the Graces, and the favourite attendant of the Reine des Amours. Instances might be multiplied of this easily gained and unconscious popularity. Did not Mr. Binney, the mild and genteel curate of the district chapel which the family attended, call assiduously upon the widow, dandle the little boy on his knee, and offer to teach him Latin, to the anger of the elderly virgin, his sister, who kept house for him? "There is nothing in her, Bailby," the latter lady would say. "When she comes to tea here, she does not speak a word during the whole evening. She is but a poor lackadaisical creature, and it is my belief has no heart at all. It is only her pretty face which all you gentlemen admire so. Miss Grits, who has £5,000, and expectations besides, has twice as much character, and is 1,000 times more agreeable to my taste. And if she were good-looking, I know that you would think her perfection." Very likely Miss Binney was right to a great extent. It is the pretty face which creates sympathy in the hearts of men, those wicked rogues. A woman may possess the wisdom and chastity of Minerva, and we give no heed to her if she has a plain face. What folly will not a pair of bright eyes make pardonable? What dullness may not red lips and sweet accents render pleasant? And so, with their usual sense of justice, ladies argue that because a woman is handsome, therefore she is a fool. Oh, ladies, ladies, there are some of you who are neither handsome nor wise. These are but trivial incidents to recount in the life of our heroine. Her tale does not deal in wonders, as the gentle reader has already, no doubt, perceived, and if a journal had been kept of her proceedings during the 7 years after the birth of her son, there would be found few incidents more remarkable in it than that of the measles, recorded in the foregoing page. Yes, one day, and greatly to her wonder, the Reverend Mr. Binney, just mentioned, asked her to change her name of Osborne for his own, when, with deep blushes and tears in her eyes and voice, she thanked him for his regard for her, expressed gratitude for his attentions to her and to her poor little boy, but said that she never, never could think of any but the husband whom she had lost. On the 25th of April and the 18th of June, the days of marriage and widowhood, she kept her room entirely, consecrating them, and we do not know how many hours of solitary night thought, her little boy sleeping in his crib by her bedside, to the memory of that departed friend. During the day she was more active. She had to teach George to read and to write, and a little to draw. She read books, in order that she might tell him stories from them. As his eyes opened and his mind expanded under the influence of the outward nature round about him, she taught the child, to the best of her humble power, to acknowledge the Maker of all, and every night and every morning he and she, in that awful and touching communion which I think must bring a thrill to the heart of every man who witnesses or who remembers it, the mother and the little boy, prayed to our Father together, the mother pleading with all her gentle heart, the child lisping after her as she spoke. And each time they prayed to God to bless dear papa as if he were alive and in the room with them. To wash and dress this young gentleman, to take him for a run of the mornings before breakfast, and the retreat of grandpapa for business, to make for him the most wonderful and ingenious dresses, for which end the thrifty widow cut up and altered every available little bit of finery which she possessed, out of her wardrobe during her marriage. For Mrs. Osborne herself, greatly to her mother's vexation, who preferred fine clothes, especially since her misfortunes, always wore a black gown and a straw bonnet with a black ribbon, occupied her many hours of the day. Others she had to spare, at the service of her mother and her old father. She had taken the pains to learn, and used to play cribbage with this gentleman on the nights when he did not go to his club. She sang for him when he was so minded, and it was a good sign, for he invariably fell into a comfortable sleep during the music. She wrote out his numerous memorials, letters, prospectuses, and projects. It was in her handwriting that most of the old gentleman's former acquaintances were informed that he had become an agent for the Black Diamond and Anti-Cinder Coal Company, and could supply his friends and the public with the best coal at shillings per cauldron. All he did was to sign the circulars with his flourish and signature, and direct them in a shaky, clerk-like hand. One of these papers was sent to Major Dobbin. Regiment, care of Monsieur Cox and Greenwood. But the Major, being in Madras at the time, had no particular call for coals. He knew, though, the hand which had written the prospectus. Good God, what would he not have given to hold it in his own? A second prospectus came out, informing the Major that J. Sedley and Company, having established agencies at Oporto, Bordeaux, and St. Mary's, were enabled to offer to their friends and the public generally the finest and most celebrated growths of ports, sherries, and claret wines at reasonable prices and under extraordinary advantages. Acting upon this hint, Dobbin furiously canvassed the governor, the commander-in-chief, the judges, the regiments, and everybody whom he knew in the presidency, and sent home to Sedley and Company orders for wine which perfectly astonished Mr. Sedley and Mr. Clapp, who was the company in the business. But no more orders came after that first burst of good fortune, on which poor old Sedley was about to build a house in the city, a regiment of clerks, a dock to himself, and correspondents all over the world. The old gentleman's former taste in wine had gone. The curses of the mess-room assailed Major Dobbin for the vile drinks he had been the means of introducing there, and he bought back a great quantity of the wine and sold it at public outcry, at an enormous loss to himself. As for Joss, who was by this time promoted to a seat at the Revenue Board at Calcutta, he was wild with rage when the post brought him out a bundle of these bacchanalian prospectuses, with a private note from his father telling Joss that his senior counted upon him in this enterprise, and had consigned a quantity of select wines to him, as per invoice, drawing bills upon him for the amount of the same. Joss, who would no more have it supposed that his father, Joss Sedley's father, of the Board of Revenue, was a wine merchant asking for orders, Then he was Jack Ketch, refused the bills with scorn, wrote back contumeliously to the old gentleman, bidding him to mind his own affairs, and the protested paper coming back, Sedley and Company had to take it up, with the profits which they had made out of the Madras venture, and with a little portion of Emmy's savings. Besides her pension of £50 a year, there had been £500, as her husband's executor stated, left in the agent's hands at the time of Osborne's demise, which sum, as George's guardian, Dobbin proposed to put out at 8% in an Indian house of agency. Mr. Sedley, who thought the Major had some roguish intentions of his own about the money, was strongly against this plan, and he went to the agents to protest personally against the employment of the money in question, when he learned, to his surprise, that there had been no such sum in their hands, that all the late captain's assets did not amount to £100, and that the £500 in question must be a separate sum, of which Major Dobbin knew the particulars. More than ever convinced that there was some roguery, old Sedley pursued the Major. As his daughter's nearest friend, he demanded with a high hand a statement of the late captain's accounts. Dobbin's stammering, blushing, and awkwardness added to the other's convictions that he had a rogue to deal with, and in a majestic tone he told that officer a piece of his mind, as he called it, simply stating his belief that the Major was unlawfully detaining his late son-in-law's money. Dobbin at this lost all patience, and if his accuser had not been so old and so broken, a quarrel might have ensued between them at the Slaughters' coffee-house, in a box of which place of entertainment the gentlemen had their colloquy. "Come up the stairs, sir," lisped out the Major. "I insist on your coming up the stairs, and I will show which is the injured party, poor George or I." And dragging the old gentleman up to his bedroom, he produced from his desk Osborne's account, and a bundle of IOUs which the latter had given, who, to do him justice, was always ready to give an IOU. "He paid his bills in England," Dobbin added, "but he had not £100 in the world when he fell. I and one or two of his brother officers made up the little sum, which was all that we could spare, and you dare tell us that we are trying to cheat the widow and the orphan." Sedley was very contrite and humbled, though the fact is that William Dobbin had told a great falsehood to the old gentleman, having himself given every shilling of the money, having buried his friend, and paid all the fees and charges incident upon the calamity and removal of poor Amelia. About these expenses old Osborne had never given himself any trouble to think, nor any other relative of Amelia, nor Amelia herself, indeed. She trusted to Major Dobbin as an accountant, took his somewhat confused calculations for granted, and never once suspected how much she was in his debt. Twice or thrice in the year, according to her promise, she wrote him letters to Madras, letters all about little Georgie. How he treasured these papers! Whenever Amelia wrote, he answered, and not until then. But he sent over endless remembrances of himself to his godson and to her. He ordered and sent a box of scarves, and a grand ivory set of chessmen from China. The pawns were little green and white men, with real swords and shields. The knights were on horseback, the castles were on the backs of elephants. "Mrs. Mango's own set at the Pineries was not so fine," Mr. Pestler remarked. These chessmen were the delight of Georgie's life, who printed his first letter in acknowledgment of this gift of his godpapa. He sent over preserves and pickles, which latter the young gentleman tried surreptitiously in the sideboard, and half killed himself with eating. He thought it was a judgment upon him for stealing, they were so hot. Emmy wrote a comical little account of this mishap to the Major. It pleased him to think her spirits were rallying and that she could be merry sometimes now. He sent over a pair of shawls, a white one for her, and a black one with palm leaves for her mother, and a pair of red scarves, as winter wrappers, for old Mr. Sedley and George. The shawls were worth 50 guineas apiece at the very least, as Mrs. Sedley knew. She wore hers in state at church at Brompton, and was congratulated by her female friends upon the splendid acquisition. Emmy's, too, became prettily her modest black gown. "What a pity it is she won't think of him," Mrs. Sedley remarked to Mrs. Clapp, and to all her friends of Brompton. "Joss never sent us such presents, I'm sure, and grudges us everything. It is evident that the Major is over head and ears in love with her, and yet, whenever I so much as hint it, she turns red and begins to cry, and goes and sits upstairs with her miniature. I'm sick of that miniature. I wish we had never seen those odious purse-proud Osbornes." Amidst such humble scenes and associations, George's early youth was passed, and the boy grew up delicate, sensitive, imperious, woman-bred, domineering the gentle mother whom he loved with passionate affection. He ruled all the rest of the little world round about him. As he grew, the elders were amazed at his haughty manner, and his constant likeness to his father. He asked questions about everything, as inquiring youth will do. The profundity of his remarks and interrogatories astonished his old grandfather, who perfectly bored the club at the tavern with stories about the little lad's learning and genius. He suffered his grandmother with a good-humored indifference. The small circle round about him believed that the equal of the boy did not exist upon the earth. Georgie inherited his father's pride, and perhaps thought they were not wrong. When he grew to be about 6 years old, Dobbin began to write to him very much. The Major wanted to hear that Georgie was going to a school, and hoped he would acquit himself with credit there. Or would he have a good tutor at home? It was time that he should begin to learn, and his godfather and guardian hinted that he hoped to be allowed to defray the charges of the boy's education, which would fall heavily upon his mother's straitened income. The Major, in a word, was always thinking about Amelia and her little boy, and by orders to his agents kept the latter provided with picture-books, paint-boxes, desks, and all conceivable implements of amusement and instruction. 3 days before George's 6th birthday, a gentleman in a gig, accompanied by a servant, drove up to Mr. Sedley's house, and asked to see Master George Osborne. It was Mr. Woolsey, military tailor, of Conduit Street, who came at the Major's order to measure the young gentleman for a suit of clothes. He had had the honour of making for the captain the young gentleman's father. Sometimes, too, and by the Major's desire, no doubt, his sisters, the Misses Dobbin, would call in at the family carriage to take Amelia and the little boy to drive if they were so inclined. The patronage and kindness of these ladies was very uncomfortable to Amelia, but she bore it meekly enough, for her nature was to yield. And besides, the carriage and its splendours gave little Georgie immense pleasure. The ladies begged occasionally that the child might pass a day with them, and he was always glad to go to that fine garden-house at Denmark Hill where they lived, and where there were such fine grapes in the hothouses, and peaches on the walls. One day they kindly came over to Amelia, with news which they were sure would delight her, something very interesting about their dear William. "What was it? Was he coming home?" she asked, with pleasure beaming in her eyes. "Oh, no, not the least. But they had very good reason to believe that dear William was about to be married, and to a relation of a very dear friend of Amelia's, to Miss Glorvina O'Dowd, Sir Michael O'Dowd's sister, who had gone out to join Lady O'Dowd at Madras, a very beautiful and accomplished girl, everybody said." Amelia said, "Oh!" Amelia was very, very happy indeed, but she supposed Glorvina could not be like her old acquaintance, who was most kind, but she was very happy indeed. And by some impulse of which I cannot explain the meaning, she took George in her arms and kissed him with an extraordinary tenderness. Her eyes were quite moist when she put the child down, and she scarcely spoke a word during the whole of the drive, though she was so very happy indeed. End of chapter 38.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kim Zuckert. Tales of the Brass Hedgehog, hedgehog.net. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 39. A Cynical Chapter. Our duty now takes us back for a brief space to some old Hampshire acquaintances of ours, whose hopes respecting the disposal of their rich kinswoman's property were so woefully disappointed. After counting upon £30,000 from his sister, it was a heavy blow to Bute Crawley to receive but 5, out of which sum, when he had paid his own debts and those of Jim, his son at college, a very small fragment remained to portion off his 4 plain daughters. Mrs. Bute never knew, or at least never acknowledged, how far her own tyrannous behaviour had tended to ruin her husband. All that woman could do, she vowed and protested, she had done. Was it her fault if she did not possess those sycophantic arts which her hypocritical nephew Pitt Crawley practised? She wished him all the happiness which he merited out of his ill-gotten gains. "At least the money will remain in the family," she said charitably. Pitt will never spend it, my dear, that is quite certain, for a greater miser does not exist in England, and he is as odious, though in a different way, as his spendthrift brother, the abandoned Rawdon. So Mrs. Bute, after the first shock of rage and disappointment, began to accommodate herself as best she could to her altered fortunes, and to save and retrench with all her might. She instructed her daughters how to bear poverty cheerfully, and invented 1,000 notable methods to conceal or evade it. She took them about to balls and public places in the neighbourhood with praiseworthy energy. Nay, she entertained her friends in a hospitable, comfortable manner at the rectory, and much more frequently than before dear Miss Crawley's legacy had fallen in. From her outward bearing, nobody would have supposed that the family had been disappointed in their expectations, or have guessed from her frequent appearance in public how she pinched and starved at home. Her girls had more milliner's furniture than they had ever enjoyed before. They appeared perseveringly at the Winchester and Southampton assemblies. They penetrated to Cowes for the race balls and regatta gaieties there, and their carriage, with the horses taken from the plough, was at work perpetually, until it began almost to be believed that the four sisters had had fortunes left them by their aunt, whose name the family never mentioned in public, but with the most tender gratitude and regard. I know no sort of lying which is more frequent in Vanity Fair than this, and it may be remarked how people who practice it take credit to themselves for their hypocrisy, and fancy that they are exceedingly virtuous and praiseworthy, because they are able to deceive the world with regard to the extent of their means. Mrs. Bute certainly thought herself one of the most virtuous women in England, and the sight of her happy family was an edifying one to strangers. They were so cheerful, so loving, so well educated, so simple. Martha painted flowers exquisitely, and furnished half the charity bazaars in the county. Emma was a regular county bulbul, and her verses in the Hampshire Telegraph were the glory of its poet's corner. Fanny and Matilda sang duets together, mamma playing the piano, and the other two sisters sitting with their arms round each other's waists and listening affectionately. Nobody saw the poor girls drumming at the duets in private. No one saw mamma drilling them rigidly hour after hour. In a word, Mrs. Bute put a good face against fortune, and kept up appearances in the most virtuous manner. Everything that a good and respectable mother could do, Mrs. Bute did. She got over yachting men from Southampton, parsons from the cathedral close at Winchester, and officers from the barracks there. She tried to inveigle the young barristers at assizes, and encouraged Jim to bring home friends with whom he went out hunting with the H.H. What will not a mother do for the benefit of her beloved ones? Between such a woman and her brother-in-law, the odious baronet at the Hall, it is manifest that there could be very little in common. The rupture between Bute and his brother Sir Pitt was complete. Indeed, between Sir Pitt and the whole county, to which the old man was a scandal. His dislike for respectable society increased with age, and the lodge gates had not opened to a gentleman's carriage wheels since Pitt and Lady Jane came to pay their visit of duty after their marriage. That was an awful and unfortunate visit, never to be thought of by the family without horror. Pitt begged his wife, with a ghastly countenance, never to speak of it, and it was only through Mrs. Bute herself, who still knew everything which took place at the Hall, that the circumstances of Sir Pitt's reception of his son and daughter-in-law were ever known at all. As they drove up the avenue of the park in their neat and well-appointed carriage, Pitt remarked with dismay and wrath great gaps among the trees, his trees, which the old baronet was felling entirely without license. The park wore an aspect of utter dreariness and ruin. The drives were ill-kept, and the neat carriage splashed and floundered in muddy pools along the road. The great sweep in front of the terrace and entrance stair was black and covered with mosses, the once trim flower-beds rank and weedy. Shutters were up along almost the whole line of the house. The great hall door was unbarred after much ringing of the bell. An individual in ribbons was seen flitting up the black oak stair, as Horrocks at length admitted the heir of Queen's Crawley and his bride into the halls of their fathers. He led the way into Sir Pitt's library, as it was called, the fumes of tobacco growing stronger as Pitt and Lady Jane approached that apartment. "Sir Pitt ain't very well," Horrocks remarked apologetically, and hinted that his master was afflicted with lumbago. The library looked out on the front walk and park. Sir Pitt had opened one of the windows, and was bawling out thence to the postilion and Pitt's servant, who seemed to be about to take the baggage down. Don't move none of them trunks, he cried, pointing with a pipe which he held in his hand. It's only a morning visit, Tucker, you fool. Law, what cracks that off horse has in his heels? Ain't there no one at the King's Head to rub him a little? How do, Pitt? How do, my dear? Come to see the old man, eh? Gad, you've got a pretty face, too. You ain't like that old horse godmother, your mother. Come and give old Pitt a kiss like a good little gal. The embrace disconcerted the daughter-in-law somewhat, as the caresses of the old man, unshorn and perfumed with tobacco, might well do, but she remembered that her brother Southdown had mustachios and smoked cigars, and submitted to the baronet with a tolerable grace. "Pitt has got that," said the baronet, after this mark of affection. "Does he read very long sermons, my dear? 100th Psalm, evening hymn, eh, Pitt? Go and get a glass of Malmsey and a cake for my Lady Jane, Horrocks, you great big booby, and don't stand staring there like a fat pig. I won't ask you to stop, my dear, you'll find it too stupid, and so should I too along a Pitt. I'm an old man now, I like me ways and me pipe and backgammon of a night." "I can play at backgammon, sir," said Lady Jane, laughing. "I used to play with Papa and Mr. Crawley, didn't I, Mr. Crawley?" "Lady Jane can play, sir, at the game to which you state that you are so partial," Pitt said haughtily. "But she wouldn't stop for all that. No, go back to Mudbury and give Mrs. Rincer a benefit, or drive down to the rectory and ask Beauty for a dinner. He'll be charmed to see you, you know. He's so much obliged to you for getting the old woman's money. Some of it will do to patch up the hall when I'm gone." "I perceive, sir," said Pitt, with a heightened voice, "that your people will cut down the timber." Yes, very fine weather, and seasonable for the time of year," Sir Pitt answered, who had suddenly grown deaf. "But I'm getting old, Pitt, now. Law bless ye, he ain't far from 50 yourself, but he wears well, my pretty Lady Jane, doesn't he? It's all godliness, sobriety, and a moral life. Look at me, I'm not very far from 80. And he laughed and took snuff and leered at her and pinched her hand. Pitt once more brought the conversation back to the timber, but the baronet was deaf again in an instant. "I'm getting very old, and have been cruel bad this year with the lumbago. I shan't be here now for long, but I'm glad you've come, daughter-in-law. I like your face, Lady Jane. It's got none of the damned high-boned binky look in it, and I'll give you something pretty, my dear, to go to court in." And he shuffled across the room to a cupboard, from which he took a little old case containing jewels of some value. "Take that," said he, "my dear. It belonged to my mother, and afterwards to the first Lady Binkie. Pretty pearls. Never gave 'em the ironmonger's daughter. No. Take 'em and put 'em up quick," said he, thrusting the case into his daughter's hand, and clapping the door of the cabinet to, as Horrocks entered with a salver and refreshments. "What have you been a-giving Pitt's wife?" said the individual in ribbons, when Pitt and Lady Jane had taken leave of the old gentleman. It was Miss Horrocks, the butler's daughter, the cause of the scandal throughout the county, the lady who reigned now almost supreme at Queen's Crawley. The rise and progress of those ribbons had been marked with dismay by the county and family. The ribbons opened an account at the Mudbury Branch Savings Bank. The ribbons drove to church, monopolizing the pony chaise, which was for the use of the servants at the Hall. The domestics were dismissed at her pleasure. The Scotch gardener, who still lingered on the premises, taking a pride in his walls and hothouses, and indeed making a pretty good livelihood by the garden, which he farmed, and of which he sold the produce at Southampton, found the ribbons eating peaches on a sunshiny morning at the south wall, and had his ears boxed when he remonstrated about this attack on his property. He and his Scotch wife and his Scotch children were forced to migrate with their goods and their chattels, and left the stately, comfortable gardens to go to waste, and the flower-beds to run to seed. Poor Lady Crawley's rose garden became the dreariest wilderness. Only 2 or 3 domestics shuddered in the bleak old servants' hall. The stables and offices were vacant and shut up and half ruined. Sir Pitt lived in private, and boozed nightly with Horrocks, his butler or house-steward, as he now began to be called, and the abandoned ribbons. The times were very much changed since the periods when she drove to Mudbury in the spring cart and called the small tradesmen "sir." It may have been shame, or it may have been dislike of his neighbours, but the old cynic of Queen's Crawley hardly issued from his park gates at all now. He quarrelled with his agents, and screwed his tenants by letter. His days were passed in conducting his own correspondence. The lawyers and farm bailiffs who had to do business with him could not reach him but through the Ribbons, who received them at the door of the housekeeper's room, which commanded the back entrance by which they were admitted, and so the baronet's daily perplexities increased, and his embarrassments multiplied round him. The horror of Pitt Crawley may be imagined, as these reports of his father's dotage reached the most exemplary and correct of gentlemen. He trembled daily lest he should hear that Ribbons was proclaimed his second legal mother-in-law. After that first and last visit, his father's name was never mentioned in Pitt's polite and genteel establishment. It was the skeleton in his house, and all the family walked by it in terror and silence. The Countess Southton kept on dropping per coach at the lodge gate the most exciting tracts which ought to frighten the hair off your head. Mrs. Bute at the parsonage nightly looked out to see if the sky was red over the elms behind which the hall stood, and the mansion was on fire. Sir G. Wapshot and Sir H. Fuddleston, old friends of the house, wouldn't sit on the bench with Sir Pitt at quarter sessions, and cut him dead in the High Street of Southampton, where the reprobate stood, offering his dirty old hands to them. Nothing had any effect on him. He put his hands into his pockets and burst out laughing as he scrambled into his carriage and four. He used to burst out laughing at Lady Southdown's tracts, and he laughed at his sons, and at the world, and at the Ribbons when she was angry, which was not seldom. Miss Horrocks was installed as housekeeper at Queen's Crawley, and ruled all the domestics there with great majesty and rigour. All the servants were instructed to address her as Mum or Madam, and there was one little maid, on her promotion, who persisted in calling her my lady, without any rebuke on the part of the housekeeper. "There has been better ladies, and there has been worse, Hester," was Miss Horrocks' reply to this compliment of her inferior. So she ruled, having supreme power over all except her father, whom, however, she treated with considerable haughtiness, warning him not to be too familiar in his behaviour to one as was to be a baronet's lady. Indeed, she rehearsed that exalted part in life with great satisfaction to herself, and to the amusement of old Sir Pitt, who chuckled at her airs and graces, and would laugh by the hour together at her assumptions of dignity and imitations of genteel life. He swore it was as good as a play to see her in the character of a fine dame, and he made her put on one of the First Lady Crawley's court dresses, swearing, entirely to Miss Horrocks' own concurrence, that the dress became her prodigiously, and threatening to drive her off that very instant to court in a coach and four. She had the ransacking of the wardrobes of the two defunct ladies, and cut and hacked their posthumous finery so as to suit her own tastes and figure. And she would have liked to take possession of their jewels and trinkets too, but the old baronet had locked them away in his private cabinet, nor could she coax or wheedle him out of the keys. And it is a fact that some time after she left Queen's Crawley, a copy-book belonging to this lady was discovered, which showed that she had taken great pains in private to learn the art of writing in general, and especially of writing her own name, as Lady Crawley, Lady Betsy Horrocks, Lady Elizabeth Crawley, etc. Though the good people of the parsonage never went to the hall, and shunned the horrid old dotard its owner, yet they kept a strict knowledge of all that happened there, and were looking out every day for the catastrophe for which Miss Horrocks was also eager. But fate intervened enviously, and prevented her from receiving the reward due such immaculate love and virtue. One day the baronet surprised her ladyship, as he jocularly called her, seated at that old and tuneless piano in the drawing-room, which had scarcely been touched since Becky Sharp played quadrilles upon it, seated at the piano with the utmost gravity, and squalling to the best of her power in imitation of the music which she had sometimes heard. The little kitchen-maid, on her promotion, was standing at her mistress's side, quite delighted during the operation, and wagging her head up and down, and crying, "Lo, mum, 'tis beautiful!" just like a genteel sycophant in a real drawing-room. This incident made the old baronet roar with laughter as usual. He narrated the circumstance a dozen times to Horrocks in the course of the evening, and greatly to the discomfiture of Miss Horrocks. He thrummed on the table as if it had been a musical instrument, and squalled in imitation of her manner of singing. He vowed that such a beautiful voice ought to be cultivated, and declared she ought to have singing-masters, in which proposals she saw nothing ridiculous. He was in great spirits that night, and drank with his friend and butler an extraordinary quantity of rum and water, At a very late hour, the faithful friend and domestic conducted his master to his bedroom. Half an hour afterwards there was a great hurry and bustle in the house. Lights went about from window to window in the lonely, desolate old hall, whereof but 2 or 3 rooms were ordinarily occupied by its owner. Presently a boy on a pony went galloping off to Mudbury, to the doctor's house there, and in another hour, by which fact we ascertain how carefully the excellent Mrs. Bute Crawley had always kept up an understanding with the great house, that lady in her clogs and calash, the Reverend Bute Crawley, and James Crawley, her son, had walked over from the rectory through the park, and had entered the mansion by the open hall door. They passed through the hall and the small oak parlour, on the table of which stood the 3 tumblers and the empty rum bottle which had served for Sir Pitt's carouse, and through that apartment into Sir Pitt's study, where they found Miss Horrocks, of the guilty ribbons, with a wild air, trying at the presses and escritoires with a bunch of keys. She dropped them with a scream of horror, as little Mrs. Bute's eyes flashed out at her from under her black calash. "Look at that, James and Mr. Crawley!" cried Mrs. Bute, pointing at the scared figure of the black-eyed, guilty wench. "He gave 'em me! He gave 'em me!" she cried. "Gave 'em you, you abandoned creature!" screamed Mrs. Bute. "Bear witness, Mr. Crawley, we found this good-for-nothing woman in the act of stealing your brother's property, and she will be hanged, as I always said she would." Betsy Horrocks, quite daunted, flung herself down on her knees, bursting into tears. But those who know a really good woman are aware that she is not in a hurry to forgive, and that the humiliation of an enemy is a triumph to her soul. "Ring the bell, James," Mrs. Bute said. "Go on ringing till the people come." The 3 or 4 domestics resident in the deserted old house came presently at that jangling and continued summons. "Put that woman in the strong room," she said. "We caught her in the act of robbing Sir Pitt. Mr. Crawley, you'll make out her committal, and Beddoes, you'll drive her over in the spring cart in the morning to Southampton Gaol." "My dear," interposed the magistrate and rector, "she's only—" "Are there no handcuffs?" Mrs. Bute continued, stamping in her clogs. "There used to be handcuffs. Where's the creature's abominable father?" "He did give 'em me," still cried poor Betsy. "Didn't he, Hester? You saw Sir Pitt, you know you did give 'em me ever so long ago, the day after Mudbury Fair. Not that I want 'em, take 'em if you think they ain't mine." And here the unhappy wretch pulled out from her pocket a large pair of paste shoe-buckles, which had excited her admiration, and which she had just appropriated out of one of the bookcases in the study where they had lain. "Law, Betsy, how could you go for to tell such a wicked story?" said Hester, the little kitchen-maid late on her promotion. "And to Madame Crawley, so good and kind, and his reverence," with a curtsy. "And you may search all my boxes, mum, I'm sure, and here's my keys as I'm an honest girl, though of poor parents and workhouse bred, and if you find so much as a beggarly bit of lace or a silk stocking out of all the gowns as you've got the picking of, may I never go to church again." "Give up the keys, you hardened hussy," hissed out the virtuous little lady in the calash. "And here's a candle, mum, if you please, mum. I can show you her room, mum, and the press in the housekeeper's room, mum, where she keeps heaps and heaps of things, mum," cried out the eager little Hester, with a profusion of curtsies. "Hold your tongue, if you please. I know the room which the creature occupies perfectly well. Mrs. Brown, have the goodness to come with me, and Beddoes, don't you lose sight of that woman," said Mrs. Bute, seizing the candle. "Mr. Crawley, you had better go upstairs and see that they are not murdering your unfortunate brother." And the calash, escorted by Mrs. Brown, walked away to the apartment which, as she said truly, she knew perfectly well. Bute went upstairs and found the doctor from Mudbury with the frightened Horrocks over his master in a chair. They were trying to bleed Sir Pitt Crawley. With the early morning an express was sent off to Mr. Pitt Crawley by the rector's lady, who assumed the command of everything, and had watched the old baronet through the night. He had been brought back to a sort of life. He could not speak, but seemed to recognize people. Mrs. Bute kept resolutely by his bedside. She never seemed to want sleep, that little woman, and did not close her fiery black eyes once, though the doctor snored in the armchair. Horrocks made some wild efforts to assert his authority and assist his master, but Mrs. Bute called him a tipsy old wretch, and bade him never show his face again in that house, or he should be transported like his abominable daughter. Terrified by her manner, he slunk down to the oak parlour where Mr. James was, who, having tried the bottle standing there, and found no liquor in it, ordered Mr. Horrocks to Get another bottle of rum," which he fetched with clean glasses, and to which the rector and his son sat down, ordering Horrocks to put down the keys at that instant and never to show his face again. Cowed by this behaviour, Horrocks gave up the keys, and he and his daughter slunk off silently through the night and gave up possession of the house of Queen's Crawley. End of chapter 39.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Simpson. Vanity Fair, Chapter 40, in which Becky is recognized by the family. The heir of Crawley arrived at home in due time after this catastrophe, and henceforth may be said to have reigned in Queen's Crawley. For though the old baronet survived many months, he never recovered the use of his intellect or his speech completely, and the government of the estate devolved upon his elder son. In a strange condition Pitt found it. Sir Pitt was always buying and mortgaging. He had 20 men of business, and quarrels with each, quarrels with all his tenants, and lawsuits with them, lawsuits with the lawyers, lawsuits with the mining and dock companies in which he was proprietor, and with every person with whom he had business. To unravel these difficulties and to set the estate clear was a task worthy of the orderly and persevering diplomatist of Pumpernickel, and he set himself to work with prodigious assiduity. His whole family, of course, was transported to Queen's Crawley, whither Lady Southdown, of course, came too, and she set about converting the parish under the rector's nose, and brought down her irregular clergy to the dismay of the angry Mrs. Bute. Sir Pitt had concluded no bargain for the sale of the living of Queen's Crawley. When it should drop, her ladyship proposed to take the patronage into her own hands, and present a young protégé to the rectory, on which subject the diplomatic Pitt said nothing. Mrs. Bute's intentions with regard to Miss Betsy Horrocks were not carried into effect, and she paid no visit to Southampton jail. She and her father left the Hall when the latter took possession of the Crawley Arms in the village, of which he had got a lease from Sir Pitt. The ex-butler had obtained a small freehold there likewise, which gave him a vote for the borough. The rector had another of these votes, and these and 4 others formed the representative body which returned the 2 members for Queen's Crawley. There was a show of courtesy kept up between the rectory and the Hall ladies, between the younger ones at least, for Mrs. Bute and Lady Southdown never could meet without battles, and gradually ceased seeing each other at all. Her ladyship kept her room when the ladies from the rectory visited their cousins at the Hall. Perhaps Mr. Pitt was not very much displeased at these occasional absences of his mamma-in-law. He believed the Binkie family to be the greatest and wisest and most interesting in the world, and her ladyship and his aunt had long held ascendancy over him. But sometimes he felt that she commanded him too much. To be considered young was complimentary, doubtless, but at 46, to be treated as a boy was sometimes mortifying. Lady Jane yielded up everything, however, to her mother. She was only fond of her children in private, and it was lucky for her that Lady Southdown's multifarious business, her conferences with ministers, and her correspondence with all the missionaries of Africa, Asia, and Australia, etc., occupied the venerable Countess a great deal, so that she had but little time to devote to her granddaughter, the little Matilda, and her grandson, Master Pitt Crawley. The latter was a feeble child, and it was only by prodigious quantities of calomel that Lady Southdown was able to keep him in life at all. As for Sir Pitt, he retired into those very apartments where Lady Crawley had been previously extinguished, and here was tended by Miss Hester, the girl upon her promotion with constant care and assiduity. What love, what fidelity, what constancy is there equal to that of a nurse with good wages? They smooth pillows, and make arrowroot. They get up at nights, they bear complaints and querulousness. They see the sun shining out of doors and don't want to go abroad. They sleep on armchairs and eat their meals in solitude. They pass long, long evenings doing nothing, watching the embers, and the patient's drink simmering in the jug. They read the weekly paper the whole week through, and Law's Serious Call or The Whole Duty of Man suffices them for literature for the year. And we quarrel with them because when their relations come to see them once a week, a little gin is smuggled into their linen basket. Ladies, what man's love is there that would stand a year's nursing of the object of his affection? Whereas a nurse will stand by you for £10 a quarter, and we think her too highly paid. At least Mr. Crawley grumbled a good deal about paying half as much to Miss Hester for her constant attendance upon the baronet, his father. Of sunshiny days, this old gentleman was taken out in a chair on the terrace, the very chair which Miss Crawley had had at Brighton, and which had been transported thence with a number of Lady Southdown's effects to Queen's Crawley. Lady Jane always walked by the old man, and was an evident favourite with him. He used to nod many times to her, and smile when she came in, and utter inarticulate deprecatory moans when she was going away. When the door shut upon her, he would cry and sob, whereupon Hester's face and manner, which was always exceedingly bland and gentle while her lady was present, would change at once, and she would make faces at him and clench her fist and scream out, "Hold your tongue, you stupid old fool!" and twirl away his chair from the fire, which he loved to look at which he would cry more. For this was all that he had left after more than 70 years of cunning and struggling and drinking and scheming and sin and selfishness. A whimpering old idiot, put in and out of bed and cleaned and fed like a baby. At last a day came when the nurse's occupation was over. Early one morning, as Pitt Crawley was at his steward's and bailiff's books in the study, a knock came to the door, and Hester presented herself, dropping a curtsy, and said, "If you please, Sir Pitt, Sir Pitt died this morning, Sir Pitt. I was a-making of his toast, Sir Pitt, for his gruel, Sir Pitt, which he took every morning regular at 6, Sir Pitt, and I thought I heard a moan like Sir Pitt, and... She dropped another curtsy. What was it that made Pitt's pale face flush quite red? Was it because he was Sir Pitt at last, with a seat in Parliament, and perhaps future honours in prospect? I'll clear the estate now with the ready money, he thought, and rapidly calculated its encumbrances and the improvements which he would make. He would not use his aunt's money previously, lest Sir Pitt should recover and his outlay be in vain. All the blinds were pulled down at the hall and rectory, the church bell was tolled, and the chancel hung in black. And Bute Crawley didn't go to a coursing meeting, but went and dined quietly at Fuddleston, where they talked about his deceased brother and young Sir Pitt over their port. Miss Betsy, who was by this time married to a saddler at Mudbury, cried a good deal. The family surgeon rode over and paid his respectful compliments and inquiries for the health of their ladyships. The death was talked about at Mudbury and at the Crawley Arms. The landlord whereof had become reconciled with the rector of late, who was occasionally known to step into the parlour and taste Mr. Horrocks' mild beer. "Shall I write to your brother, or will you?" asked Lady Jane of her husband, Sir Pitt. "I will write, of course," Sir Pitt said, "and invite him to the funeral. It will be but becoming." And Mrs. Rawdon," said Lady Jane timidly. "Jane," said Lady Southdown, "how can you think of such a thing?" "Not whilst I am in the house," said Lady Southdown. "But Mrs. Rawdon must be asked, of course," said Sir Pitt resolutely. "Your ladyship will be pleased to recollect that I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt replied. "If you please, Lady Jane, you will write a letter to Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, requesting her presence upon this melancholy occasion." "Jane, I forbid you to put pen to paper," cried the Countess. "I believe I am the head of this family," Sir Pitt repeated, "and however much I may regret any circumstance which may lead to your ladyship quitting this house, must, if you please, continue to govern it as I see fit." Lady Southdown rose up as magnificent as Mrs. Siddons in Lady Macbeth, and ordered that horses may be put to her carriage. If her son and daughter turned her out of their house, she would hide her sorrows somewhere in loneliness, and pray for their conversion to better thoughts. "We don't turn you out of our house, mamma," said the timid Lady Jane imploringly. "You invite such company to it as no Christian lady should meet, and I will have my horses tomorrow morning." "Have the goodness to write, Jane, under my dictation," said Sir Pitt, rising and throwing himself into an attitude of command, like the portrait of a gentleman in the exhibition. "And begin, Queen's Crawley, September 14th, 1822. My dear brother." Hearing these decisive and terrible words, Lady Macbeth, who had been waiting for a sign of weakness or vacillation on the part of her son-in-law, rose, and with a scared look left the library. Lady Jane looked up to see if her husband would fain follow, and soothed the mamma, but Pitt forbade his wife to move. "She won't go away," he said. "She's let her house in Brighton and has spent her last year's dividends. A countess living at an inn is a ruined woman. I've been waiting long for an opportunity to take this decisive step, my love. For as you must perceive, it is impossible that there should be two chiefs in a family. And now, if you please, we will resume the dictation. My dear brother, the melancholy intelligence which it is my duty to convey to my family must have been long anticipated by, etc." In a word, Pitt having come to his kingdom, and having by good luck, or desert rather, as he considered, assumed almost all the fortune which his other relatives had expected, was determined to treat his family kindly and respectably, and to make a house of Queen's Crawley once more. It pleased him to think that he should be its chief. He proposed to use the vast influence that his commanding talents and position must speedily acquire for him in the county, to get his brother placed and his cousins decently provided for, and perhaps had a little string of repentance as he thought that he was the proprietor of all that they had hoped for. In the course of 3 or 4 days' reign his bearing was changed, and his plans quite fixed. He determined to rule justly and honestly, to depose Lady Southdown, and to be on the friendliest possible terms with all the relations of his blood. So he dictated a letter to his brother Rawdon, a solemn and elaborate letter containing the profoundest observations, couched in the longest words, and filling with wonder the simple little secretary who wrote under her husband's order. "What an orator this will be," thought she, "when he enters the House of Commons." On which point, and on the tyranny of Lady Southdown, Pitt had sometimes dropped hints to his wife in bed. "How wise and good, and what a genius my husband is! I fancied him a little cold, but how good, and what a genius!" The fact is, Pitt Crawley had got every word of the letter by heart, and had studied it with diplomatic secrecy, deeply and perfectly, long before he thought fit to communicate it to his astonished wife. This letter, with a huge black border and seal, was accordingly dispatched by Sir Pitt Crawley to his brother the Colonel in London. Rawdon Crawley was but half pleased with the receipt of it. "Oh, what's the use of going down to that stupid place," thought he. "I can't stand being alone with Pitt after dinner, and horses there and back will cost us £20. He carried the letter, as he did all difficulties, to Becky, upstairs in her bedroom, with her chocolate, which he always made and took to her in the morning. He put the tray with the breakfast and the letter on the dressing-table, before which Becky sat combing her yellow hair. She took up the black-edged missive, and having read it, she jumped up from the chair, crying, "Hooray!" and waving the note round her head. "Hooray?" said Rawdon, wondering at the little figure capering about in a streaming flannel dressing-gown, with tawny locks dishevelled. "He's not left us anything, Becky. I had my share when I came of age." "You'll never be of age, you silly old man," Becky replied. "Run out now to Madame Brunoy's, for I must have some mourning, and get a crepe for your hat, and a black waistcoat. I don't think you've got one. Order it to be brought home tomorrow, so that we may be able to start on Thursday." "You don't mean to go," Rawdon interposed. "Of course I mean to go. I mean that Lady Jane shall present me at court next year. I mean that your brother shall give you a seat in Parliament, you stupid old creature. I mean that Lord Steyne shall have your vote and his, my dear old silly man, and that you shall be an Irish secretary. or a West Indian governor, or a treasurer, or a consul, or, some such thing." "Posting will be cost of deuce a lot of money," grumbled Rawdon. "We might take Southdown's carriage, which ought to be present at the funeral, as he is a relation of the family. Oh, but no, I intend that we should go by the coach. They'll like it better. It seems more humble." "Roddy goes, of course?" the colonel asked. "No such thing. Why pay an extra place? He's too big to travel bodkin between you and me. Let him stay here in the nursery, and Briggs can make him a black frock. Go you and do as I bid you, and you had best tell Sparks, your man, that old Sir Pitt is dead, and that you will come in for something considerable when the affairs are arranged. He'll tell this to Raggles, who's been pressing for money, and it will console poor Raggles." And so Becky began sipping her chocolate. When the faithful Lord Steyne arrived in the evening, he found Becky and her companion, who was no other than our friend Briggs, busy cutting, ripping, snipping, and tearing all sorts of black stuffs available for the melancholy occasion. "Miss Briggs and I are plunged in grief and despondency for the death of our papa," Rebecca said. "Sir Pitt Crawley is dead, my lord. We've been tearing our hair out all the morning, and now we're tearing up our old clothes." "Oh, Rebecca, how can you?" was all that Briggs could say as she turned up her eyes. "Oh, Rebecca, how can you?" echoed my lord. "So that old scoundrel's dead, is he? He might have been a peer if he'd played his cards better. Mr. Pitt had very nearly made him, but he ratted always at the wrong time. What an old Silenus he was!" "I might have been Silenus's widow," said Rebecca. "Don't you remember, Miss Briggs, how you peeped in at the door and saw old Sir Pitt on his knees to me?" Miss Briggs, our old friend, blushed very much at this reminiscence, and was glad when Lord Steyne ordered her to go downstairs and make him a cup of tea. Briggs was the house dog whom Rebecca had provided as guardian of her innocence and reputation. Miss Crawley had left her a little annuity. She would have been content to remain in the Crawley family with Lady Jane, who was good to her and to everybody. But Lady Southdown dismissed poor Briggs as quickly as decency permitted, and Mr. Pitt, who thought himself much injured by the uncalled-for generosity of his deceased relative towards the lady who had been Miss Crawley's only faithful retainer a score of years, made no objection to that exercise of the dowager's authority. Bowles and Firkin likewise received their legacies and their dismissals, and married and set up a lodging-house according to the custom of their kind. Briggs tried to live with her relations in the country, but found that attempt was vain after the better society to which she'd been accustomed. Briggs' friends, small tradesmen in a country town, quarrelled over Miss Briggs' £40 a year as eagerly and openly as Miss Crawley's kinfolk had for that lady's inheritance. Briggs' brother, a radical hatter and grocer, called his sister a purse-proud aristocrat because she would not advance a part of her capital to stock his shop, and she would have done so likely, but that their sister, a dissenting shoemaker's lady, at variance with the hatter and the grocer, who went to another chapel, showed how their brother was on the verge of bankruptcy, and took possession of Briggs for a little while. The dissenting shoemaker wanted Miss Briggs to send his son to college and to make a gentleman of him. Between them, the two families got a great portion of her private savings out of her, and finally she fled to London, followed by the anathematists of both, and determined to seek for servitude again, as infinitely less onerous than liberty. And advertising in the papers that a gentlewoman of agreeable manners and accustomed to the best society was anxious to, etc., she took up her residence with Mr. Bowles in Half Moon Street, and waited the result of the advertisement. So it was that she fell in with Rebecca. Mrs. Rawdon's dashing little carriage and ponies was whirling down the street one day, just as Miss Briggs, fatigued, had reached Mr. Bowles' door after a weary walk to the Times office in the city to insert her advertisement for the 6th time. Rebecca was driving, and at once recognized the gentlewoman with agreeable manners, and being a perfectly good-humored woman, as we have seen, and having a regard for Briggs, she pulled up the ponies at the doorsteps, gave the reins to the groom, and jumping out, had both of Briggs' hands before she had the agreeable manners recovered from the shock of seeing an old friend. Briggs cried, and Becky laughed a great deal and kissed the gentlewoman as soon as they had gotten into the passage, and thence into Mrs. Bowles' front parlor with the red moreen curtains, and the round looking-glass and the chained eagle above, gazing back upon the ticket in the window which announced "Apartments to Let." Briggs told all her history, amidst those perfectly uncalled-for sobs and ejaculations of wonder with which women in her soft nature salute an old acquaintance, or regard a rencontre in the street. For though people meet other people every day, yet some there are who insist upon discovering miracles, and women, even though they have disliked each other, begin to cry when they meet, deploring and remembering the time when they last quarrelled. So, in a word, Briggs told all her history, and Becky gave a narrative of her own life with the usual artlessness and candor. Mrs. Bowles, late Firkin, came and listened grimly in the passage to the hysterical sniffling and giggling which went on in the front parlor. Becky had never been a favorite of hers. Since the establishment of the married couple in London, they had frequented their former friends of the house of Raggles, and did not like the latter's account of the Colonel's ménage. "I wouldn't trust him, Rag, my boy," Bowles remarked. And his wife, when Mrs. Rawdon issued from the parlor, only saluted the lady with a very sour curtsy, and her fingers were like so many sausages, cold and lifeless, when she held them out in deference to Mrs. Rawdon, who persisted in shaking hands with the retired lady's maid. She whirled away into Piccadilly, nodding with the sweetest of smiles towards Miss Briggs, who hung nodding at the window close under the advertisement card. And at the next moment Becky was in the park with a half-dozen of dandies cantering after her carriage. When she found how her friend was situated, and how, having a snug legacy from Miss Crawley, salary was no object to our gentlewoman, Becky instantly formed some benevolent little domestic plans concerning her. This was just such a companion as would suit her establishment, and she invited Briggs to come to dinner with her that very evening, when she should see Becky's dear, darling little Rawdon. Mrs. Bowles cautioned her lodger against venturing into the lion's den. "Wherein you will rue it, Miss B., mark my words, and be sure as my name is Bowles." And Briggs promised to be very cautious. The upshot of which caution was that she went to live with Mrs. Rawdon the next week, and had lent Rawdon Crawley £600 upon annuity before 6 months was over. End of chapter 40. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Simpson. Vanity Fair, Chapter 41, in which Becky revisits the halls of her ancestors. So the morning being ready, and Sir Pitt Crawley warned of their arrival, Colonel Crawley and his wife took a couple of places in the same old high-flyer coach by which Rebecca had travelled in the defunct baronet's company on her first journey into the world some 9 years before. How well she remembered the inn-yard, and the ostler to whom she had refused money, and the insinuating Cambridge lad who wrapped her in his coat on the journey. Rawdon took his place outside, and would have liked to drive, but his grief forbade him. He sat by the coachman and talked about horses in the road the whole way, and who kept the inns, and who horsed the coach by which he had travelled so many a time when he and Pitt were boys going to Eton. At Mudbury, a carriage and a pair of horses received them, with a coachman in black. "It's the old drag, Rawdon," Rebecca said as they got in. "The worms have eaten the cloth a good deal. There's the stain which Sir Pitt— Oh, I see Dawson the ironmonger has his shutters up. Which Sir Pitt made such a noise about. It was a bottle of cherry brandy he broke, which we went to fetch for your aunt from Southampton. Oh, how time flies, to be sure. That can't be Polly Talboys, that bouncing girl standing by her mother at the cottage there. I remember her, a mangy little urchin, picking weeds in the garden." "Fine gal," said Rawdon, returning the salute which the cottage gave him by 2 fingers applied to his crape hatband. Becky bowed and saluted, and recognized people here and there graciously. These recognitions were inexpressibly pleasant to her. It seemed as if she was not an impostor any more, and was coming to the home of her ancestors. Rawdon was rather abashed and cast down on the other hand. What recollections of boyhood and innocence might have been flitting across his brain? What pangs of dim remorse and doubt and shame? Young sisters must be young women now, Rebecca said, thinking of those girls for the first time, perhaps, since she had left them. "Don't know, I'm sure," replied the Colonel. "Hello, here's old Mother Locke. Howdy do, Mrs. Locke. Remember me, don't you? Master Rawdon. Hey, damn me how these old women last. She was 100 when I saw her last. Boy." They were going through the lodge gates kept up by old Mrs. Locke, whose hand Rebecca insisted upon shaking as she flung open the creaking old iron gate, and the carriage passed between the two moss-grown pillars surmounted by the Dove and Serpent. "The governor has cut into the timber," Rawdon said, looking about, and then was silent. So was Becky. Both of them were rather agitated and thinking of old times, here about Eton and his mother, whom he remembered a frigid, demure woman, and a sister who died, of whom he had been passionately fond, and how he used to thrash Pitt, and about little Roddy at home. And Rebecca thought about her own youth and the dark secrets of those early tainted days, and of her entrance into life by yonder gates, and of Miss Pinkerton, and Joe, and Amelia. The gravel walk and terrace had been scraped quite clean. A grand painted hatchment was already over the great entrance, and two very solemn and tall personages in black flung open each a leaf of the door as the carriage pulled up at the familiar steps. Rawdon turned red, and Becky somewhat pale, as they passed through the old hall arm in arm. She pinched her husband's arm as they entered the oak parlor, where Sir Pitt and his wife were ready to receive them. Sir Pitt in black, Lady Jane in black, and my Lady Southdown with a large black headpiece of bugles and feathers which waved on her ladyship's head like an undertaker's tray. Sir Pitt had judged correctly that she would not quit the premises. She contented herself by preserving a solemn and stony silence when in company of Pitt and his rebellious wife, and by frightening the children in the nursery by the ghastly gloom of her demeanor. Only a very faint bending of the headdress and plumes welcomed Rawdon and his wife, as these prodigals returned to their family. To say the truth, they were not very affected one way or the other by this coolness. Her ladyship was a person only of secondary consideration in their minds just then. They were intent upon the reception which the reigning brother and sister would afford them. Pitt, with rather a heightened color, went up and shook his brother by the hand, and saluted Rebecca with a handshake and a very low bow. But Lady Jane took both the hands of her sister-in-law and kissed her affectionately. The embrace somehow brought tears into the eyes of the little adventuress, which ornaments, as we know, she wore very seldom. The artless mark of kindness and confidence touched and pleased her, and Rawdon, encouraged by this demonstration on his sister's part, twirled up his moustache, and took leave to salute Lady Jane with a kiss, which caused her ladyship to blush exceedingly. "Devilish nice little woman, Lady Jane," was his verdict, when he and his wife were together again. "Pitt's got fat, too, and in doing the thing handsomely." "He can afford it," said Rebecca, and agreed in her husband's further opinion that the mother-in-law was a tremendous old guy, and that the sisters were rather well-looking young women. They, too, had been summoned from school to attend the funeral ceremonies. It seemed Sir Pitt Crawley, for the dignity of the house and family, had thought right to have about the place as many persons in black as could possibly be assembled. All the men and maids of the house, the old women of the almshouse, whom the elder Sir Pitt had cleared out of a great portion of their due, the parish clerk's family, and the special retainers of both hall and rectory were habited in sable. Added to these, the undertaker's men, at least a score, with crapes and hatbands, and who made goodly show when the great burying show took place. But these are moot personages in our drama, and having nothing to do or to say, need occupy a very little space here. With regard to her sisters-in-law, Rebecca did not attempt to forget her former position of governess towards them, but recalled it frankly and kindly, and asked them about their studies with great gravity, and told him that she thought of them many and many a day, and longed to know of their welfare. In fact, you would have supposed that ever since she had left them, she had not ceased to keep them uppermost in her thoughts, and to take the tenderest interest in their welfare. So supposed Lady Crawley herself, and her young sisters. "She's hardly changed since 8 years," said Miss Rosalind to Miss Violet as they were preparing for dinner. "Those red-haired women look wonderfully well," replied the other. "Hers is much darker than it was. I think she must dye it," Miss Rosalind added. "She is stouter, too, and altogether improved," continued Miss Rosalind, who was disposed to be very fat. "At least she gives herself no airs and remembers that she was our governess once," Miss Violet said, intimating that it befitted all governesses to keep their proper place, and forgetting altogether that she was granddaughter not only of Sir Walpole Crawley, but of Mr. Dawson the Mudbury, and so had a coal scuttle in her scutcheon. There are other very well-meaning people whom one meets every day in Vanity Fair who are surely equally oblivious. "It can't be true what the girls at the rectory said, that her mother was an opera dancer." "A person can't help their birth," Rosalind replied with great liberality. "And I agree with our brother, that as she is in the family, of course we are bound to notice her. I'm sure Aunt Bute need not talk. She wants to marry Kate to young Hooper, the wine merchant, and absolutely asked him to come to the rectory for orders. I wonder whether Lady Southdown will go away. She looked very glum upon Mrs. Rawdon," the other said. "I wish she would. I won't read The Washerwoman of Finchley Common," vowed Violet, and so saying, and avoiding a passage at the end of which a certain coffin was placed with a couple of watchers, and lights perpetually burning in the closed room, these young women came down to the family dinner, for which the bell rang as usual. But before this, Lady Jane conducted Rebecca to the apartments prepared for her, which, with the rest of the house, had assumed a very much improved appearance of order and comfort during Pitt's regency. And here, beholding that Mrs. Rawdon's modest little trunks had arrived, and were placed in the bedroom and dressing-room adjoining, helped her to take off her neat black bonnet and cloak, and asked her sister-in-law in what more she could be useful. "What I should like best," said Rebecca, "would be to go to the nursery and see your dear little children." On which the two ladies looked very kindly at each other, and went to that apartment hand in hand. Becky admired little Matilda, who was not quite 4 years old, as the most charming little love in the world, and the boy, a little fellow of 2 years, pale, heavy-eyed, and large-headed, she pronounced to be a perfect prodigy in point of size, intelligence, and beauty. "I wish Mamma would not insist on giving him so much medicine," Lady Jane said with a sigh. "I often think we should all be better without it." And then Lady Jane and her new-found friend had one of those confidential medical conversations about the children which all mothers, and most women, as I'm given to understand, delight in. 50 years ago, and when the present writer, being an interesting little boy, was ordered out of the room with the ladies after dinner, I remember quite well that their talk was chiefly about their ailments, and putting this question directly to 2 or 3 since, I have always got from them the acknowledgment that times are not changed. Let my fair readers remark for themselves this very evening when they quit the dessert table, and assemble to celebrate the drawing-room mysteries. Well, in half an hour Becky and Lady Jane were close and intimate friends, and in the course of the evening her ladyship informed Sir Pitt that she thought her new sister-in-law was a kind, frank, unaffected, and affectionate young woman. And so, having easily won the daughter's goodwill, the indefatigable little woman bet herself to conciliate the august Lady Southdown. As soon as she found her ladyship alone, Rebecca attached her on the nursery question at once, and said that her own little boy was saved, actually saved, by calomel, freely administered when all the physicians in Paris had given the dear child up. And then she mentioned how often she had heard of Lady Southdown from that excellent man, the Reverend Lawrence Grills, minister of the chapel in Mayfair, which she frequented, and how her views were very much changed by circumstances and misfortunes, and how she hoped that a past life spent in worldliness and error might not incapacitate her from more serious thought for the future. She described how in former days she had been indebted to Mr. Crawley for religious instruction, touched upon the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, which she had read with the greatest profit, and asked about Lady Emily, its gifted author, now Lady Emily Hornblower at Cape Town, where her husband had strong hopes of becoming Bishop of Caffreyar. But she crowned all and confirmed herself in Lady Southdown's favour by feeling very much agitated and unwell after the funeral, and requesting her ladyship's medical advice, which the dowager not only gave, but wrapped up in a bedgown, and looking more like Lady Macbeth than ever, came privately in the night to Becky's room with a parcel of favourite tracts, and a medicine of her own composition, which she insisted that Mrs. Rawdon should take. Becky first accepted the tracts, and began to examine them with great interest, engaging the dowager in a conversation concerning them, and the welfare of her soul, by which means she hoped that her body might escape medication. But after the religious topics were exhausted, Lady Macbeth would not quit Becky's chamber until her cup of night drink was emptied too, and poor Mrs. Rawdon was compelled actually to assume a look of gratitude, and to swallow the medicine under the unyielding old dowager's nose, who left her victim finally with a benediction. It did not much comfort Mrs. Rawdon. Her countenance was very queer when Rawdon came in and heard what had happened, and his explosions of laughter were as loud as usual, when Becky, with a fun which she could not disguise, even though it was at her own expense, described the occurrence, and how she had been victimized by Lady Southdown. Lord Steyne and her son in London had many a laugh over the story when Rawdon and his wife returned to their quarters in Mayfair. Becky acted the whole scene for them. She put on a nightcap and gown. She preached a great sermon in a true serious manner. She lectured on the virtue of the medicine which she pretended to administer, with a gravity of imitation so perfect that you would have thought it was the Countess's own Roman nose through which she snuffled. "Give us Lady Southdown and the black dose," was a constant cry amongst the folks in Becky's little drawing-room in Mayfair, and for the first time in her life the Dowager Countess of Southdown was made amusing. Sir Pitt remembered the testimonies of respect and veneration which Rebecca had paid personally to himself in early days, and was tolerably well disposed towards her. The marriage, ill-advised as it was, had improved Rawdon very much. That was clear from the Colonel's altered habits and demeanour, and had it not been a lucky union as regarded Pitt himself. The cunning diplomatist smiled inwardly as he owned that he owed his fortune to it, and acknowledged that he at least ought not to cry out against it. His satisfaction was not removed by Rebecca's own statements, behaviour, and conversation. She doubled the deference which before had charmed him, calling out his conversational powers in such a manner as quite to surprise Pitt himself, who, always inclined to respect his own talents, admired them the more when Rebecca pointed them out to him. With her sister-in-law, Rebecca was satisfactorily able to prove that it was Mrs. Bute Crawley who brought about the marriage which she afterwards so culminated, that it was Mrs. Bute's avarice who hoped to gain all Miss Crawley's fortune and deprive Rawdon of his aunt's favour, which caused and invented all the wicked reports against Rebecca. "She succeeded in making us poor," Rebecca said with an air of angelical patience. "But how can I be angry with a woman who's given me one of the best husbands in the world? And has her not own avarice been sufficiently punished by the ruin of her own hopes and the loss of the property by which she set so much store? Poor!" she cried. "Dear Jane, what can we care for poverty? I'm used to it from childhood, and I'm often thankful that Miss Crawley's money has gone to restore the splendor of the noble old family of which I'm so proud to be a member. I'm sure Sir Pitt will make a much better use of it than Rawdon would." All these speeches were reported to Sir Pitt by the most faithful of wives, and increased the favourable impression which Rebecca made, so much so that, when on the third day after the funeral the family party were at dinner, Sir Pitt Crawley, carving fowls at the head of the table, actually said to Mrs. Rawdon, "Rebecca, may I give you a wing?" A speech which made the little woman's eyes sparkle with pleasure. While Rebecca was prosecuting the above schemes and hopes, and Pitt Crawley arranging the funeral ceremonial and other matters connected with his future progress and dignity, and Lady Jane busy with her nursery as far as her mother would let her, and the sun rising and setting, and the clock tower bell of the hall ringing to dinner and to prayers as usual, the body of the late owner of Queen's Crawley lay in the apartment which he had occupied, watched unceasingly by the professional attendants who were engaged for that rite. A woman or two and 3 or 4 undertakers' men, the best whom Southampton could furnish, dressed in black, and of a proper stealthy and tragical demeanour, had charge of the remains, which they watched turn about, having the housekeeper's room for their place of rendezvous when off duty, where they played cards in privacy and drank their beer. The members of the family and servants of the house kept away from the gloomy spot where the bones of the descendant of an ancient line of knights and gentlemen lay, awaiting their final consignment to the family crypt. No regrets attended them, save those of the poor woman who had hoped to be Sir Pitt's wife and widow, and who had fled in disgrace from the hall, over which she had so nearly been a ruler. Beyond her and a favourite old pointer he had, and between whom and himself an attachment subsisted during the period of his imbecility, the old man had not a single friend to mourn him, having indeed during the whole course of his life never taken the least pains to secure one. Could the best and kindest of those who depart from the earth have an opportunity of revisiting it, I suppose he or she, assuming that any Vanity Fair feelings subsist in the sphere whither we are bound, would have a pang of mortification at finding how soon our survivors were consoled. And so Sir Pitt was forgotten, like the kindest and best of us, only a few weeks sooner. Those who will may follow his remains to the grave, whither they were borne on the appointed day in the most becoming manner, the family in black coaches with their handkerchiefs up to their noses, ready for the tears which did not come, the undertaker and his gentlemen in deep tribulation, the select tenantry mourning out of compliment to the new landlord, the neighbouring gentry's carriages at 3 miles an hour, empty, and in profound affliction, the parson speaking out of formula about our dear brother departed. As long as we have a man's body, we play our vanities upon it, surrounding it with humbug and ceremonies, laying it in state, and packing it in gilt nails and velvet, and we finish our duty by placing over it a stone written all over with lies. Bute's curate, a smart young fellow from Oxford, and Sir Pitt Crawley composed between them an appropriate Latin epitaph for the late lamented baronet, and the former preached a classical sermon exhorting the survivors not to give way to grief, and informing them in the most respectful terms that they also would be one day called to pass that gloomy and mysterious portal which had just closed upon the remains of their lamented brother. Then the tenantry mounted on horseback again, or stayed and refreshed themselves at the Crawley Arms. Then after a lunch in the servants' hall at Queen's Crawley, the gentry's carriages wheeled off to their different destinations. Then the undertaker's men, taking the ropes, palls, velvets, ostrich feathers, and other mortuary properties, clambered up on the roof of the hearse and rode off to Southampton. Their faces relapsed into a natural expression as the horses, clearing the lodge gates, got into a brisker trot on the open road, and squads of them might have been seen speckling with black the public-house entrances, with pewter pots flashing in the sunshine. Sir Pitt's invalid chair was wheeled away into a tool-house in the garden. The old pointer used to howl sometimes at first, but these were the only accents of grief which were heard at the hall which Sir Pitt Crawley, baronet, had been master for some 80 years. As the birds were pretty plentiful, and partridge shooting is as it were the duty of an English gentleman of statesmanlike propensities, Sir Pitt Crawley, the first shock of grief over, went out a little and partook of that diversion in a white hat with crape around it. The sight of those fields of stubble and turnips, now his own, gave him many secret joys. Sometimes, and with an exquisite humility, he took no gun, but went out with a peaceful bamboo cane, Rawdon, his big brother, and the keepers blazing away at his side. Pitt's money and acres had a great effect upon his brother. The penniless colonel became quite obsequious and respectful to the head of his house, and despised the milksop pit no longer. Rawdon listened with sympathy to his senior's prospects of planting and draining, gave his advice about the stables and cattle, rode over to Mudbury to look at a mare which he thought would carry Lady Jane, and offered to break her, etc. The rebellious dragoon was quite humbled and subdued, and became a most creditable young brother. He had constant bulletins from Miss Briggs in London respecting little Rawdon, who was left behind there, who sent messages of his own. "I am very well," he wrote. "I hope you will take me to the park. I hope Mamma is well. The pony is well. Gray takes me to ride, and I can canter. I met the little boy who rode before. He cried when he cantered. I do not cry." Rawdon read these letters to his brother and Lady Jane, who were delighted with them. The baronet promised to take charge of the lad at school, and his kind-hearted wife gave Rebecca a banknote, begging her to buy a present with it for her little nephew. One day followed another, and the ladies of the house passed their life in those calm pursuits and amusements which satisfy country ladies. Bells rang to meals and to prayers. The young ladies took exercise on the pianoforte every morning after breakfast. Rebecca gave them the benefit of her instruction. Then they put on thick shoes and walked in the park or shrubberies, or beyond the palings into the village, descending upon the cottages with Lady Southdown's medicine and tracts for the sick people there. Lady Southdown drove out in a pony chaise, when Rebecca would take her place by the dowager's side and listen to her solemn talk with the utmost interest. She sang Handel and Haydn to the family of evenings, and engaged in a large piece of worsted work, as if she'd been born to the business, and as if this kind of life was to continue with her until she should sink to the grave in a polite old age, leaving regrets and a great quantity of consols behind her. As if there were not cares and duns, schemes, shifts, and poverty waiting outside the park gates to pounce upon her when she issued into the world again. "It isn't difficult to be a country gentleman's wife," Rebecca thought. "I think I could be a good woman if I had 5,000 a year. I could dawdle about in the nursery and count the apricots on the wall. I could water plants in a greenhouse and pick off dead leaves from the geraniums. I could ask old women about their rheumatisms and order half a crown's worth of soup for the poor. I shouldn't miss it much out of 5,000 a year. I could even drive out 10 miles to dine at a neighbor's and dress in the fashions of the year before last. I could go to church and keep awake in the great family pew, or go to sleep behind the curtains with my veil down. If I only had practice, I could pay everybody. If I had but the money. This is what the conjurers here pride themselves upon doing. They look down with pity upon us miserable sinners who have none. They think themselves generous if they give our children a 5-pound note, and us contemptible if we are without one." And who knows but Rebecca was right in her speculations, and that it was only a question of money and fortune which made the difference between her and an honest woman. If you take temptations into account, who is to say that he is better than his neighbor? A comfortable career of prosperity, if it does not make people honest, at least keeps them so. An alderman coming from a turtle feast will not step out of his carriage to steal a leg of mutton, but put himself to starve, and see if he will not purloin a loaf. Becky consoled herself by so balancing the chances and equalizing the distribution of good and evil in the world. The old haunts, the old fields and woods, the copses, ponds, and gardens, the rooms of the old house where she had spent a couple of years 7 years ago, were all carefully revisited by her. She had been young there, or comparatively so, for she forgot the time when she ever was young, but she remembered her thoughts and feelings 7 years back, and contrasted them with those which she had at present, now that she had seen the world and lived with great people, and raised herself far beyond her original humble station. "I have passed beyond it because I have brains," Becky thought, "and almost all the rest of the people in the world are fools. I could not go back and consort with those people now whom I used to meet in my father's studio. Lords come to my door with stars and garters, instead of poor artists with screws of tobacco in their pockets. I have a gentleman for my husband, and an earl's daughter for my sister, in the very house where I was little better than a servant a few years ago. but am I much better to do now in the world than I was when I was the poor painter's daughter and wheedled the grocer round the corner for sugar and tea? Suppose I had married Francis, who is so fond of me. I couldn't have been much poorer than I am now. I wish I could exchange my position in society and all my relations for a snug sum in the 3% consols. For so it was that Becky felt the vanity of human affairs, and it was in those securities that she would have liked to have cast anchor. It may perhaps have struck her that to have been honest and humble, to have done her duty, and to have marched straight forward on her way would have brought her as near happiness as that path by which she was striving to attain it. But just as the children at Queen's Crawley went round the room where the body of their father lay, if ever Becky had these thoughts, she was accustomed to walk round them and not look in. She eluded them and despised them, or at least she was committed to the other path from which retreat was now impossible. And for my part, I believe that remorse is the least active of all a man's moral senses, the very easiest to be deadened when awakened, and in some never wakened at all. We grieve to be found out, and at the idea of shame or punishment, but the mere sense of wrong makes very few people unhappy in Vanity Fair. So Rebecca, during her stay at Queen's Crawley, made as many friends of the mammon of unrighteousness as she could possibly bring under control. Lady Jane and her husband bade her farewell with the warmest demonstrations of goodwill. They looked forward with pleasure to the time when, the family house in Gaunt Street being repaired and beautified, they were to meet again in London. Lady Southdown made her up a packet of medicine, and sent a letter by her to the Reverend Lawrence Grills, exhorting that gentleman to save the brand who honoured the letter from the burning. Pitt accompanied them with 4 horses in the carriage to Mudbury, having sent on their baggage in a cart previously, accompanied with loads of game. "How happy you will be to see your darling little boy again," Lady Crawley said, taking leave of her kinswoman. "Oh, so happy," said Rebecca, throwing up her green eyes. She was immensely happy to be free of the place, and yet loath to go. Queen's Crawley was very stupid, and yet the air there was somehow purer than that which she had been accustomed to breathe. Everybody had been dull, but had been kind in their way. "It is all the influence of a long course of 3%, Becky said to herself, and was very likely right. However, the London lamps flashed joyfully as the stage rolled into Piccadilly, and Briggs had made a beautiful fire in Curzon Street, and little Rawdon was up to welcome back his papa and mamma. End of chapter 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Peterson, Massa Martana, Italy. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 42, which treats of the Osborne family. Considerable time has elapsed since we have seen our respectable friend, old Mr. Osborne of Russell Square. He has not been the happiest of mortals since last we met him. Events have occurred which have not improved his temper, and in more instances than one he has not been allowed to have his own way. To be thwarted in this reasonable desire was always very injurious to the old gentleman, and resistance became doubly exasperating when gout, age, loneliness, and the force of many disappointments combined to weigh him down. His stiff black hair began to grow quite white soon after his son's death. His face grew redder. His hands trembled more and more as he poured out his glass of port wine. He led his clerks a dire life in the city. His family at home were not much happier. I doubt if Rebecca, whom we have seen piously praying for consols, would have exchanged her poverty and the daredevil excitement and chances of her life for Osborne's money and the humdrum gloom which enveloped him. He had proposed for Miss Schwartz, but had been rejected scornfully by the partisans of that lady, who married her to a young sprig of Scotch nobility.
He was a man to have married a woman out of low life and bullied her dreadfully afterwards, but no person presented herself suitable to his taste, and, instead, he tyrannized over his unmarried daughter at home. She had a fine carriage and fine horses, and sat at the head of a table loaded with the grandest plate. She had a cheque-book, a prize footman to follow her when she walked, unlimited credit, and bows and compliments from all the tradesmen, and all the appurtenances of an heiress. But she spent a woeful time. The little charity girls at the Foundling, the sweeperess at the crossing, the poorest under-kitchen maid in the servants' hall, was happy compared to that unfortunate and now middle-aged young lady. Frederick Bullock, Esquire, of the house of Bullock, Hulker, and Bullock, had married Maria Osborne, not without a great deal of difficulty and grumbling on Mr. Bullock's part. George being dead and cut out of his father's will, Frederick insisted that the half of the old gentleman's property should be settled upon his Maria, and indeed for a long time refused to come to the scratch — it was Mr. Frederick's own expression — on any other terms. Osborne said Fred had agreed to take his daughter with 20,000, and he should bind himself to no more. Fred might take it and welcome, or leave it and go and be hanged. Fred, whose hopes had been raised when George had been disinherited, thought himself infamously swindled by the old merchant, and for some time made as if he would break off the match altogether. Osborne withdrew his account from Bullock and Hulker's, went on 'change with a horsewhip which he swore he would lay across the back of a certain scoundrel that should be nameless, and demeaned himself in his usual violent manner. Jane Osborne condoled with her sister Maria during this family feud. "I always told you, Maria, that it was your money he loved, and not you," she said soothingly. "He selected me and my money at any rate. He didn't choose you and yours," replied Maria, tossing up her head. The rapture was, however, only temporary. Fred's father and senior partners counseled him to take Maria, even with the 20,000 settled, half down and half at the death of Mr. Osborne, with the chances of the further division of the property. So he knuckled down, again to use his own phrase, and sent old Hulker with peaceable overtures to Osborne. It was his father, he said, who could not hear of the match, and had made the difficulties. He was most anxious to keep the engagement. The excuse was sulkily accepted by Mr. Osborne. Hulker and Bullock were a high family of the city aristocracy, and connected with the nobs at the West End. It was something for the old man to be able to say, "My son, sir, of the house of Hulker, Bullock and Company, sir. My daughter's cousin, Lady Mary Mango, sir, daughter of the Right Honourable the Earl of Castle Mouldy." In his imagination he saw his house peopled by the nobs. So he forgave young Bullock, and consented that the marriage should take place. It was a grand affair, the bridegroom's relatives giving the breakfast, their habitations being near St. George's, Hanover Square, where the business took place. The nobs of the West End were invited, and many of them signed the book. Mr. Mango and Lady Mary Mango were there, with the dear young Gwendolen and Guinevere Mango as bridesmaids. Colonel Blighter of the Dragoon Guards, eldest son of the house of Blighter Brothers, Mincing Lane, and another cousin of the bridegroom, and the Honourable Mrs. Bludier, the Honourable George Bolter, Lord Leven's son, and his lady, Miss Mango that was, Lord Viscount Castletoady, Honourable James McMull and Mrs. McMull, formerly Miss Swartz, and a host of fashionables who have all married into Lombard Street and done a great deal to ennoble Cornhill. The young couple had a house near Berkeley Square and a small villa at Roehampton, among the banking colony there. Fred was considered to have made rather a mésalliance by the ladies of his family, whose grandfather had been in a charity school, and who were allied through their husbands with some of the best blood in England. And Maria was bound, by superior pride and great care in the composition of her visiting book, to make up for the defects of birth, and felt it her duty to see her father and sister as little as possible. That she should utterly break with the old man, who had still so many scores of £1000s to give away, is absurd to suppose. Fred Bullock would never allow her to do that. But she was still young and incapable of hiding her feelings, and by inviting her papa and her sister to her third-rate parties, and behaving very coldly to them when they came, and by avoiding Russell Square, and indiscreetly begging her father to quit that odious vulgar place, she did more harm than all Frederick's diplomacy could repair, and perilled her chance of her inheritance like a giddy, heedless creature as she was. "So Russell Square is not good enough for Miss Maria, eh?" said the old gentleman, rattling up the carriage windows as he and his daughter drove away one night from Mrs. Frederick Bullock's after dinner. "So she invites her father and sister to a second day's dinner, if those sides, or entrees, as she calls them, weren't served yesterday, I'm damned, and to meet city folks and literary men, and keeps the earls and the ladies and the honourables to herself." "Honourables? Damn honourables! I am a plain British merchant, I am, and could buy the beggarly hounds over and over. Lords, indeed! Why, at one of her soirees I saw one of 'em speak to a damn fiddler, a feller I despise. And they won't come to Russell Square, won't they? Why, I'll lay my life I've got a better glass of wine, and pay a better figure for it, and can show a handsomer service of silver, and can lay a better dinner on my mahogany than ever they seen on theirs, the cringing, sneaking, stuck-up fools. Drive on quick, James, I want to get back to Russell Square. Ha ha!" And he sank back into the corner with a furious laugh. With such reflections on his own superior merit, it was the custom of the old gentleman not infrequently to console himself. Jane Osborne could not but concur in these opinions respecting her sister's conduct, and with Mrs. Frederick's firstborn, Frederick Augustus Howard Stanley Devereux Bullock, was born, old Osborne, who was invited to the christening and to be godfather, contented himself with sending the child a gold cup, with 20 guineas inside it for the nurse. "That's more than any of your lords will give, I'll warrant," he said, and refused to attend the ceremony. The splendor of the gift, however, caused great satisfaction to the house of Bullock. Maria thought that her father was very much pleased with her, and Frederick augured the best for his little son and heir. One can fancy the pangs with which Miss Osborne, in her solitude in Russell Square, read the Morning Post, where her sister's name occurred every now and then in articles headed "Fashionable Reunions," and where she had an opportunity of reading a description of Mrs. F. Bullock's costume when presented at the drawing-room by Lady Frederica Bullock. Jane's own life, as we have said, admitted of no such grandeur. It was an awful existence. She had to get up of black winter's mornings to make breakfast for her scowling old father, who would have turned the whole house out of doors if his tea had not been ready at 8:30. She remained silent opposite to him, listening to the urn hissing, and sitting in tremor while the parent read his paper and consumed his accustomed portion of muffins and tea. At 9:30 he rose and went to the city, and she was almost free till dinner-time, to make visitations in the kitchen and to scold the servants, to drive abroad and descend upon the tradesmen, who were prodigiously respectful, to leave her cards and her papa's at the great glum respectable houses of their city friends, or to sit alone in the large drawing-room, expecting visitors, and working at a huge piece of worsted by the fire, on the sofa, hard by the great Iphigenia clock, which ticked and tolled with mournful loudness in the dreary room. The great glass over the mantelpiece, faced by the other great console glass at the opposite end of the room, increased and multiplied between them the brown holland bag in which the chandelier hung, until you saw those brown holland bags fading away into endless perspectives, and this apartment of Miss Osborne seemed the centre of a system of drawing-rooms. When she removed the Cordovin lever from the grand piano and ventured to play a few notes on it, it sounded with a mournful sadness, startling the dismal echoes of the house. George's picture was gone, and laid upstairs in a lumber-room in the garret, and though there was a consciousness of him, and father and daughter often instinctively knew that they were thinking of him, no mention was ever made of the brave, and once darling son. At 5 o'clock Mr. Osborne came back to his dinner, which he and his daughter took in silence, seldom broken except when he swore and was savage if the cooking was not to his liking, or which they shared twice in a month with a party of dismal friends of Osborne's rank and age, old Dr. Gulp and his lady from Bloomsbury Square, old Mr. Frowser, the attorney from Bedford Row, a very great man, and from his business hand in glove with the Nobs at the West End, old Colonel Livermore of the Bombay Army, and Mrs. Livermore from Upper Bedford Place, old Sergeant Toffy and Mrs. Toffy, and sometimes old Sir Thomas Coffin and Lady Coffin from Bedford Square. Sir Thomas was celebrated as a hanging judge, and a particular tawny port was produced when he dined with Mr. Osborne. These people and their like gave the pompous Russell Square merchant pompous dinners back again. They had solemn rubbers of whist when they went upstairs after drinking, and their carriages were called at 10:30. Many rich people, whom we poor devils are in the habit of envying, lead contentedly an existence like that above described. Jane Osborne scarcely ever met a man under 60, and almost the only bachelor who appeared in their society was Mr. Smirk, the celebrated ladies' doctor. I can't say that nothing had occurred to disturb the monotony of this awful existence. The fact is, there had been a secret in poor Jane's life which had made her father more savage and morose than even nature, pride, and overfeeding had made him. This secret was connected with Miss Wirt, who had a cousin, an artist, Mr. Smee, very celebrated since as a portrait painter, an R.A., but who once was glad enough to give drawing lessons to ladies of fashion. Mr. Smee has forgotten where Russell Square is now, but he was glad enough to visit it in the year 1818, when Miss Osborne had instruction from him. Smee, formerly a pupil of Sharp of Frith Street, a dissolute, irregular, and unsuccessful man, but a man with great knowledge of his art, being the cousin of Miss Wirt, we say, and introduced by her to Miss Osborne, whose hand and heart were still free after various incomplete love affairs, felt a great attachment for this lady, and it is believed inspired one in her bosom. Miss Wirt was the confidante of this intrigue. I know not whether she used to leave the room where the master and his pupil were painting, in order to give them an opportunity for exchanging those vows and sentiments which cannot be uttered advantageously in the presence of a third party. I know not whether she hoped that should her cousin succeed in carrying off the rich merchant's daughter, he would give Miss Wirt a portion of the wealth which she had enabled him to win. All that is certain is that Mr. Osborne got some hint of the transaction, came back from the city abruptly, and entered the drawing-room with his bamboo cane, found the painter, the pupil, and the companion, all looking exceedingly pale there, turned the former out of doors with menaces that he would break every bone in his skin, and half an hour afterwards dismissed Miss Wirt likewise, kicking her trunks down the stairs, trampling on her hand-boxes, and shaking his fist at her hackney coach as it bore her away. Jane Osborne kept her bedroom for many days. She was not allowed to have a companion afterwards. Her father swore to her that she should not have a shilling of his money if she made any match without his concurrence, and as he wanted a woman to keep his house, he did not choose that she should marry, so that she was obliged to give up all projects with which Cupid had any share. During her papa's life, then, she resigned herself to the manner of existence here described, and was content to be an old maid. Her sister, meanwhile, was having children with finer names every year, and the intercourse between the two grew fainter continually. "Jane and I do not move in the same sphere of life," Mrs. Bullock said. "I regard her as a sister, of course." Which means, what does it mean when a lady says that she regards Jane as a sister? It has been described how the Misses Dobbin lived with their father at a fine villa at Denmark Hill, where there were beautiful graperies and peach trees which delighted little Georgie Osborne. The Mrs. Dobbin, who drove often to Brompton to see our dear Amelia, came sometimes to Russell Square, too, to pay a visit to their old acquaintance, Miss Osborne. I believe it was in consequence of the commands of their brother the Major in India, for whom their papa had a prodigious respect, that they paid attention to Mrs. George, for the Major, the godfather and guardian of Amelia's little boy, still hoped that the child's grandfather might be induced to relent towards him and acknowledge him for the sake of his son. The Mrs. Dobbin kept Miss Osborne acquainted with the state of Amelia's affairs, how she was living with her father and mother, how poor they were, how they wondered what men, and such men as their brother and dear Captain Osborne, could find in such an insignificant little chit, how she was still, as heretofore, a namby-pamby milk-and-water affected creature, but how the boy was really the noblest little boy ever seen. For the hearts of all women warm towards young children, and the sourest spinster is kind to them. One day, after great entreaties on the part of the Mrs. Dobbin, Amelia allowed little George to go and pass a day with them at Denmark Hill, a part of which day she spent herself in writing to the Major in India. She congratulated him on the happy news which his sisters had just conveyed to her. She prayed for his prosperity and that of the bride he had chosen. She thanked him for 1,000 kind offices and proofs of steadfast friendship to her in affliction. She told him the last news about little Georgie, and how he was gone to spend that very day with his sisters in the country. She underlined the letter a great deal, and she signed herself affectionately his friend, Amelia Osborne. She forgot to send any message of kindness to Lady O'Dowd, as her wont was, and did not mention Glorvina by name, and only in italics, as the Major's bride, for whom she begged blessings. But the news of the marriage removed the reserve which she had kept up towards him. She was glad to be able to own and feel how warmly and grateful she regarded him, and as for the idea of being jealous of Glorvina, indeed! Amelia would have scouted it if an angel from heaven had hinted it to her. That night, when Georgie came back in the pony carriage in which he rejoiced, and in which he was driven by Sir William Dobbin's old coachman, he had round his neck a fine gold chain and watch. He said an old lady, not pretty, had given it to him, who cried and kissed him a great deal. But he didn't like her. He liked grapes very much, and he only liked his mamma. Amelia shrank and started. The timid soul felt a presentiment of terror when she heard that the relations of the child's father had seen him. Miss Osborne came back to give her father his dinner. He had made a good speculation in the city, and was rather in a good humour that day, and chanced to remark the agitation under which she laboured. "What's the matter, Miss Osborne?" he deigned to say. The woman burst into tears. "Oh, sir," she said, "I have seen little George. He is as beautiful as an angel, and so like him." The old man opposite to her did not say a word, but flushed up and began to tremble in every limb. End of chapter 42. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Peterson, Massa Martana, Italy. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 43, in which the reader has to double the cape. The astonished reader must be called upon to transport himself 10,000 miles to the military station of Bundlegunge, in the Madras division of our Indian Empire, where our gallant old friend of the regiment are quartered under the command of the brave Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd. Time is dealt kindly with that stout officer, as it does ordinarily with men who have good stomachs and good tempers, and are not perplexed overmuch by fatigue of the brain. The colonel plays a good knife and fork at tiffin, and resumes those weapons with great success at dinner. He smokes his hookah after both meals, and puffs as quietly while his wife scolds him as he did under the fire of the French at Waterloo. Age and heat have not diminished the activity or the eloquence of the descendant of the Maloneys and Malloys. Her ladyship, our old acquaintance is as much at home in Madras as at Brussels in the cantonment as under the tents. On the march you saw her at the head of the regiment, seated on a royal elephant, a noble sight. Mounted on that beast, she has been into action with tigers in the jungle. She has been received by native princes, who have welcomed her and Glorvina into the recesses of their zenas, and offered her shawls and jewels which it went to her heart to refuse. The sentries of all arms salute her when she makes her appearance, and she touches her hat gravely to their salutation. Lady O'Dowd is one of the greatest ladies in the presidency of Madras. Her quarrel with Lady Smith, wife of Sir Minos Smith, the poisoned judge, is still remembered by some at Madras, when the colonel's lady snapped her fingers in the judge's lady's face and said she'd never walk behind ever a beggarly civilian. Even now, though it is 25 years ago, people remember Lady O'Dowd performing a jig at Government House, where she danced down 2 aides-de-camp, a major of Madras cavalry, and 2 gentlemen of the civil service, and persuaded by Major Dobbin, C.B., second in command of the to retire to the supper-room, lasada nondum satiata recessit. Peggy O'Dowd is indeed the same as ever, kind in act and thought, impetuous in temper, eager to command, a tyrant over her Michael, a dragon amongst all the ladies of the regiment, a mother to all the young men whom she tends in their sickness, defends in all their scrapes, and with whom Lady Peggy is immensely popular. But the subalterns and captains' ladies, the major is unmarried, cabal against her a good deal. They say that Glorvina gives herself airs, and that Peggy herself is tolerably domineering. She interfered with the little congregation which Mrs. Kirk had got up, and laughed the young men away from her sermons, stating that a soldier's wife had no business to be a parson, that Mrs. Kirk would be much better mending her husband's clothes, and if the regiment wanted sermons, that she had the finest in the world, those of her uncle, the dean. She abruptly put a termination to a flirtation which Lieutenant Stubble of the regiment had commenced with the surgeon's wife, threatening to come down upon Stubble for the money which he had borrowed from her, for the young fellow was still of an extravagant turn, unless he broke off at once and went to the Cape on sick leave. On the other hand, she housed and sheltered Mrs. Poskey, who fled from her bungalow one night, pursued by her infuriate husband wielding his second brandy bottle, and actually carried Poskey through a delirium tremens, and broke him of the habit of drinking, which had grown upon that officer, as all evil habits will grow upon men. In a word, in adversity she was the best of comforters, in good fortune the most troublesome of friends, having a perfectly good opinion of herself, always, and an indomitable resolution to have her own way. Among other points, she had made up her mind that Glorvina should marry our old friend Dobbin. Mrs. O'Dowd knew the Major's expectations, and appreciated his good qualities, and the high character which he enjoyed in his profession. Glorvina, a very handsome, fresh-colored, black-haired, blue-eyed young lady, who could ride a horse, or play a sonata with any girl out of the county Cork, seemed to be the very person destined to ensure Dobbin's happiness, much more than that poor good little weak-spirited Amelia, with whom he used to take on so. "Look at Glorvina enter a room," Mrs. Dowd would say, "and compare her with that poor Mrs. Osborne. You couldn't say boo to a goose. She'd be worthy of you, Major. You're a quiet man yourself, and want some one to talk for ye. And though she does not come of such good blood as the Malonys or Malloys, let me tell ye she is of an ancient family that any nobleman might be proud to marry into." But before she had come to such a resolution, and determined to subjugate Major Dobbin by her endearments, it must be owned that Glorvina had practised them to a good deal elsewhere. She had had a season in Dublin, and who knows how many in Cork, Killarney, and Mallow. She had flirted with all the marriageable officers whom the depots of the country afforded, and all the bachelor squires who seemed eligible. She had been engaged to be married a half-score times in Ireland, besides the clergyman at Bath who used her so ill. She had flirted all the way to Madras with the captain and chief mate of the Ramchunder East Indiamen, and had a season at the Presidency with her brother and Mrs. O'Dowd, who was staying there, while the major of the regiment was in command at the station. Everybody admired her there. Everybody danced with her, but no one proposed who was worth the marrying. One or two exceedingly young subalterns sighed after her, and a beardless civilian or two, but she rejected these as beneath her pretensions, and other and younger virgins than Glorvina were married before her. There are women, and handsome women too, who have this fortune in life. They fall in love with the utmost generosity. They ride and walk with half the army list, though they draw near to 40, and yet the Mrs. O'Grady and the Mrs. O'Grady still. Glorvina persisted that but for Lady O'Dowd's unlucky quarrel with the judge's lady, she would have made a good match at Madras, where old Mr. Chutney, who was at the head of the civil service, and who afterwards married Miss Dolby, a young lady only 13 years of age, who had just arrived from school in Europe, was just at the point of proposing to her. Well, although Lady O'Dowd and Glorvina quarrelled a great number of times every day, and upon almost every conceivable subject, indeed, if Mick O'Dowd had not possessed the temper of an angel, 2 such women constantly about his ears would have driven him out of his senses, yet they agreed between themselves on this point, that Glorvina should marry Major Dobbin, and were determined that the Major should have no rest until the arrangement was brought about. Undismayed by 40 or 50 previous defeats, Glorvina laid siege to him. She sang Irish melodies at him unceasingly. She asked him so frequently and pathetically, "Will ye come to the Bower?" that it is a wonder how any man of feeling could have resisted the invitation. She was never tired of inquiring if sorrow had his young days faded, and was ready to listen and weep like Desdemona at the stories of his dangers and his campaigns. It has been said that our honest and dear old friend used to perform on the flute in private. Glorvina insisted upon having duets with him, and Lady O'Dowd would rise and artlessly quit the room when the young couple were so engaged. Glorvina forced the Major to ride with her of mornings. The whole cantonment saw them set out and return. She was constantly writing notes over to him at his house, borrowing his books, and scoring with her great pencil marks such passages of sentiment or humor as awakened her sympathy. She borrowed his horses, his servants, his spoons, and palanquin. No wonder that public rumor assigned her to him, and that the Major's sisters in England should fancy they were about to have a sister-in-law. Dobbin, who was thus vigorously besieged, was in the meanwhile in a state of the most odious tranquillity. He used to laugh when the young fellows of the regiment joked him about Glorvina's manifest attentions to him. "Pah," said he, "she is only keeping her hand in. She practices upon me as she does upon Mrs. Tozer's piano, because it's the most handy instrument in the station. I am much too battered and old for such a fine young lady as Glorvina." And so he went on riding with her, and copying music and verses into her albums, and playing at chess with her very submissively. For it is with these simple amusements that some officers in India are accustomed to while away their leisure moments, while others of a less domestic turn hunt hogs and shoot snipes, or gamble and smoke cheroots, and betake themselves to brandy and water. As for Sir Michael O'Dowd, though his lady and her sister both urged him to call upon the Major to explain himself, and not keep on torturing a poor innocent girl in that shameful way, the old soldier refused point-blank to have anything to do with the conspiracy. "Faith, the Major's big enough to choose for himself," Sir Michael said. "He'll ask you when he wants ye, or else he would turn the matter off jocularly, declaring that Dobbin was too young to keep house, and had written home to ask leave of his mamma. Nay, he went farther, and in private communications with his Major would caution and rally him, crying, 'Mind your oi, Dob, my boy, them girls is bent on mischief. "Me lady has just got a box of gowns from Europe, and there's a pink satin for Glorvina, which will finish ye, Dobbin, if it's in the power of the woman or satin to move ye." But the truth is, neither beauty nor fashion could conquer him. Our honest friend had but one idea of a woman in his head, and that one did not in the least resemble Miss Glorvina O'Dowd in pink satin. A gentle little woman in black, with large eyes and brown hair, seldom speaking save when spoken to, and then in a voice not the least resembling Miss Glorvina's. A soft young mother tending an infant and beckoning the Major up with a smile to look at him. A rosy-cheeked lass coming singing into the room in Russell Square, or hanging on George Osborne's arm, happy and loving. There was but this image that filled our honest Major's mind by day and by night, and reigned over it always. Very likely Amelia was not like the portrait the Major had formed of her. There was a figure in a book of fashions which his sisters had in England, and with which William had made away privately, pasting it into the lid of his desk, and fancying he saw some resemblance to Mrs. Osborne in the print, whereas I have seen it, and can vouch that it is but the picture of a high-waisted gown with an impossible doll's face simpering over it. And perhaps Mr. Dobbin's sentimental Amelia was no more like the real one than this absurd little print which he cherished. But what man in love of us is better informed? Or is he much happier when he sees and owns his delusion? Dobbin was under this spell. He did not bother his friends and the public much about his feelings, or indeed lose his natural rest or appetite on account of them. His head is grizzled since we saw him last, and a line or two of silver may be seen in the soft brown hair likewise. But his feelings are not in the least changed or oldened, and his love remains as fresh as a man's recollections of boyhood are. We have said how the two Misses Dobbin and Amelia, the Major's correspondents in Europe, wrote him letters from England. Mrs. Osborne congratulating him with great candor and cordiality upon his approaching nuptials with Miss O'Dowd. "Your sister has just kindly invited me," Amelia wrote in her letter, "and informed me of an interesting event, upon which I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations. I hope the young lady to whom I hear you are to be united will in every respect prove worthy of one who is himself all kindness and goodness. The poor widow has only her prayers to offer, and her cordial wishes for your prosperity. Georgie sends his love to his dear godpapa, and hopes that you will not forget him. I tell him that you are about to form other ties, with one who I am sure merits all your affection, but that, although such ties must of course be the strongest and most sacred, and supersede all others, yet that I am sure the widow and the child whom you have ever protected and loved will always have a corner in your heart." The letter, which has been alluded to before, went on in this strain, protesting throughout as to the extreme satisfaction of the writer. This letter, which arrived by the very same ship which brought out Lady O'Dowd's box of millinery from London, and which you may be sure Dobbin opened before any one of the other packets which the mail brought him, put the receiver into such a state of mind that Glorvina and her pink satin and everything belonging to her became perfectly odious to him. The Major cursed the talk of women and the sex in general. Everything annoyed him that day. The parade was insufferably hot and wearisome. Good heavens! Was a man of intellect to waste his life day after day inspecting cross-belts and putting fools through their maneuvers? The senseless chatter of the young men at mess was more than ever jarring. What cared he, a man on the high road to 40, to know how many snipes Lieutenant Smith had shot, or what were the performances of Ensign Brown's mare? The jokes about the table filled him with shame. He was too old to listen to the banter of the assistant surgeon and the slang of the youngsters, at which old O'Dowd, with his bald head and red face, laughed quite easily. The old man had listened to these jokes any time these 30 years. Dobbin himself had been 15 years hearing them, and after the boisterous dullness of the mess table, the quarrels and scandal of the ladies of the regiment, it was unbearable, shameful. "Oh, Amelia, Amelia," he thought, "you to whom I have been so faithful, you reproach me. It is because you cannot feel for me that I drag on this wearisome life, and you reward me after years of devotion by giving me your blessing upon my marriage, forsooth, with this flaunting Irish girl." Sick and sorry felt poor old William, more than ever wretched and lonely. He would like to have done with life and its vanity altogether, so bootless and unsatisfactory the struggle, so cheerless and dreary the prospects seemed to him. He lay all that night sleepless and yearning to go home. Amelia's letter had fallen as a blank upon him. No fidelity, no constant truth and passion could move her into warmth. She would not see that he loved her. Tossing in his bed, he spoke out to her. "Good God, Amelia," he said, "don't you know that I only love you in the world? You, who are a stone to me? You, whom I tended through months and months of illness and grief, and who bade me farewell with a smile on your face, and forgot me before the door shut between us?" The native servants lying outside his verandas beheld with wonder the Major, so cold and quiet ordinarily, at present so passionately moved and cast down. Would she have pitied him had she seen him? He read over and over all the letters which he had ever had from her, letters of business relative to the little property which he made her believe her husband had left to her, brief notes of invitation, every scrap of writing she had ever sent to him. How cold, how kind, how hopeless, how selfish they were! Had there been some kind, gentle soul near at hand who could read and appreciate this silent, generous heart, who knows but the reign of Amelia might have been over, and that friend William's love might have flowed into a kinder channel. But there was only Glorvina of the jetty ringlets, with whom his intercourse was familiar, and this dashing young woman was not bent upon loving the Major, but rather on making the Major admire her. A most vain and hopeless task, too, at least considering the means that the poor girl possessed to carry it out. She curled her hair and showed her shoulders at him, as much to say, "Did ye ever see such jet ringlets and such a complexion?" She grinned at him so he might see that every tooth in her head was sound, and he never heeded all these charms. Very soon after the arrival of the box of millinery, and perhaps indeed in honor of it, Lady O'Dowd and the ladies of the King's regiment gave a ball to the company's regiments and the civilians at the station. Glorvina sported the killing pink frock, and the Major, who attended the party and walked very ruefully up and down the rooms, never so much as perceived the pink garment. Glorvina danced past him in a fury with all the young subalterns of the station, and the Major was not in the least jealous of her performance, or angry because Captain Bangles of the cavalry handed her to supper. It was not jealousy, or frocks, or shoulders that could move him, and Glorvina had nothing more. So these two were each exemplifying the vanity of this life, and each longing for what he or she could not get. Glorvina cried with rage at the failure. She had set her mind on the Major more than on any of the others, she owned, sobbing. "He'll break my heart, he will, Peggy," she would whimper to her sister-in-law when they were good friends. "Sure, every one of me frocks must be taken in. It's such a skeleton I'm growing." Fat or thin, laughing or melancholy, on horseback or the music-stool, it was all the same to the Major. And the Colonel, puffing his pipe and listening to these complaints, would suggest that Glory should have some black frocks out in the next box from London, and he told a mysterious story of a lady in Ireland who died of grief for the loss of her husband before she got Era 1. While the Major was going on in this tantalizing way, not proposing and declining to fall in love, there came another ship from Europe bringing letters on board, and amongst them some more for the heartless man. These were home letters bearing an earlier postmark than that of the former packets, and as Major Dobbin recognized among the handwriting of his sister, who always crossed and recrossed her letters to her brother, gathered together all the possible bad news which she could collect, abused him and read him lectures with sisterly frankness, and always left him miserable for the day after dearest William had achieved the perusal of one of her epistles. The truth must be told that dearest William did not hurry himself to break the seal of Miss Dobbin's letter, but waited for a particularly favorable day and mood for doing so. A fortnight before, moreover, he had written to scold her for telling those absurd stories to Mrs. Osborne, and had dispatched a letter in reply to that lady, undeceiving her with respect to the reports concerning him, and assuring her he had no sort of present intention of altering his condition. 2 or 3 nights after the arrival of the second package of letters, the Major had passed the evening pretty cheerfully at Lady O'Dod's house, where Glorvina thought he had listened with rather more attention than usual to the meeting of the Wathers, the minstrel boy, and 1 or 2 other specimens of song which she had favored him. The truth is, he was no more listening to Glorvina than to the howling of the jackals in the moonlight outside, and the delusion was hers as usual. And having played his game at chess with her, cribbage with the surgeon was Lady O'Dowd's favourite evening pastime, Major Dobbin took leave of the Colonel's family at his usual hour, and retired to his own house. There, on his table, his sister's letter lay reproaching him. He took it up, ashamed rather of his negligence regarding it, and prepared himself for a disagreeable hour's communing with that crab-handed absent relative. It may have been an hour after the Major's departure from the Colonel's house. Sir Michael was sleeping the sleep of the just. Glorvina had arranged her black ringlets in the innumerable little bits of paper in which it was her habit to confine them. Lady O'Dowd, too, had gone to her bed in the nuptial chamber, on the ground floor, and had tucked her mosquito curtains round her fair form, when the guard at the gates of the commanding officer's compound beheld Major Dobbin, in the moonlight, rushing toward the house with a swift step and a very agitated countenance, and he passed the sentinel and went up to the windows of the Colonel's bedchamber. "O'Dowd! Colonel!" said Dobbin, and kept up a great shouting. "Heavens, Major!" said Glorvina of the curl papers, putting out her head too from her window. "What is it, Dobb, me boy?" said the Colonel, expecting there was a fire in the station, or that the rout had come from the headquarters. I must have leave of absence. I must go to England on the most urgent private matters," Dobbin said. "Good heavens, what has happened?" thought Glorvina, trembling with all the papilles. "I want to be off, now, tonight," Dobbin continued, and the Colonel, getting up, came out to parley with him. In the postscript of Miss Dobbin's cross letter, the Major had just come upon a paragraph to the following effect: "I drove yesterday to see your old acquaintance, Mrs. Osborne. The wretched place they live at, since they were bankrupts, you know. Mr. S., to judge from a brass plate on the door of his hut, it is little better, is a coal merchant. The little boy, your godson, is certainly a fine child, though forward, and inclined to be saucy and self-willed, but we have taken notice of him as you wish it, and have introduced him to his aunt, Miss O., who is rather pleased with him. Perhaps his grandpapa, not the bankrupt one, who is almost doting, but Mr. Osborne of Russell Square, may be induced to relent towards the child of your friend, his erring and self-willed son, and Amelia will not be ill-disposed to give him up. The widow is consoled, and is about to marry a reverend gentleman, the Reverend Mr. Binney, one of the curates of Brompton. A poor match, but Mrs. O. is getting old, and I saw a great deal of grey in her hair. She was in very good spirits, and your little godson overate himself at our house. Mamma sends her love with that of your affectionate Anne Dobbin." End of chapter 43. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Peterson, Massa Martana, Italy. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 44. A roundabout chapter between London and Hampshire. Our old friends the Crawleys' family house in Great Gaunt Street still bore over its front the hatchment which had been placed there as a token of mourning for Sir Pitt Crawley's demise. Yet this heraldic emblem was in itself a very splendid and gaudy piece of furniture, and all the rest of the mansion became more brilliant than it had ever been during the late baronet's reign. The black outer coating of the bricks was removed, and they appeared with a cheerful, blushing face streaked with white. The old bronze lions of the knocker were gilt handsomely, the railings painted, and the dismalest house in Great Gaunt Street became the smartest in the whole quarter, before the green leaves in Hampshire had replaced those yellowing ones which were on the trees in Queen's Crawley Avenue, when old Sir Pitt Crawley passed under them the last time. A little woman, with a carriage to correspond, was perpetually seen about this mansion. An elderly spinster, accompanied by a little boy, also might be remarked coming thither daily. It was Miss Briggs and little Rawdon, whose business it was to see to the inward renovation of Sir Pitt's house, to superintend the female band engaged in stitching the blinds and hangings, to poke and rummage in the drawers and cupboards crammed with the dirty relics and congregated trumperies of a couple of generations of Lady Crawleys, and to take inventories of the china, the glass, and other properties in the closets and storerooms. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was general-in-chief over these arrangements, with full orders from Sir Pitt to sell, barter, confiscate, or purchase furniture, and she enjoyed herself not a little in an occupation which gave full scope to her taste and ingenuity. The renovation of the house was determined upon when Sir Pitt came to town in November to see his lawyers, and when he passed nearly a week in Curzon Street, under the roof of his affectionate brother and sister. He had put up at an hotel at first, but Becky, as soon as she heard of the baronet's arrival, went off alone to greet him, and returned in an hour to Curzon Street with Sir Pitt in the carriage by her side. It was impossible sometimes to resist this artless little creature's hospitalities, so kindly were they pressed, so frankly and amiably offered. Becky seized Pitt's hand in a transport of gratitude when he agreed to come. "Thank you," she said, squeezing it and looking into the baronet's eyes, who blushed a good deal. "How happy this will make Rawdon!" She bustled up to Pitt's bedroom, leading on the servants who were carrying his trunks thither. She came in herself, laughing, with a coal scuttle out of her own room. A fire was blazing already in Sir Pitt's apartment. It was Miss Briggs' room, by the way, who sent upstairs to sleep with the maid. "I knew I should bring you," she said with pleasure, beaming in her glance. Indeed, she was really sincerely happy at having him for a guest. Becky made Rawdon dine out once or twice on business, while Pitt stayed with them, and the baronet passed the happy evening alone with her and Briggs. She went downstairs to the kitchen and actually cooked little dishes for him. "Isn't it a good salmi?" she said. "I made it for you. I can make you better dishes than that, and will when you come to see me." "Everything you do well," said the baronet gallantly. "The salmi is excellent indeed." "A poor man's wife," Rebecca replied gaily, "must make herself useful, you know," on which her brother-in-law vowed that she was fit to be the wife of an emperor, and that to be skilful in domestic duties was surely one of the most charming of a woman's qualities. And Sir Pitt thought, with something like mortification, of Lady Jane at home, and of a certain pie which she had insisted on making and serving to him at dinner, a most abominable pie. Besides the salmi, which was made of Lord Steyne's pheasants from his lordship's cottage of Stilbrook, Becky gave her brother-in-law a bottle of white wine, some that Rawdon had brought with him from France, and had picked up for nothing, the little story-teller said, whereas the liquor was, in truth, some white Hermitage from the Marquis of Steyne's famous cellars, which brought fire into the baronet's pallid cheeks and a glow into his feeble fame. Then, when he had drunk up the bottle of Petit Vin Blanc, she gave her hand and took him up to the drawing-room and made him snug on the sofa by the fire, and let him talk as she listened with the tenderest kindly interest, sitting by him and hemming a shirt for her dear little boy. Whenever Mrs. Rawdon wished to be particularly humble and virtuous, this little shirt used to come out of her work-box. It had got to be too small for Rawdon long before it was finished. Well, Rebecca listened to Pitt. She talked to him. She sang to him. She coaxed him and cuddled him, so that he found himself more and more glad every day to get back from the lawyers at Gray's Inn to the blazing fire in Curzon Street, a gladness in which the men of law likewise participated, for Pitt's harangues were of the longest, and so that when he went away he felt quite a pang at departing. How pretty she looked, kissing her hand to him from the carriage, and waving her handkerchief when he had taken his place in the mail. She put the handkerchief to her eyes once. He pulled his sealskin cap over his as the coach drove away, and sinking back he thought to himself how she respected him, and how he deserved it, and how Rawdon was a foolish, dull fellow who didn't half appreciate his wife, and how mum and stupid his own wife was compared to that brilliant little Becky. Becky had hinted every one of these things herself, perhaps, but so delicately and gently that you hardly knew when or where. And before they departed, it was agreed that the house in London should be redecorated for the next season, and that the brothers' families should meet again in the country at Christmas. "I wish you could have got a little money out of him," Rawdon said to his wife moodily when the baronet was gone. "I should like to give something to old Raggles, hanged if I shouldn't. It ain't right, you know, that the old fellow should be kept out of all his money. It may be inconvenient, and he might let to somebody else besides us, you know." "Tell him," said Becky, "that as soon as Sir Pitt's affairs are settled, everybody will be paid, and give him a little something on account. Here's a check that Pitt left for the boy." And she took from her bag and gave her husband a paper which his brother had handed over to her on behalf of the little son and heir of the younger branch of the Crawleys. The truth is, she had tried personally the ground on which her husband expressed a wish that she should venture, tried it ever so delicately, and found it unsafe. Even at a hint about embarrassments, Sir Pitt Crawley was often alarmed, and he began a long speech explaining how straitened he himself was in money matters, how the tenants would not pay, how his father's affairs and the expenses attendant upon the demise of the old gentleman had involved him, how he wanted to pay off encumbrances, and how the bankers and agents were overdrawn, and Pitt Crawley ended by making a compromise with his sister-in-law and giving her a very small sum for the benefit of her little boy. Pitt knew how poor his brother and his brother's family must be. It could not have escaped the notice of such a cool and experienced old diplomatist that Rawdon's family had nothing to live upon, and that houses and carriages are not to be kept for nothing. He knew very well that he was the proprietor, or appropriator, of the money, which, according to all proper calculation, ought to have fallen to his younger brother. And he had, we may be sure, some secret pangs of remorse within him, which warned him that he ought to perform some act of justice, or let us say compensation, toward those disappointed relations. A just, decent man, not without brains, who said his prayers, and knew his catechism, and did his duty outwardly through his life, could not be otherwise than aware that something was due to his brother at his hands, and that morally he was Rawdon's debtor. But, as one reads in the columns of the Times newspaper every now and then, queer announcements from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, acknowledging the receipt of £50 from A.B. or £10 from W.T. as conscience money, on account of the taxes due by the said A.B. or W.T., which payments the penitents beg the right honourable gentleman to acknowledge through the medium of the public press. So is the Chancellor, no doubt, and the reader likewise, always perfectly sure that the above-named A.B. and W.T. are only paying a very small instalment of what they really owe, and that the man who sends up a £20 note has very likely hundreds or thousands more for which he ought to account. Such, at least, are my feelings when I see A.B. or W.T.'s insufficient acts of repentance, and I have no doubt that Pitt Crawley's contrition, or kindness, if you will, toward his younger brother, by whom he had so much profited, was only a very small dividend upon the capital sum in which he was indebted to Rawdon. Not everybody is willing to pay even so much. To part with money is a sacrifice beyond almost all men endowed with a sense of order. There is scarcely a man alive who does not think himself meritorious for giving his neighbor £5. Thriftless gives, not from a beneficent pleasure in giving, but from a lazy delight in spending. He would not deny himself one enjoyment, not his opera stall, not his horse, not his dinner, not even the pleasure of giving Lazarus the £5. Thrifty, who is good, wise, just, and owes no man a penny, turns from a beggar, haggles with a hackney coachman, or denies a poor relation, and I doubt which is the most selfish of the two. Money has only a different value in the eyes of each. So, in a word, Pitt Crawley thought he would do something for his brother, and then thought that he would think about it some other time. And with regard to Becky, she was not a woman who expected too much from the generosity of her neighbors, and so was quite content with all that Pitt Crawley had done for her. She was acknowledged by the head of the family. If Pitt would not give her anything, he would get something for her some day. If she got no money from her brother-in-law, she got what was as good as money, credit. Raggles was made rather easy in his mind by the spectacle of the union between the brothers, by a small payment on the spot, and by the promise of a much larger sum speedily to be assigned to him, and Rebecca told Miss Briggs, whose Christmas dividend upon the little sum lent by her Becky paid with an air of candid joy, and as if her exchequer was brimming over with gold. Rebecca, we say, told Miss Briggs, in strict confidence, that she had conferred with Sir Pitt, who was famous as a financier, on Briggs' special behalf, as to the most profitable investment of Miss B.'s remaining capital, that Sir Pitt, after much consideration, had thought of a most safe and advantageous way in which Briggs could lay out her money, that, being especially interested in her as an attached friend of the late Miss Crawley and of the whole family, and that long before he left town he had recommended that she should be ready with the money at the moment's notice, so as to purchase at the most favourable opportunity the shares which Sir Pitt had in his eye. Poor Miss Briggs was very grateful for this mark of Sir Pitt's attention. It came so unsolicited, she said, for she never should have thought of removing the money from the funds, and the delicacy enhanced the kindness of the office, and she promised to see her man of business immediately, and be ready with her little cash at the proper hour. And this worthy woman was so grateful for the kindness of Rebecca in the matter, and for that of her generous benefactor, the Colonel, that she went out and spent a great part of her half-year's dividend in the purchase of a black velvet coat for little Rawdon, who, by the way, was grown almost too big for black velvet now, and was of a size and age befitting him for the assumption of the virile jacket and pantaloons. He was a fine, open-faced boy, with blue eyes and waving flaxen hair, sturdy in limb, but generous and soft in heart, fondly attaching himself to all who were good to him, to the pony, to Lord Southdown, who gave him the horse. He used to blush and glow all over when he saw that kind young nobleman. To the groom who had charge of the pony, to Molly the cook, who crammed him with ghost stories at night, and what good things from the dinner, to Briggs, whom he plagued and laughed at, and to his father especially, whose attachment towards the lad was curious, too, to witness. Here, as he grew to be about 8 years old, his attachments may be said to have ended. The beautiful mother vision had faded away after a while. During near 2 years she had scarcely spoken to the child. She disliked him. He had the measles and the whooping cough. He bored her. One day, when he was standing at the landing-place, having crept down from the upper regions, attracted by the sounds of his mother's voice, who was singing to Lord Steyne, the drawing-room door opened suddenly, discovered the little spy, who but a moment before had been wrapped in delight and listening to the music. His mother came out and struck him violently a couple of boxes on the ear. He heard a laugh from the Marquis in the inner room, who was amused by this free and artless exhibition of Becky's temper, and fled down below to his friends of the kitchen, bursting in an agony of grief. "It is not because it hurts me," little Rawdon gasped out. Only... Sobs and tears wound up the sentence in a storm. It was the little boy's heart that was bleeding. "Why mayn't I hear her sing? Why don't she ever sing to me as she does to that bald-headed man with the large teeth?" He gasped out at various intervals these exclamations of rage and grief. The cook looked over at the housemaid. The housemaid looked knowingly at the footman. The awful kitchen inquisition which sits in judgment in every house and knows everything sat on Rebecca at that moment. After this incident, the mother's dislike increased to hatred. The consciousness that the child was in the house was a reproach and a pain to her. His very sight annoyed her. Fear, doubt, and resistance sprang up, too, in the boy's own bosom. They were separated from that day of the boxes on the ear. Lord Steyne also heartily disliked the boy. When they met by mischance, he made sarcastic bows or remarks to the child, or glared at him with savage-looking eyes. Rawdon used to stare him in the face and double his little fists in return. He knew his enemy, and this gentleman, of all who came to the house, was the one who angered him most. One day the footman found him squaring his fist at Lord Steyne's hat in the hall. The footman told the circumstances as a good joke to Lord Steyne's coachman. That officer imparted it to Lord Steyne's gentleman, and to the servants' hall in general. And very soon afterwards, when Mrs. Rawdon Crawley made her appearance at Gaunt House, the porter who unbarred the gates, the servants of all uniforms in the hall, the functionaries in white waistcoats who bawled out from landing to landing the names of Colonel and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, knew about her, or fancied they did. The man who brought her refreshment and stood behind her chair had talked her character over with a large gentleman in motley-colored clothes at his side. Bon Dieu, it is awful, that servants' inquisition. You see a woman in a great party in a splendid saloon, surrounded by faithful admirers, distributing sparkling glances, dressed to perfection, curled, rouged, smiling and happy. Discovery walks respectfully up to her, in the shape of a huge powdered man with large calves and a tray of ices, with calumny, which is as fatal as truth, behind him, in the shape of a hulking fellow carrying the wafer biscuits. "Madame, your secret will be talked over by these men at their club at the public-house tonight. James will tell Charles his notion about you over their pipes and pewter beer-pots. Some people ought to have mutes for servants in Vanity Fair, mutes who could not write. If you are guilty, tremble. That fellow behind your chair may be a janissary with a bowstring in his plush breeches pocket. If you are not guilty, have a care of appearances, which are as ruinous as guilt." Was Rebecca guilty or not? The Vemgericht of those servants' hall had pronounced against her, and, I shame to say, she would not have got credit had they not believed her to be guilty. It was the sight of the Marquis of Stein's carriage lamps at her door, contemplated by Raggles, burning in the blackness of midnight, that kept him up, as he afterwards said, that even more than Rebecca's arts and coaxings. And so, guiltless very likely, she was writhing and pushing onward towards what they call a position in society, and the servants were pointing at her as lost and ruined. So you see Molly, the housemaid of a morning, watched a spider in the door-post lay his thread and laboriously crawl up it, until, tired of the sport, she raised her broom and sweeps away the thread and the artificer. A day or two before Christmas, Becky, her husband, and her son made ready and went to pass the holidays at the seat of their ancestors at Queen's Crawley. Becky would have liked to leave the little brat behind, and would have done so, but for Lady Jane's urgent invitations to the youngster, and the symptoms of revolt and discontent which Rawdon manifested at her neglect of her son. "He's the finest boy in England," the father said in a tone of reproach to her, "and you don't seem to care for him, Becky, as much as you do for your spaniel. He shan't bother you much. At home he will be away from you in the nursery, and he shall go outside on the coach with me." "Where you go yourself because you want to smoke those filthy cigars," replied Mrs. Rawdon. "I remember when you liked him enough, though," answered the husband. Becky laughed. She was almost always good-humored. "That was when I was on my promotion, Goosey," she said. "Take Rawdon outside with you, and give him a cigar, too, if you like." Rawdon did not warm his little son for the winter's journey in this way, but he and Briggs wrapped up the child in shawls and comforters, and he was hoisted respectfully onto the roof of the coach in the dark morning, under the lamps of the White Horse cellar, and with no small delight he watched the dawn rise, and made his first journey to the place which his father still called home. It was a journey of infinite pleasure to the boy, to whom the incidents of the road afforded endless interest, his father answering to him all the questions connected with it, and telling him who lived in the great white house to the right, and whom the park belonged to. His mother, inside the vehicle, with her maids and her furs, her wrappers and her scent bottles, made such a to-do that you would have thought she had never been in a stagecoach before, much less that she had been turned out of this very one to make room for a paying passenger on a certain journey performed some half-score years ago. It was dark again when little Rawdon was wakened up to enter his uncle's carriage at Mudbury, and he sat and looked out of it, wondering as the great iron gates flew open, and at the white trunks of the limes as they swept by, until they stopped at length before the light windows of the hall, which were blazing and comfortable with Christmas welcome. The hall door was flung open. A big fire was burning in the great old fireplace. A carpet was down over the checkered black flags. "It's the old turkey one that used to be in the ladies' gallery," thought Rebecca, and the next instant was kissing Lady Jane. She and Sir Pitt performed the same salute with great gravity, but Rawdon, having been smoking, hung back rather from his sister-in-law, whose two children came up to their cousin, and while Matilda held out her hand and kissed him, Pitt Binkie Southdown, the son and heir, stood aloof rather, and examined him as a little dog does a big dog. Then the kind hostess conducted her guest to the snug apartments blazing with cheerful fires. Then the young ladies came and knocked at Mrs. Rawdon's door, under the pretence that they were desirous to be useful, but in reality to have the pleasure of inspecting the contents of her band and bonnet boxes, and her dresses, which, though black, were of the newest London fashion. And they told her how much the hall was changed for the better, and how old Lady Southdown was gone, and how Pitt was taking his station in the county, as became a Crawley, in fact. Then the great dinner bell having rung, the family assembled at the dinner, at which meal Rawdon Junior was placed by his aunt, the good-natured lady of the house, Sir Pitt being uncommonly attentive to his sister-in-law at his own right hand. Little Rawdon exhibited a fine appetite, and showed a gentlemanly-like behaviour. "I like to dine here," he said to his aunt when he had completed his meal, at the conclusion of which, and after a decent grace by Sir Pitt, the younger son and heir was introduced, and was perched on a high chair by the baronet's side, while the daughter took possession of the place and the little wine-glass prepared for her near her mother. "I like to dine here," said Rawdon minor, looking up at his relation's kind face. "Why?" said the good Lady Jane. "I dine in the kitchen when I am at home," replied Rawdon minor, "or else with Briggs." But Becky was so engaged with the baronet, her host, pouring out a flood of compliments and delights and raptures, and admiring young Becky, who she declared to be the most beautiful, intelligent, noble-looking little creature, and so like his father, that she did not hear the remarks of her own flesh and blood at the other end of the broad shining table. As a guest, and it being the first night of his arrival, Rawdon II was allowed to sit up until the hour when tea being over, and a great gilt book being laid on the table before Sir Pitt, all the domestics of the family streamed in, and Sir Pitt read prayers. It was the first time the poor little boy had ever witnessed or heard of such a ceremonial. The house had been much improved even since the baronet's brief reign, and was pronounced by Becky to be perfect, charming, delightful, when she surveyed it in his company. As for little Rawdon, who examined it with the children for his guides, it seemed to him a perfect palace of enchantment and wonder. There were long galleries and ancient state bedrooms. There were pictures and old china and armor. There were the rooms in which Grandpapa died, and by which the children walked with terrified looks. "Who is Grandpapa?" he asked, and they told him how he used to be very old, and used to be wheeled about in a garden chair. And they showed him the garden chair one day, rotting in the outhouse in which it had lain since the old gentleman had been wheeled away yonder to the church, of which the spire was glittering over the park elms. The brothers had good occupation for several mornings in examining the improvements which had been effected by Sir Pitt's genius and economy. As they walked or rode and looked at them, they could talk without too much boring each other, and Pitt took care to tell Rawdon what a heavy outlay of money these improvements had occasioned, and the man of landed funded property was often very hard pressed for £20. "There is that new lodge gate," said Pitt, pointing to it humbly with a bamboo cane. "I can no more pay for it before the dividends in January than I can fly." "I can lend you, Pitt, till then," Rawdon answered rather ruefully, and they went in and looked at the restored lodge, where the family arms were just new scraped in stone, and where old Mrs. Locke, for the first time these many long years, had tight doors, sound roofs, and whole windows. End of chapter 44.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Graham Williams. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 45, Between Hampshire and London. Sir Pitt Crawley had done more than repair fences and restore dilapidated lodges on the Queen's Crawley estate. Like a wise man, he had set to work to rebuild the injured popularity of his house and stop up the gaps and ruins in which his name had been left by his disreputable and thriftless old predecessor. He was elected for the borough speedily after his father's demise, a magistrate, a member of Parliament, a county magnate and representative of an ancient family. He made it his duty to show himself before the Hampshire public, subscribed handsomely to the county charities, called assiduously upon all the county folk, and laid himself out, in a word, to take that position in Hampshire, and in the Empire afterwards, to which he thought his prodigious talents justly entitled him. Lady Jane was instructed to be friendly with the Fuddlestons and the Wapshots and the other famous baronets, their neighbours. Their carriages might frequently be seen in the Queen's Crawley Avenue now. They dined pretty frequently at the Hall, where the cookery was so good that it was clear Lady Jane very seldom had a hand in it, and in return Pitt and his wife most energetically dined out in all sorts of weather and at all sorts of distances. For though Pitt did not care for joviality, being a frigid man of poor health and appetite, yet he considered that to be hospitable and condescending was quite incumbent on his station, and every time that he got a headache from too long and after-dinner sitting, he felt that he was a martyr to duty. He talked about crops, corn laws, politics with the best country gentlemen. He, who had been formerly inclined to be a sad free thinker on these points, entered into poaching and game-preserving with ardour. He didn't hunt. He wasn't a hunting man. He was a man of books and peaceful habits, but he thought that the breed of horses must be kept up in the country, and that the breed of foxes must therefore be looked to. And for his part, if his friend Sir Huddleston Fuddleston liked to draw his country, and meet, as of old, the Fuddleston hounds used to do at Queen's Crawley, he should be happy to see him there, and the gentlemen of the Fuddleston hunt. And to Lady Southdown's dismay, too, he became more orthodox in his tendencies every day, gave up preaching in public and attending meeting-houses, went stoutly to church, called on the bishop and all the clergy at Winchester, and made no objection when the venerable Archdeacon Trumper asked for a game of whist. What pangs must have been those of Lady Southdown, and what an utter castaway she must have thought her son-in-law for permitting such a godless diversion. And when, on the return of the family from an oratorio at Winchester, the baronet announced to the young ladies that he should next year very probably take them to the county balls, they worshipped him for his kindness. Lady Jane was only too obedient, and perhaps glad herself to go. The Dowager wrote off the direst descriptions of her daughter's worldly behaviour to the authoress of The Washerwoman of Finchley Common at the Cape, and her house in Brighton, being about this time unoccupied, returned to that watering place, her absence being not very much deplored by her children. We may suppose, too, that Rebecca, on paying a second visit to Queen's Crawley, did not feel particularly grieved at the absence of the lady of the medicine-chest, though she wrote a Christmas letter to her ladyship, in which she respectfully recalled herself to Lady Southdown's recollection, spoke with gratitude of the delight which her ladyship's conversation had given her on the former visit, dilated on the kindness with which her ladyship had treated her in sickness, and declared that everything at Queen's Crawley reminded her of her absent friend. A great part of the altered demeanour and popularity of Sir Pitt Crawley might have been traced to the counsels of that astute little lady of Curzon Street. "You remain a baronet. You consent to be a mere country gentleman," she said to him while he had been her guest in London. "No, Sir Pitt Crawley, I know you better. I know your talents and your ambition. You fancy you hide them both, but you can conceal neither from me. I showed Lord Steyne your pamphlet on malt. He was familiar with it, and said it was in the opinion of the whole cabinet the most masterly thing that had appeared on the subject. The ministry has its eye upon you, and I know what you want. You want to distinguish yourself in Parliament. Everyone says you are the finest speaker in England, for your speeches at Oxford are still remembered. You want to be member for the county, where, with your own vote and your borough at your back, you can command anything, and you want to be Baron Crawley of Queen's Crawley, and will be before you die. I saw it all. I could read your heart, Sir Pitt. If I had a husband who possessed your intellect, as he does your name, I sometimes think I should not be unworthy of him. But I am your kinswoman now. she added with a laugh. "Poor little penniless I have got a little interest, and who knows? Perhaps the mouse may be able to aid the lion." Pitt Crawley was amazed and enraptured with her speech. "How that woman comprehends me," he said. "I never could get Jane to read 3 pages of the malt pamphlet. She has no idea that I have commanding talents or secret ambition. So they remember my speaking at Oxford, do they, the rascals? Now that I represent my borough and may sit for the county, they begin to recollect me. Why, Lord Steyne cut me at the levee last year. They are beginning to find out that Pitt Crawley is someone at last. Yes, the man was always the same whom these people neglected. It was only the opportunity that was wanting. And I will show them now that I can speak and act as well as write. Achilles did not declare himself until they gave him the sword. I hold it now, and the world shall yet hear of Pitt Crawley." Therefore it was that this roguish diplomatist has grown so hospitable, that he was so civil to oratorios and hospitals, so kind to deans and chapters, so generous in giving and accepting dinners, so uncommonly gracious to farmers on market days, and so much interested about county business, and that the Christmas at the Hall was the gayest which had been known there for many a long day. On Christmas Day a great family gathering took place. All the Crawleys from the rectory came to dine. Rebecca was as frank and fond of Mrs. Bute as if the other had never been her enemy. She was affectionately interested in the dear girls, and surprised at the progress which they had made in music since her time, and insisted upon encoring one of the duets out of the great songbooks which Jim, grumbling, had been forced to bring under his arm from the rectory. Mrs. Bute, perforce, was obliged to adopt a decent demeanour towards the little adventuress, of course being free to discourse with her daughters afterwards about the absurd respect with which Sir Pitt treated his sister-in-law. But Jim, who had sat next to her at dinner, declared she was a trump, and one and all of the rector's family agreed that the little Rawdon was a fine boy. They respected a possible baronet in the boy, between whom and the title there was only the little sickly pale Pitt Binkie. The children were very good friends. Pitt Binkie was too little a dog for such a big dog as Rawdon to play with, and Matilda, being only a girl, of course not fit companion for a young gentleman who was near 8 years old and going into jackets very soon. He took the command of this small party at once, the little girl and the little boy following him about with great reverence at such times as he condescended to sport with them. His happiness and pleasure in the country were extreme. The kitchen garden pleased him hugely, the flowers moderately, but the pigeons and the poultry and the stables, when he was allowed to visit them, were delightful objects to him. He resisted being kissed by the Misses Crawley, but he allowed Lady Jane sometimes to embrace him, and it was by her side that he liked to sit, when, the signal to retire to the drawing-room being given, the ladies left the gentlemen to their claret, by her side rather than by his mother. For Rebecca, seeing that tenderness was the fashion, called Rawdon to her one evening, and stooped down and kissed him in the presence of all the ladies. He looked her full in the face after the operation, trembling and turning very red, as his wont was when moved. "You never kiss me at home, mamma," he said, at which there was a general silence and consternation, and a by no means pleasant look in Becky's eyes. Rawdon was fond of his sister-in-law for her regard for his son. Lady Jane and Becky did not get on quite so well at this visit as on occasion of the former one, when the colonel's wife was bent upon pleasing. Those two speeches of the child struck rather a chill. Perhaps Sir Pitt was rather too attentive to her. But Rawdon, as became his age and size, was fonder of the society of the men than of the women, and never wearied of accompanying his sire to the stables, whither the colonel retired to smoke his cigar, Jim, the rector's son, sometimes joining his cousin in that and other amusements. He and the baronet's keeper were very close friends, their mutual taste for dogs bringing them much together. On one day Mr. James, the colonel, and Horn, the keeper, went and shot pheasants, taking little Rawdon with them. On another most blissful morning, these four gentlemen partook of the amusement of rat-hunting in a barn, than which sport Rawdon as yet had never seen anything more noble. They stopped up the ends of certain drains in the barn, into the other openings of which ferrets were inserted, and then stood silently aloof, with uplifted stakes in their hands, and an anxious little terrier, Mr. James's celebrated dog, Forceps, indeed, scarcely breathing from excitement, listening motionless on 3 legs to the faint squeaking of the rats below. Desperately bold at last, the persecuted animals bolted above ground. The terrier accounted for one, the keeper for another. Rawdon, from flurry and excitement, missed his rat, but on the other hand he half murdered a ferret. But the greatest day of all was that on which Sir Huddleston Fuddleston's hounds met upon the lawn at Queen's Crawley. That was a famous sight for little Rawdon. At 10:30, Tom Moody, Sir Huddleston Fuddleston's huntsman, was seen trotting up the avenue, followed by the noble pack of hounds in a compact body, the rear being brought up by the 2 whips, clad in stained scarlet frocks, light, hard-featured lads on well-bred lean horses, possessing marvellous dexterity in casting the points of their long heavy whips at the thinnest part of any dog's skin who dares to straggle from the main body, or to take the slightest notice, or even so much as wink at the hares and rabbits starting under their noses. Next comes Boy Jack, Tom Moody's son, who weighs 5 stone, measures 48 inches, and will never be any bigger. He's perched on a large, raw-boned hunter, half covered by a capacious saddle. This animal is Sir Huddleston Fuddleston's favourite horse, the Knob. Other horses, ridden by other small boys, arrive from time to time, awaiting their masters, who will come cantering on anon. Tom Moody rides up to the door of the hall, where he is welcomed by the butler, who offers him drink, which he declines. He and his pack then draw off into a sheltered corner of the lawn, where the dogs roll on the grass and play or growl angrily at one another, ever and anon breaking out into furious fight, speedily to be quelled by Tom's voice, unmatched at rating, or the snaky thongs of the whips. Many young gentlemen canter up on thoroughbred hacks, spatterdashed to the knee, and enter the house to drink cherry brandy and pay their respects to the ladies, or, more modest and sportsmanlike, divest themselves of their mud boots, exchange their hacks for their hunters, and warm their blood by a preliminary gallop round the lawn. Then they collect round the pack in the corner, and talk with Tom Moody of past sport, and the merits of Sniveller and Diamond, and of the state of the country, and of the wretched breed of foxes. Sir Huddleston presently appears, mounted on a clever cob, and rides up to the hall, where he enters and does the civil thing by the ladies, after which, being a man of few words, he proceeds to business. The hounds are drawn up to the hall door, and little Rawdon descends among them, excited, yet half alarmed, by the caresses which they bestow upon him, at the thumps he receives from their waving tails, and at their canine bickerings, scarcely restrained by Tom Moody's tongue and lash. Meanwhile Sir Huddleston has hoisted himself unwieldily on the knob. "Let's try Souster's spinney, Tom," says the baronet. "Farmer Mangle tells me there are 2 foxes in it." Tom blows his horn and trots off, followed by the pack, by the whips, by the young gents from Winchester, by the farmers of the neighbourhood, by the labourers of the parish on foot, with whom the day is a great holiday, Sir Huddleston bringing up the rear with Colonel Crawley, and the whole cortege disappears down the avenue. The Reverend Bute Crawley, who has been too modest to appear at the public meet before his nephew's windows, and whom Tom Moody remembers 40 years back, a slender divine riding the wildest horses, jumping the widest brooks, and larking over the newest gates in the country, his reverence, we say, happens to trot out from the rectory lane on his powerful black horse. Just as Sir Huddleston passes, he joins the worthy baronet. Hounds and horsemen disappear, and little Rawdon remains on the doorsteps, wondering and happy. During the progress of this memorable holiday, little Rawdon, if he had got no special liking for his uncle, always awful and cold and locked up in his study, plunged in justice business and surrounded by bailiffs and farmers, has gained the good graces of his married and maiden aunts, of the 2 little folks of the hall, and of Jim of the rectory, whom Sir Pitt is encouraging to pay his addresses to one of the young ladies, with an understanding, doubtless, that he shall be presented to the living when it shall be vacated by his fox-hunting old sire. Jim has given up that sport himself, and confines himself to a little harmless duck or snipe shooting, or a little quiet trifling with the rats during the Christmas holidays, after which he will return to the university and try not to be plucked once more. He has already eschewed green coats, red neckcloths, and other worldly ornaments, and is preparing himself for a change in his condition. In this cheap and thrifty way, Sir Pitt tries to pay off his debt to his family. Also, before this merry Christmas was over, the baronet had screwed up courage enough to give his brother another draft on his bankers, and for no less a sum than £100, an act which caused Sir Pitt cruel pangs at first, but which made him glow afterwards to think himself one of the most generous of men. Rawdon and his son went away with the utmost heaviness of heart. Becky and the ladies parted with some alacrity, however, and our friend returned to London to commence those avocations with which we find her occupied when this chapter begins. Under her care, the Crawley house in Great Gaunt Street was quite rejuvenescent, and ready for the reception of Sir Pitt and his family when the baronet came to London to attend his duties in Parliament, and to assume that position in the country for which his vast genius fitted him. For the first session, this profound dissembler hid his projects, and never opened his lips, but to present a petition from Mudbury. But he attended assiduously in his place, and learned thoroughly the routine and business of the house. At home he gave himself up to the perusal of blue books, to the alarm and wonder of Lady Jane, who thought he was killing himself by late hours and intense application. And he made acquaintance with the ministers and the chiefs of his party, determining to rank as one of them before many years were over. Lady Jane's sweetness and kindness had inspired Rebecca with such a contempt for her ladyship as the little woman found no small difficulty in concealing. That sort of goodness and simplicity which Lady Jane possessed annoyed our friend Becky, and it was impossible for her, at times, not to show, or to let the other divine, her scorn. Her presence, too, rendered Lady Jane uneasy. Her husband talked constantly with Becky. Signs of intelligence seemed to pass between them, and Pitt spoke with her on subjects on which he never thought of discoursing with Lady Jane. The latter did not understand them, to be sure, but it was mortifying to remain silent, still more mortifying to know that you had nothing to say, and hear that little audacious Mrs. Rawdon dashing on from subject to subject, with a word for every man, and a joke always pat, and to sit in one's own house alone by the fireside, and watching all the men round your rival. In the country, when Lady Jane was telling stories to the children, who clustered about her knees, little Rawdon into the bargain, who was very fond of her, and Becky came into the room sneering with green, scornful eyes, poor Lady Jane grew silent under those baleful glances. Her simple little fancies shrank away tremulously, as fairies in the story-books before a superior bad angel. She could not go on, although Rebecca, with the smallest inflection of sarcasm in her voice, besought her to continue that charming story. And on her side, gentle thoughts and simple pleasures were odious to Mrs. Becky. They discorded with her. She hated people for liking them. She spurned children and children-lovers. "I have no taste for bread and butter," she would say, when caricaturing Lady Jane and her ways, to my Lord Steyne. "No more has a certain person for holy water," his lordship replied, with a bow and a grin and a great jarring laugh afterwards. So these two ladies did not see much of each other, except upon those occasions when the younger brother's wife, having an object to gain from the other, frequented her. They my-loved and my-deared each other assiduously, but kept apart generally, whereas Sir Pitt, in the midst of his multiplied avocations, found daily time to see his sister-in-law. On the occasion of his first speaker's dinner, Sir Pitt took the opportunity of appearing before his sister-in-law in his uniform, that old diplomatic suit which he had worn when attaché to the Pumpernickel legation. Becky complimented him upon that dress, and admired him almost as much as his own wife and children, to whom he displayed himself before he set out. She said that it was only the thoroughbred gentleman who could wear the court suit with advantage. It was only your men of ancient race whom the culotte courte became. Pitt looked down with complacency at his legs, which had not, in truth, much more symmetry or swell than the lean court sword which dangled by his side, looked down at his legs, and thought in his heart that he was killing. When he was gone, Mrs. Becky made a caricature of his figure, which she showed to Lord Steyne when he arrived. His lordship carried off the sketch, delighted with the accuracy of the resemblance. He had done Sir Pitt Crawley the honour to meet him at Mrs. Becky's house, and had been most gracious to the new baronet and member. Pitt was struck, too, by the deference with which the great peer treated his sister-in-law, by her ease and sprightliness in the conversation, and by the delight with which the other men of the party listened to her talk. Lord Steyne made no doubt but that the baronet had only commenced his career in public life, and expected rather anxiously to hear him as an orator. As they were neighbours, for Great Gaunt Street leads into Gaunt Square, whereof Gaunt House, as everybody knows, forms one side, my lord hoped that as soon as Lady Steyne arrived in London, she would have the honour of making the acquaintance of Lady Crawley. He left a card upon his neighbour in the course of a day or two, having never thought fit to notice the predecessor, though they had lived near each other for near a century past. In the midst of these intrigues and fine parties, and wise and brilliant personages, Rawdon felt himself more and more isolated every day. He was allowed to go to the club more, to dine abroad with bachelor friends, to come and go when he liked, without any questions being asked, and he and Rawdon the younger many a time would walk to Gaunt Street and sit with the lady and the children there, while Sir Pitt was closeted with Rebecca, on his way to the house, or on his return from it. The ex-colonel would sit for hours in his brother's house, very silent, and thinking and doing as little as possible. He was glad to be employed of an errand, to go and make inquiries about a horse or a servant, or to carve the roast mutton for the dinner of the children. He was beat and cowed into laziness and submission. Delilah had imprisoned him and cut his hair off too. The bold and reckless young blood of 10 years back was subjugated, and was turned into a torpid, submissive, middle-aged, stout gentleman. And poor Lady Jane was aware that Rebecca had captivated her husband, although she and Mrs. Rawdon my-deared and my-loved each other every day they met. End of chapter 45.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Graham Williams. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 46. Struggles and Trials. Our friends at Brompton were meanwhile passing their Christmas after their fashion, and in a manner by no means too cheerful. Out of the £100 a year, which was about the amount of her income, the widow Osborne had been in the habit of giving up nearly 3/4 to her father and mother for the expenses of herself and her little boy. With £120 more supplied by Joss, this family of 4 people, attended by a single Irish servant, who also did for Clapp and his wife, might manage to live in decent comfort through the year, and hold up their heads yet, and be able to give a friend a dish of tea still, after the storms and disappointments of their early life. Sedley still maintained his ascendancy over the family of Mr. Clapp, his ex-clerk. Clapp remembered the time when, sitting on the edge of the chair, he tossed off a bumper to the health of Mrs. S., Miss Emmy, and Mr. Joseph in India, at the merchant's rich table in Russell Square. Time magnified the splendour of those recollections in the honest clerk's bosom. Whenever he came up from the kitchen parlour to the drawing-room, and partook of tea or gin and water with Mr. Sedley, he would say, "This was not what you was accustomed to once, sir," and as gravely and reverentially drink the health of the ladies as he had done in the days of their utmost prosperity. He thought Miss Melia's playing the divinest music ever performed, and her the finest lady. He never would sit down before Sedley at the club even, nor would he have that gentleman's character abused by any member of the society. He had seen the first men in London shaking hands with Mr. S. He said he'd known him in days when Rothschild might be seen on 'Change with him any day, and he owed him personally everything. Clapp, with the best of characters and handwritings, had been able very soon after his master's disaster to find other employment for himself. "Such a little fish as me can swim in any bucket," he used to remark. And a member of the house from which old Sedley had seceded was very glad to make use of Mr. Clapp's services, and to reward them with a comfortable salary. In fine, all Sedley's wealthy friends had dropped off one by one, and this poor ex-dependent still remained faithfully attached to him. Out of the small residue of her income which Amelia kept back for herself, the widow had need of all the thrift and care possible in order to enable her to keep her darling boy dressed in such a manner as became George Osborne's son, and to defray the expenses of the little school, to which, after much misgiving and reluctance, and many secret pangs and fears on her own part, she had been induced to send the lad. She had sat up of nights conning lessons and spelling over crabbed grammars and geography books, in order to teach them to Georgie. She had worked even at the Latin accidents, fondly hoping that she might be capable of instructing him in that language. To part with him all day, to send him out to the mercy of a schoolmaster's cane and his schoolfellow's roughness, was almost like weaning him over again to that weak mother, so tremulous and full of sensibility. He, for his part, rushed off to the school with the utmost happiness. He was longing for the change. That childish gladness wounded his mother, who was herself so grieved to part with him. She would rather have had him more sorry, she thought, and then was deeply repentant within herself for daring to be so selfish as to wish her own son to be unhappy. Georgie made great progress in the school, which was kept by a friend of his mother's constant admirer, the Reverend Mr. Binney. He brought home numberless prizes and testimonials of ability. He told his mother countless stories every night about his school companions, and what a fine fellow Lyons was, and what a sneak Sniffin was, and how Steele's father actually supplied the meat for the establishment, whereas Golding's mother came in a carriage to fetch him every Saturday, and how Neat had straps to his trousers. Might he have straps? And how Bull Major was so strong, though only a Eutropius, that it was believed he could lick the usher, Mr. Ward, himself. So Amelia learned to know every one of the boys in that school, as well as Georgie himself, and of nights she used to help him in his exercises, and puzzle her little head over his lessons as eagerly as if she was herself going in the morning into the presence of the master. Once, after a certain combat with Master Smith, George came home to his mother with a black eye, and bragged prodigiously to his parent and his delighted old grandfather about his valour in the fight, in which, if the truth was known, he did not behave with particular heroism, and in which he decidedly had the worst. But Amelia has never forgiven that Smith to this day, though he is now a peaceful apothecary near Leicester Square. In these quiet labours and harmless cares, the gentle widow's life was passing away, a silver hair or two marking the progress of time on her head, and a line deepening ever so little on her fair forehead. She used to smile at these marks of time. What matters it, she asked, for an old woman like me? All she hoped for was to live to see her son great, famous, and glorious, as he deserved to be. She kept his copybooks, his drawings and compositions, and showed them about in her little circle, as if they were miracles of genius. She confided some of these specimens to Miss Dobbin, to show them to Miss Osborne, George's aunt, to show them to Mr. Osborne himself, to make that old man repent of his cruelty and ill-feeling towards him who was gone. All her husband's faults and foibles she had buried in the grave with him. She only remembered the lover who had married her at all sacrifices, the noble husband, so brave and beautiful, in whose arms she had hung on the morning when he had gone away to fight and die gloriously for his king. From heaven the hero must be smiling down upon that paragon of a boy, whom he had left to comfort and console her. We have seen how one of George's grandfathers, Mr. Osborne, in his easy chair in Russell Square, daily grew more violent and moody, and how his daughter, with her fine carriage and her fine horses, and her name on half the public charity lists of the town, was a lonely, miserable, persecuted old maid. She thought again and again of the beautiful little boy, her brother's son, whom she had seen. She longed to be allowed to drive in the fine carriage to the house in which he lived, and she used to look out day after day as she took her solitary drive in the park, in hopes that she might see him. Her sister, the banker's lady, occasionally condescended to pay her old home and companion a visit in Russell Square. She brought a couple of sickly children, attended by a prim nurse, and in a faint, genteel, giggling tone cackled to her sister about her fine acquaintance, and how her little Frederick was the image of Lord Claude Lollipop, and her sweet Maria had been noticed by the Baroness as they were driving in their donkey-chaise at Roehampton. she urged her to make her papa do something for the darlings. Frederick, she had determined, should go into the Guards, and if they made an elder son of him, and Mr. Bullock was positively ruining and pinching himself to death to buy land, how was the darling girl to be provided for? "I expect you, dear," Mrs. Bullock would say, "for of course my share of our papa's property must go to the head of the house, you know. Dear Rhoda McMull will disengage the whole of the Castletoddy property as soon as poor dear Lord Castletoddy dies, who is quite epileptic, and little Macduff McMull will be Viscount Castletoddy. Both the Mr. Bludgers of Mincing Lane have settled their fortunes on Fanny Bludgers's little boy. My darling Frederick must positively be an eldest son, and do ask papa to bring us back his account in Lombard Street, will you, dear? It doesn't look well, his going to Stumpy and Rowdy's." After which kind of speeches, in which fashion and the main chance were blended together, and after a kiss which was like the contact of an oyster, Mrs. Frederick Bullock would gather her starched nurslings and simper back into her carriage. Every visit which this leader of ton paid to her family was more unlucky for her. Her father paid more money into Stumpy and Rowdy's. Her patronage became more and more insufferable. The poor widow in the little cottage at Brompton, guarding her treasure there, little knew how eagerly some people coveted it. On that night when Jane Osborne had told her father that she had seen his grandson, the old man had made her no reply, but he had shown no anger, and had bade her good night on going himself to his room in rather a kindly voice. And he must have meditated on what she said, and have made some inquiries of the Dobbin family regarding her visit, for a fortnight after it took place he asked her where was her little French watch and chain she used to wear. "I bought it with my money, sir," she said in a great fright. "Go and order another like it, or a better if you can get it," said the old gentleman, and lapsed again into silence. Of late the Misses Dobbin more than once repeated their entreaties to Amelia to allow George to visit them. His aunt had shown her inclination. Perhaps his grandfather himself, they hinted, might be disposed to be reconciled to him. Surely Amelia could not refuse such advantageous chances for the boy. Nor could she, but she acceded to their overtures with a very heavy and suspicious heart, was always uneasy during the child's absence from her, and welcomed him back as if he was rescued out of some danger. He brought back money and toys, at which the widow looked with alarm and jealousy. She asked him always if he had seen any gentleman. "Only old Sir William, who drove him about in the four-wheeled chaise, and Mr. Dobbin, who arrived on the beautiful bay horse in the afternoon, in the green coat and pink neckcloth, with the gold-headed whip, who promised to show him the Tower of London and take him out with the Surrey hounds." At last he said, "There was an old gentleman with thick eyebrows and a broad hat and large chain and seals." He came one day as the coachman was lunging Georgie round the lawn on the grey pony. "He looked at me very much. He shook very much. I said, 'My name is Norval,' after dinner. My aunt began to cry. She's always crying." Such was George's report on that night. Then Amelia knew that the boy had seen his grandfather, and looked out feverishly for a proposal which she was sure would follow, and which came, in fact, in a few days afterwards. Mr. Osborne formally offered to take the boy, and make him heir to the fortune which he had intended that his father should inherit. He would make Mrs. George Osborne an allowance, such as to assure her a decent competency. If Mrs. George Osborne proposed to marry again, as Mr. O. heard was her intention, he would not withdraw that allowance, but it must be understood that the child would live entirely with his grandfather in Russell Square, or at whatever other place Mr. O. should select, and that he would be occasionally permitted to see Mrs. George Osborne at her own residence. This message was brought or read to her in a letter one day when her mother was from home and her father absent as usual in the city. She was never seen angry but twice or thrice in her life, and it was in one of these moods that Mr. Osborne's attorney had the fortune to behold her. She rose up trembling and flushing very much as soon as, after reading the letter, Mr. Poe handed it to her, and she tore the paper into 100 fragments, which she trod on. "I marry again? I take money to part from my child? Who dares insult me by proposing such a thing? Tell Mr. Osborne it is a cowardly letter, sir, a cowardly letter. I will not answer it. I wish you good morning, sir." And she bowed me out of the room like a tragedy queen, said the lawyer who told the story. Her parents never remarked her agitation on that day, and she never told them of the interview. They had their own affairs to interest them, affairs which deeply interested this innocent and unconscious lady. The old gentleman, her father, was always dabbling in speculation. We have seen how the wine company and the coal company had failed him. But, prowling about the city always, eagerly and restlessly still, he lighted upon some other scheme, of which he thought so well that he embarked in it, in spite of the remonstrances of Mr. Clapp, to whom, indeed, he never dared to tell how far he had engaged himself in it. And as it was always Mr. Sedley's maxim not to talk about money matters before women, they had no inkling of the misfortunes that were in store for them until the unhappy old gentleman was forced to make gradual confessions. The bills of the little household, which had been settled weekly, first fell into arrear. The remittances had not arrived from India, Mr. Sedley told his wife, with a disturbed face. As she had paid her bills very regularly hitherto, one or two of the tradesmen, to whom the poor lady was obliged to go round asking for time, were very angry at a delay to which they were perfectly used from more irregular customers. Emmy's contribution, paid over cheerfully without any questions, kept the little company in half rations, however, and the first 6 months passed away pretty easily, old Sedley still keeping up with the notion that his shares must rise and that all would be well. No £60, however, came to help the household at the end of the half-year, and it fell deeper and deeper into trouble. Mrs. Sedley, who was growing infirm and was much shaken, remained silent, or wept a great deal with Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen. The butcher was particularly surly, the grocer insolent. Once or twice little Georgie had grumbled about the dinners, and Amelia, who still would have been satisfied with a slice of bread for her own dinner, could not but perceive that her son was neglected, and purchased little things out of her private purse to keep the boy in health. At last they told her such a garbled story as people in difficulties tell. One day, her own money having been received, and Amelia about to pay it over, she, who had kept an account of the moneys expended by her, proposed to keep a certain portion back out of her dividend, having contracted engagements for a new suit for Georgie. Then it came out that Joss's remittances were not paid, that the house was in difficulties which Amelia ought to have seen before, her mother said, but she cared for nothing or nobody except Georgie. At this she passed all her money across the table, without a word, to her mother, and returned to her room to cry her eyes out. She had a great access of sensibility too that day, when obliged to go and countermand the clothes, the darling clothes, on which she had set her heart for Christmas Day, and the cut and fashion of which she had arranged in many conversations with a small milliner, her friend. Hardest of all, she had to break the matter to Georgie, who made a loud outcry. Everybody had new clothes at Christmas. The others would laugh at him. He would have new clothes. She had promised them to him. The poor widow had only kisses to give him. She darned the old suits in tears. She cast about among her little ornaments to see if she could sell anything to procure the desired novelties. There was her India shawl that Dobbin had sent her. She remembered in former days going with her mother to a fine India shop on Ludgate Hill, where the ladies had all sorts of dealings and bargains in these articles. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shone with pleasure as she thought of this resource, and she kissed away George to school in the morning, smiling brightly after him. The boy felt that there was good news in her look. Packing up her shawl in a handkerchief, another of the gifts of the good Major, she hid them under her cloak and walked, flushed and eager, all the way to Ludgate Hill, tripping along by the park wall, and running over the crossings, so that many a man turned as she hurried by him, and looked after her rosy, pretty face. She calculated how she should spend the proceeds of her shawl, how besides the clothes she would buy the books that he longed for, and pay his half-year's schooling, and how she would buy a cloak for her father instead of that old greatcoat which he wore. She was not mistaken as to the value of the Major's gift. It was a very fine and beautiful web, and the merchant made a very good bargain when he gave her 20 guineas for her shawl. She ran on amazed and flurried with her riches to Darton's shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, and there purchased the Parents' Assistant and the Sandford and Merton Georgie longed for, and got into the coach there with her parcel and went home exulting. And she pleased herself by writing in the flyleaf in her neatest little hand, "George Osborne, a Christmas gift from his affectionate mother." The books are extant to this day, with the fair delicate superscription. She was going from her own room with the books in her hand, to place them on George's table, where he might find them on his return from school, when in the passage she and her mother met. The gilt bindings of the 7 handsome little volumes caught the old lady's eye. "What are those?" she said. "Some books for Georgie," Amelia replied. I promised them to him at Christmas." "Books!" cried the elder lady indignantly. "Books, when the whole house wants bread! Books, when to keep you and your son in luxury, and your dear father out of jail. I've sold every trinket I had, the India shawl from my back, even down to the very spoons, that our tradesmen mightn't insult us, and that Mr. Clapp, which indeed he is justly entitled, being not a hard landlord, and a civil man, and a father, might have his rent. Oh, Amelia, you break my heart with your books, and that boy of yours, whom you are ruining, though part with him you will not. Oh, Amelia, may God send you a more dutiful child than I have had. There's Jos deserts his father in his old age, and there's George, who might be provided for, and who might be rich, going to school like a lord, with a gold watch and chain round his neck, while my dear, dear old man is without a shilling." Hysteric sobs and cries ended Mrs. Sedley's speech. It echoed through every room in the small house, whereof the other female inmates heard every word of the colloquy. "Oh, mother, mother!" cried poor Amelia in reply. "You told me nothing. I promised him the books. I only sold my shawl this morning. Take the money, take everything." And with quivering hands she took out her silver and her sovereigns, her precious golden sovereigns, which she thrust into the hands of her mother, whence they overflowed and tumbled, rolling down the stairs. And then she went into her room and sank down in despair and utter misery. She saw it all now. Her selfishness was sacrificing the boy. But for her he might have wealth, station, education, and his father's place, which the elder George had forfeited for her sake. She had but to speak the words, and her father was restored to competency, and the boy raised to fortune. Oh, what a conviction it was to that tender and stricken heart. End of chapter 46. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Graham Williams. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 47. Gaunt House. All the world knows that Lord Steyne's town palace stands in Gaunt Square, out of which Great Gaunt Street leads, whither we first conducted Rebecca in the time of the departed Sir Pitt Crawley. Peering over the railings and through the black trees into the garden of the square, you see a few miserable governesses with wan-faced pupils wandering round and round it, and round the dreary grass plot in the centre of which rises the statue of Lord Gaunt who fought at Minden, in a three-tailed wig, and otherwise habited like a Roman emperor. Gaunt House occupies nearly a side of the square. The remaining three sides are composed of mansions that have passed away into dowagerism, tall dark houses with window frames of stone, or picked out of a lighter red. Little light seems to be behind those lean, comfortless casements now, and hospitality to have passed away from those doors as much as the laced lackeys and link boys of old times, who used to put out their torches in the blank iron extinguishers that still flank the lamps over the steps. Brass plates had penetrated into the square. Doctors, the Diddlesex Bank, Western Branch, the English and European Reunion, etc. It has a dreary look. Nor is my Lord Steyne's palace less dreary. All I have ever seen of it is the vast wall in front, with the rustic columns at the great gate, through which an old porter peers sometimes with a fat and gloomy red face, and over the wall the garret and bedroom windows, and the chimneys, out of which there seldom comes any smoke now, for the present Lord Steyne lives at Naples, preferring the view of the bay, and Capri, and Vesuvius, to the dreary aspect of the wall in Gaunt Square. A few score yards down New Gaunt Street, and leading into Gaunt Mews indeed, is a little modest back door, which you would not remark from that of any of the other stables. But many a little close carriage has stopped at that door, as my informant, little Tom Eves, who knows everything, and who showed me the place, told me. "The Prince and Perdita have been in and out of that door, sir," he has often told me. "Marianne Clark has entered it with the Duke of... It conducts to the famous petits appartements of Lord Steyne. One, sir, fitted up all in ivory and white satin, another in ebony and black velvet. There's a little banqueting room taken from Sallust's house at Pompeii and painted by Cosway. A little private kitchen, in which every saucepan is silver and all the spits are gold. It was there that Égalité Orléans roasted partridges on the night when he and the Marquis of Steyne won 100,000 from a great personage at Ombre. Half the money went to the French Revolution, half to purchase Lord Gaunt's Marquisate and Garter, and the remainder... But it forms no part of our scheme to tell what became of the remainder, for every shilling of which, and a great deal more, little Tom Eves, who knows everybody's affairs, is ready to account. Besides his town palace, the Marquis had castles and palaces in various quarters of the three kingdoms, whereof the descriptions may be found in the road books. Castle Strongbow, with its woods on the Shannon shore, Gaunt Castle in Carmarthenshire, where Richard II was taken prisoner, Gauntley Hall in Yorkshire, where I have been informed there were 200 silver teapots for the breakfasts of the guests of the house, with everything to correspond in splendour, and Stilbrook in Hampshire, which was my lord's farm, an humble place of residence, of which we all remember the wonderful furniture which was sold at my lord's demise by a late celebrated auctioneer. The Marchioness of Steyne was of the renowned and ancient family of the Carlyons, Marquesses of Camelot, who have preserved the old faith ever since the conversion of the venerable Druid, their first ancestor, and whose pedigree goes far beyond the date of the arrival of King Brute in these islands. Pendragon is the title of the eldest son of the house. The sons have been called Arthurs, Uthers, and Caradocks from immemorial time. Their heads have fallen in many a loyal conspiracy. Elizabeth chopped off the head of the Arthur of her day, who had been chamberlain to Philip and Mary, and carried letters between the Queen of Scots and her uncles the Guises. A cadet of the house was an officer of the great Duke, and distinguished in the famous St. Bartholomew conspiracy. During the whole of Mary's confinement, the house of Camelot conspired in her behalf. It was as much injured by its charges in fitting out an armament against the Spaniards during the time of the Armada, as by the fines and confiscations levied on it by Elizabeth for harbouring of priests, obstinate recusancy, and popish misdoings. A recreant of James's time was momentarily perverted from his religion by the arguments of that great theologian, and the fortunes of the family somewhat restored by his timely weakness. But the Earl of Camelot, of the reign of Charles, returned to the old creed of his family, and they continued to fight for it, and ruin themselves for it, as long as there was a Stuart left to head or to instigate a rebellion. Lady Mary Carlyon was brought up at a Parisian convent. The Dauphiness Marie-Antoinette was her godmother. In the pride of her beauty, she had been married, sold, it was said, to Lord Gaunt, then at Paris, who won vast sums from the lady's brother at some of Philip of Orleans's banquets. The Earl of Gaunt's famous duel with the Count de la Marche of the Grey Musketeers was attributed by common report to the pretensions of that officer, who had been a page and remained a favourite with the Queen, to the hand of the beautiful Lady Mary Carlyon. She was married to Lord Gaunt while the Count lay ill of his wound, and came to dwell at Gaunt House and to figure for a short time in the splendid court of the Prince of Wales. Fox had toasted her. Morris and Sheridan had written songs about her. Malmesbury had made her his best bow. Walpole had pronounced her charming. Devonshire had been almost jealous of her. But she was scared by the wild pleasures and gaieties of the society into which she was flung, and after she had borne a couple of sons, shrank away into a life of devout seclusion. No wonder that my Lord Steyne, who liked pleasure and cheerfulness, was not often seen after their marriage by the side of this trembling, silent, superstitious, unhappy lady. The before-mentioned Tom Eaves, who has no part in this history except that he knew all the great folks in London and the stories and mysteries of each family, had further information regarding my Lady Steyne, which may or may not be true. The humiliations, Tom used to say, which that woman has been made to undergo in her own house have been frightful. Lord Steyne has made her sit down to table with women with whom I would rather die than allow Mrs. Eaves to associate. With Lady Crackenbury, with Mrs. Chippenham, with Madame de la Cruche-Cassay, the French secretary's wife, from every one of which ladies Tom Eaves, who would have sacrificed his wife for knowing them, was too glad to get a bow or a dinner, with the reigning favourite, in a word. And do you suppose that that woman of that family, who are as proud as the Bourbons, and to whom the Steynes are but lackeys, mushrooms of yesterday, for after all they are not of the old Gaunts, but of a minor and doubtful branch of the house. Do you suppose, I say, the reader must bear in mind that it is always Tommy Eaves who speaks, that the Marchioness of Steyne, the haughtiest woman in England, would bend down to her husband so submissively if there were not some cause? Pooh! I tell you there are secret reasons. I tell you that in the emigration, the Abbé de la Marche, who was here, and was employed in the Quiberon business with Puiset and Tintignac, was the same colonel of Mousquetaires gris with whom Steyne fought in the year 86. That he and the Marchioness met again, that it was after the Reverend Colonel was shot in Brittany that Lady Steyne took to those extreme practices of devotion which she carries on now, for she is closeted with her director every day. She is at service at Spanish Place every morning. I've watched her there. That is, I've happened to be passing there, and depend on it, there's a mystery in her case. People are not so unhappy unless they have something to repent of, added Tom Eaves, with a knowing wag of his head. And depend on it, that woman would not be so submissive as she is, if the Marquis had not some sword to hold over her. So, if Mr. Eaves's information be correct, it is very likely that this lady, in her high stations, had to submit to many a private indignity, and to hide many secret griefs under a calm face. And let us, my brethren, who have not our names in the Red Book, console ourselves by thinking comfortably how miserable our betters may be, and that Damocles, who sits on satin cushions, and is served on gold plate, has an awful sword hanging over his head in the shape of a bailiff, or an hereditary disease, or a family secret which peeps out every now and then from the embroidered arras in a ghastly manner, and will be sure to drop one day or the other in the right place. In comparing, too, the poor man's situation with that of the great, there is always, according to Mr. Eaves, another source of comfort for the former. You, who have little or no patrimony to bequeath or to inherit, may be on good terms with your father or your son, whereas the heir of a great prince, such as my Lord Steyne, must, naturally, be very angry at being kept out of his kingdom, and eye the occupant of it with no very agreeable glances. Take it as a rule, this sardonic old Eaves would say, the fathers and elder sons of all great families hate each other. The crown prince is always in opposition to the crown, or hankering after it. Shakespeare knew the world, my good sir, and when he describes Prince Hal, from whose family the Gaunts pretend to be descended, though they are no more related to John of Gaunt than you are, trying on his father's coronet, he gives you a natural description of all heirs apparent. If you were heir to a dukedom and £1,000 a day, do you mean to say you would not wish for possession? Pooh! And it stands to reason that every great man, having experienced this feeling towards his father, must be aware that his son entertains it towards himself, and so they can't but be suspicious and hostile. Then again, as to the feeling of elder towards younger sons, my dear sir, you ought to know that every elder brother looks upon the cadets of the house as his natural enemies, who deprive him of so much ready money which ought to be his by right. I have often heard George McTurk, Lord Bajazet's eldest son, say that if he had his will when he came to the title, he would do what the sultans do, and clear the estate by chopping off all his younger brothers' heads at once. And so the case is, more or less, with them all. I tell you, they're all Turks in their hearts. Pooh, sir, they know the world. And here, haply, a great man coming up, Tom Eaves's hat would drop off his head, and he would rush forward with a bow and a grin, which showed that he knew the world too, in the Tom Eavesian way, that is. And having laid out every shilling of his fortune on an annuity, Tom could afford to bear no malice to his nephews and nieces, and to have no other feeling with regard to his betters, but a constant and generous desire to dine with them. Between the Marchioness and the natural and tender regard of mother for children, there was that cruel barrier placed of difference of faith. The very love which she might feel for her sons only served to render the timid and pious lady more fearful and unhappy. The gulf which separated them was fatal and impassable. She could not stretch her weak arms across it, or draw her children over to that side away from which her belief told her there was no safety. During the youth of his sons, Lord Steyne, who was a good scholar and amateur casuist, had no better sport in the evening after dinner in the country than in setting the boy's tutor, the Reverend Mr. Trail, now my Lord Bishop of Ealing, on her ladyship's director, Father Mole, over their wine, and in pitting Oxford against St. Achot. He cried, "Bravo, Latimer! Well said, Loyola!" alternately. He promised Mole a bishopric if he would come over, and vowed he would use all his influence to get Trail a cardinal's hat if he would secede. Neither divine allowed himself to be conquered, and though the fond mother hoped that her youngest and favourite son would be reconciled to her church, his mother church, a sad and awful disappointment awaited the devout lady, a disappointment which seemed to be a judgment upon her for the sin of her marriage. My Lord Gaunt married, as every person who frequents the peerage knows, the Lady Blanche Thistlewood, a daughter of the noble house of Bareacres, before mentioned in this veracious history. A wing of Gaunt House was assigned to this couple, for the head of the family chose to govern it, and while he reigned, to reign supreme. His son and heir, however, living little at home, disagreeing with his wife, and borrowing upon post-obits such moneys as he required beyond the very moderate sums which his father was disposed to allow him. The Marquis knew every shilling of his son's debts. At his lamented demise he was found himself to be the possessor of many of his heir's bonds, purchased for their benefit, and devised by his lordship to the children of his younger son. As, to my Lord Gaunt's dismay and the chuckling delight of his natural enemy and father, the Lady Gaunt had no children, the Lord George Gaunt was desired to return from Vienna, where he was engaged in waltzing and diplomacy, and to contract a matrimonial alliance with the Honourable Joan, only daughter of John Jones, 1st Baron Helvellyn, the head of the firm of Jones, Brown, and Robinson of Threadneedle Street, bankers, from which union sprang several sons and daughters whose doings do not appertain to this story. The marriage at first was a happy and prosperous one. My Lord George Gaunt could not only read, but write pretty correctly. He spoke French with considerable fluency, and was one of the finest waltzers in Europe. With these talents and his interest at home, there was little doubt that his lordship would rise to the highest dignities in his profession. The lady, his wife, felt that courts were her sphere, and her wealth enabled her to receive splendidly in those continental towns whither her husband's diplomatic duties led him. There was talk of appointing him minister, and bets were laid at the travellers that he would be ambassador ere long, when of a sudden rumours arrived of the secretary's extraordinary behaviour. At a grand diplomatic dinner given by his chief, he had started up and declared that a pâté de foie gras was poisoned. He went to a ball at the hotel of the Bavarian envoy, the Count de Springbok Hohenlaufen, with his head shaved and dressed as a Capuchin friar. It was not a masked ball, as some folks wanted to persuade you. It was something queer, people whispered. His grandfather was so. It was in the family. His wife and family returned to this country and took up their abode at Gaunt House. Lord George gave up his post on the European continent, and was gazetted to Brazil. But people knew better. He never returned from that Brazil expedition, never died there, never lived there, never was there at all. He was nowhere. He was gone out altogether. "Brazil," said one gossip to another with a grin. "Brazil is St. John's Wood. Rio Janeiro's a cottage surrounded by 4 walls. George Gaunt's accredited to a keeper, who has invested him with the Order of the Strait Waistcoat." These are the kinds of epitaphs which men pass over one another in Vanity Fair. Twice or thrice in a week, in the earliest morning, the poor mother went for her sins and saw the poor invalid. Sometimes he laughed at her, and his laughter was more pitiful than to hear him cry. Sometimes she found the brilliant, dandy diplomatist of the Congress of Vienna dragging about a child's toy, or nursing the keeper's baby's doll. Sometimes he knew her and Father Mole, her director and companion. Oftener he forgot her, as he had done wife, children, love, ambition, vanity. But he remembered his dinner hour, and used to cry if his wine and water was not strong enough. It was the mysterious taint of the blood. The poor mother had brought it from her own ancient race. The evil had broken out once or twice in the father's family, long before Lady Staines' sins had begun, or her fasts and tears and penances had been offered in their expiation. The pride of the race was struck down as the firstborn of Pharaoh. The dark mark of fate and doom was on the threshold, the tall old threshold, surmounted by coronets and carved heraldry. The absent lord's children, meanwhile, prattled and grew on, quite unconscious that the doom was over them too. First they talked of their father, and devised plans against his return. Then the name of the living dead man was less frequently in their mouth, then not mentioned at all. But the stricken old grandmother trembled to think that these too were the inheritors of their father's shame, as well as of his honours, and watched, sickening, for the day when the awful ancestral curse should come down on them. This dark presentiment also haunted Lord Steyne. He tried to lay the horrid bedside ghost in red seas of wine and jollity, and lost sight of it sometimes in the crowd and rout of his pleasures, but it always came back to him when alone, and seemed to grow more threatening with years. "I've taken your son," it said. "Why not you? I may shut you up in a prison some day, like your son, George. I may tap you on the head tomorrow." And away go pleasure and honours, feasts and beauty, friends, flatterers, French cooks, fine horses and houses, in exchange for a prison, a keeper, and a straw mattress like George Gaunt's. And then my lord would defy the ghost which threatened him, for he knew of a remedy by which he could balk his enemy. So there was splendour and wealth, but no great happiness, perchance, behind the tall carved portals of Gaunt House, with its smoky coronets and ciphers. The feasts there were of the grandest in London, but there was not overmuch content therewith, except among the guests who sat at my lord's table. Had he not been so great a prince, very few possibly would have visited him, but in Vanity Fair the sins of very great personages are looked at indulgently. "Nous regardons à deux fois," as the French lady said, before we condemn a person of my lord's undoubted quality. Some notorious carpers and squeamish moralists might be sulky with Lord Steyne, but they were glad enough to come when he asked them. "Lord Steyne is really too bad," Lady Slingstone said, "but Everybody goes, and of course I shall see that my girls come to no harm. His lordship is a man to whom I owe much, everything in life, said the Right Reverend Dr. Trail, thinking that the Archbishop was rather shaky, and Mrs. Trail and the young ladies would as soon as have missed going to church as to one of his lordship's parties. His morals are bad, said little Lord Southdown to his sister, who meekly expostulated, having heard terrific legends from her mamma with respect to the doings at Gaunt House. But hang it, he's got the best dry sillery in Europe. And as for Sir Pitt Crawley, Baronet, Sir Pitt, that pattern of decorum, Sir Pitt, who had led off at missionary meetings, he never for one moment thought of not going too. Where you see such persons as the Bishop of Ealing and the Countess of Slingstone, you may be pretty sure, Jane, the Baronet would say, that we cannot be wrong. The great rank and station of Lord Steyne put him in a position to command people in our station of life. The Lord Lieutenant of a county, my dear, is a respectable man. Besides, George Gaunt and I were intimate in early life. He was my junior when we were attachés at Pumpernickel together. In a word, everybody went to wait upon this great man, everybody who was asked. As you, the reader, do not say nay, or I, the writer hereof, would go, if we had an invitation. End of chapter 47.